and how that affects things. So if I was dealing with hepatitis C, which has certainly happened in my family, then what you want to be doing is looking at antioxidant levels and things that boost the production of the antioxidants in the liver. Any other questions? All right. So we talked about this nice roadmap here, which is great. But if you want to know where you are, and also you want to eat something down here, is this working for me or not working for me? It's very hard to know. So you ate a meal, you weren't particularly tired, maybe you didn't feel great, you didn't feel bad, but maybe you were tired because you worked hard, right? So if you eat something that causes low-grade inflammation every day because you think it's good for you and it's not, it will take a toll on your performance. It'll mean you're more tired, it'll mean you're less focused, it'll mean you're crankier and moodier. So the compass is the trick there. There's an iPhone app. It's free. It's called Food Sense, and you can actually detect problem foods using your iPhone. All you do is hold the iPhone up to your finger. The flash on the camera turns on, shines into your finger, and we use the camera to look at changes in the color of your finger. Believe it or not, every time your heart beats, your skin turns red. In fact, it's happening on your face right now. It just happens faster and in finer gradation than we can see. But using these incredibly cheap, low-cost sensors I keep talking about, now your iPhone can get your heart rate. And you can download this from the App Store. You just search for Bulletproof Food Sense. This is free because I think it's so important that I'd rather more people had access to it. What it does is it looks at your heart rate before you eat a meal, and then it asks you for your heart rate after you eat a meal. And if you ate something on that roadmap that was not the right food for you, your heart rate will go up by more than 16 beats per minute. This is based on work dating as far back as the 1950s from a guy named Dr. Broca. This is a cheap and easy way to tell if you have food sensitivities. And once you say, wow, I do have some food sensitivities, some things raise my heart rate in a way that's probably not perceptible to me, what do I do about it? Well, you avoid them. And you may decide you want to go out and get a full laboratory panel to figure out what foods you're allergic to or not. When I'm working with my executive coaching clients, I suggest they get a full blood test to figure out what foods they should avoid. The problem is that if you go to a restaurant and you tell them don't put that in there, they don't even know if they're putting it in there anymore. So these giant companies mix a bunch of ingredients together. And one of my favorite examples of this, gluten messes me up. I do not do well if I eat gluten. I'm pretty sensitive to it. So I'm on a Virgin Atlantic flight in first class, where the food's actually probably the best airplane food that you'll find. I still don't eat on airplanes, though. At the time, I was still eating on airplanes, and they gave me a gluten-free muffin biscuit bread thing. And I was about to eat it, and I read the ingredient. It said, contains wheat starch. Contains 60 milligrams of gluten per gram. So there was like 60 milligrams of gluten in this piece of thing that was labeled in big letters gluten-free. Because the way we label food is, if it's mostly free of that, that's good enough. Same thing, no added MSG. As long as what you added was only 74% MSG, it's legal to say there's no MSG in there. Because of my own health history, I am like a canary. You give me MSG, I'm going to be down for the count. I really feel unwell when I have it. So I can tell you very, very well when I had MSG and when I didn't. And funny enough, it's there a lot of the time, even when a very well-meaning cook in a restaurant says, no, I didn't add any. It's because they added the spice mix. And the spice mix legally didn't have to admit that it was in there, even though it was. So an app like this on your iPhone that can tell you if this happened or didn't happen is kind of a useful thing to have.
Any plans for an Android app?
Plans, yeah. Okay. So it is, like I said, it's a free app, and I support a lot of research and all with the Bulletproof Executive website. So yes, definitely I want to do an Android app, and I'm working with the developer team on that, but it probably means other developers. And it's a free app, so I'm doing my best here, man. All right, it's actually not break time. It's time to roll in some stuff.
Can I just ask, we've got so many questions on the internet here, although I know we're going to get to it eventually, but so many people are asking about your red glasses. Do you want to just give a very quick reason as to why you're wearing those?
I would call them orange.
Orange, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, they're orange. I'm in training with Bono.
Right. Good answer.
Now, glasses like this can actually, in the evening, they cut out blue light, so they make you sleep much better. In my case, my eyes are relatively sensitive to the blue spectrum. They always have been. So when I wear this color of lens, I am much higher performance all day long. So given that I want to give everything that I have in terms of energy for this lecture and for this whole day, and I'm going to do it day after day after day, and I did something else like this 3 days before this, and before that I was in Korea and China for 2 weeks talking about bulletproof with senior executives over there. I'm living a very high intense life right now. So in order for me to do what I want to do, I have twice as much energy when I wear these glasses. So I'm totally happy to look either like a total geek or a rock star, depending on your opinion. I'm okay with whatever you think about it, but I'm going to do it because it works for me. These lenses are from a company called Erlin. It's a prescription tint, actually, for my eyes specifically. We looked at my visual processing system. We looked at what different colors do to the sympathetic response in my body. And knowing this has totally given me more energy all day, every day. So you see me wearing these indoors under bright lights, especially, because that's when I get the most benefit.
And the make again? I'm sorry.
It's called Erlin, I-R-L-E-N. The Erlin Institute is a nonprofit group, has gone out and figured out that the color of light has an impact on human health. And the color of light there, especially in kids with autism or ADD, matters greatly. You can take a dyslexic kid, you put the right color of lens on their eyes or over their paper, and their dyslexia goes away. You turn off the fluorescent lights that are so common in school classrooms now. Kids' behavior across the whole classroom gets better, but the kids who are atypical neurologically, they get better too. So years ago, I got my eyes tested, and I realized, oh my God, I feel so much better when I let my visual processing system relax when I'm indoors. So it's what I do. It took me a while to decide I was going to look this unusual, but it is, yeah.
Pink maybe, or orange or whatever.
For you, it might be green. I'm kidding. I have no idea. You can't tell what someone's color would be. But one of my friends who's putting on the gluten-free summit, Dr. Tom O'Brien, just got his, and his color was more purple. So it really depends on the way your eyes focus. People don't really know this, but seeing the color blue takes about 4, if memory serves, trillion times more work in the eyes than seeing more of an orange color. So you'll see pilots wear this color as well, because it's very hard to see clouds and sky when you're looking at blue, but when they have this kind of color, things are in much higher contrast. So I'm saving my brain for other things aside from trying to sort out fine color gradations. It sounds a bit weird. Yeah, I know it looks weird, but for me, for my brain, I'm totally down with it.
Where does one get tested for this? Or how do you...
It's on their website.
On the website.
By the way, I have no financial relationship with these guys.
Well,
I just talk about stuff that works, so we're clear on that. It's I-R-L-E-N is how it's spelled.
I've got it. Thank you.
By the way, if you want the cool frames, that's going to be hard to do.
So we have a ton of questions coming in online, as well as I see more questions in the studio audience. But I want to make sure that we get through this beautiful cooking demo that you have brought up here, and then we can do Q&A at the end of the segment before break.
All right. So this is a pretty cool recipe, and this is something that comes in the Upgraded Chef book. So what we're doing is we're taking 1/3 of a cup of dried cranberries, and we call this coconut cranberry soup, even though it's really almost more like a salad when you look at what's in it. There isn't that much from a soup perspective. It's 1/3 of a cup of cranberries, about 1 inch of fresh ginger. Let's see, ginger's already in here. You can see the pieces of it sliced up, and a cup of water. And what you do is you boil it in order to let the cranberries rehydrate, and then you chill it. Put it into this bowl here. I'm going to add some whole diced cucumber, two teaspoons of cinnamon. Good quality cinnamon is important. There's all sorts of different varieties. There's some debates about Ceylon versus Vietnamese. Too much cinnamon's bad. Some cinnamon is quite good for you, even if it's the cheap stuff, but invest the extra $2 to buy the really good stuff. Teaspoon of thyme. can of coconut milk. Coconut milk, by the way, you want to watch out for BPA in the can lining. BPA is a toxin. It's something that interferes with your estrogen systems. But that said, there are some BPA-free brands out there. And more importantly, even if you get a little bit of BPA, you just got a ton of healthy fat. It's a convenience food, especially if you're traveling and you need some healthy fat in order to turn your brain on. This is a great way to get it. And a tablespoon of MCT oil.
Can you just talk a little bit about the MCT oil if you haven't yet?
So do we have some up here? We don't. We should have, yeah, we do. So upgraded MCT oil is 6 times stronger than coconut oil. And this is something that I manufacture. There's different grades of it. This is a very high grade thing. So if you wanted to get the benefits from this specific type of fat, which are very much around cognitive function and weight loss, well, you'd have to eat an awful lot of coconut oil. 6 tablespoons of coconut oil is going to cause what we like to term disaster pants, meaning that it'll cause uncommon GI side effects. So what we do then is we use MCT oil because you get the benefits of 6 times more coconut oil in a very small amount. And there's another one called brain octane, which is 18 times stronger, which is an extremely purified MCT oil. So it sounds a little unusual to use a 3-letter acronym in your cooking, but the reason you use this is it has no flavor whatsoever. So it's not like a coconut smell or flavor. You can put it in any food to boost the saturated fat content, and these saturated fats burn in the body more like a sugar. So they make you feel really good. They give you a ton of energy. And it turns out 17% of mother's milk is MCT oil naturally. So this is a fat that we're designed to eat. So we take all of these things and we put it in a blender and we blend. Now, I haven't figured out how I'm pouring from this bowl into this, so wish me luck. I've shown off my advanced cooking skills already. This is a Blendtec blender. Pretty cool thing. The reason you want to invest in a good blender is that you can make the most amazing soups and they make the best bulletproof coffee. The ability to finely mix your vegetables with fat means that you can get the nutrients out of the vegetables and into the body better, because there are medical studies showing that you absorb more vitamins from your vegetables when you eat them with butter. Isn't that great news? But the problem is if you take, say, a piece of broccoli, the butter only sticks to the outside, and this is a problem because there's got to be vitamins on the inside. So if you put the vegetables in the blender and you blend them with the fat, you actually do get more out of them, plus they taste delicious. So in this case, we blend up the soup. I might even choose to blend it a little bit longer. And when we're done and we garnish it, it looks like this. So this is a pretty amazing soup. Can the cameras get this? I know if I tilt it, it's just going to turn, it's going to float down. So we good? It's pretty simple. All we did is we took some basic ingredients, the right ones in the right amounts. We paid attention instead of not looking at what fat we put in there. We put in coconut milk and we boosted the power of the coconut oil by adding the upgraded MCT oil. And what you end up with is something that is much more intensely flavored, because you have fat receptors in your taste buds. And let me tell you, when you feed those fat receptors, your body likes it. It smiles. So now you're getting this flavor from the cinnamon and the thyme and the mint that we garnished this with. But underneath it all, you're getting fat that literally fuels your brain and makes you feel good. This is a great, very satisfying recipe. When you eat this, you get enough fat that you don't get the food cravings that you would have likely had you, say, had a bran muffin or something like that. Now, I think we have about 10 minutes now for straight Q&A, which I'm excited about. I love Q&A. I used to be a teacher at the University of California. This is a great time to just ask the questions. What do people want to hear online?
Fantastic, Dave. Well, first I want to say that the chat rooms are abuzz. So they're already asking, and thank you guys, already asking questions that are all over the board. A lot of people are familiar with Bulletproof, and so we are going to try to save some of the questions on things that we haven't yet covered for those times. But I did want to start out asking about the importance of using fresh herbs versus herbs that are perhaps already in your cupboard.
When we talk about toxins in the environment and in food and in even a bulletproof diet, you're going to learn some things that aren't very fun to learn about food. And one of them is that the particularly aggressive species of molds that have always grown on foods have become more aggressive over the past 30 years because of our agricultural practices. Most people have heard about aflatoxin, which is a toxin that grows on peanuts, and you might have peanuts of cancer. Well, the reason that peanuts and cancer are associated is that this mold grows on them called aflatoxin. What you probably don't know is that spices are a major source of mold. So the mold that can survive on cloves, for instance, is a pretty aggressive strain already because cloves are antifungal. What this means is that that bottle of ground up nutmeg that you bought 2 Christmases ago, put in the back of the cabinet over the steaming stove for all that time, is almost guaranteed to contain shockingly high levels of these toxins. And you might say, yeah, but I'm going to use like 1 sprinkle, who cares? Well, unfortunately, your mental performance goes. You might feel it in the gut, but you feel it in the brain more than anything else. And this is one of the reasons that my upgraded coffee does what it does, because I discovered through the course of biohacking that this is an issue for performance and how you feel long before it's going to give you cancer. So by controlling those small things, I also realized I had to throw out everything in my spice cabinet, and that a lot of spices that I was purchasing, things like vanilla, had mold problems because they were dried in the sun without any control. So by going back to the very agricultural practices and then looking at the processing practices and creating a product that's actually tested, I test all of my stuff to avoid these toxins, you get, I don't know if you can call it a cleaner high from a vanilla or something like that, but it matters. So my advice to you, if you have a spice cabinet full of relatively low quality to start with spices that have been sitting there for an indeterminate amount of time, do yourself an anti-aging longevity favor, dump it all. And then get fresh spices, store them far away from where you cook, and don't make the mistake of opening the jar of spices and then sprinkling it over a hot steaming dish, because the steam will go up in there. There are mold spores in there. That is, there's no question about that. What we don't really know is how often do those things grow. So spice quality matters because spices are a major source of antioxidants and healthy things. They're also a major source of anti-nutrients. So you want to get the quality right. Don't mess around with bad spices.
Well, thank you. When I was chatting before this workshop with some of the folks at Bulletproof, they told me about that, and so it was great timing for my move that I just did. I got to just throw all those away, made it easier, so it's awesome.
I feel bad sort of saying, throw your food away. Like, I believe very much in our environment and that we need to protect the earth. At the same time, eating spoiled food to protect the earth doesn't work, because we owe it to ourselves to have all of our faculties all of the time when we're awake, so we can do whatever the heck it is we want to do, rather than sort of being in a zombie land because you ate 4-year-old ginger powder that knocked you out for 4 hours and you didn't even know what happened.
All right, so let's do a rapid-fire round of questions.
On the Bulletproof diet, is it recommended that all the food be consumed within like an 8-hour window? Does that matter? Does it improve?
We will get to nutrient timing in another part, I believe, either later today or tomorrow. Actually, we're talking about that. No, you can eat the Bulletproof diet any time of day you want, but if you're practicing Bulletproof intermittent fasting, then you do put your nutrients all in an 8-hour window, except for Bulletproof coffee. And there's very precise reasons for that. So you don't have to only chunk all your food together. You can have a normal breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as long as you compose it from the right things on that roadmap.
On the spices, is there any difference, or is it across the board? Are there some that you should take more care with versus others?
We're going to get to a spices segment where I actually rank the spices based on their potential for anti-nutrients. And some spices, like, say, nutmeg, actually contain pretty strong toxins in them as well. So those ones you want to maybe steer a little bit clear of. And things like black pepper, I cannot find a black pepper without aflatoxin in it. I just don't know how to do it. I've tried. If I could find one, if I could even create one, I'd put it on my website, but I haven't been able to. Everything I test has it.
What about the brands of spices, Dave? What do you recommend? Or are you looking into creating some spices yourself?
I do have upgraded vanilla, because vanilla is very expensive and it's very hard to make it mold-free. So we send this to our labs, and we do testing for mold toxins in this, and it's a different process of curing the vanilla that actually breaks down those toxins, and it tests free of them, and it tastes really amazing. This is the first one. Anything else I do, it's a question of, can I get it super clean? If not, I'm not interested in like the third best black pepper or something. So if I do come out with another one, it'll be because I figured out how to do it. It's quite difficult. Generally, oregano is your best bet, though. That's one spice that seems to be very, very resilient and has a really nice flavor. I wouldn't pick on any particular brand. I would just say your spices should be organic whenever possible, and look at freshness dates on them, and you've got to rotate them. So the way to rotate your spices, it's really cool. Cook at home. When you do that, you'll use your spices, and then you buy new ones.
So on the organic thing, my understanding is that organic can allow moldum to grow faster than if it's got pesticides or herbicides and stuff to try and stop mold growing on it. So you're saying that we should buy organic in that case. So
fresh organic spices or high quality dried organic spices generally are your best bet, because if you get, say, a heavily sprayed spice, when they spray it with a fungicide, it promotes toxin formation in the fungus that survives, very aggressive toxin formation, and you have to detoxify those things yourself, the pesticides in the liver. For example, Roundup or glyphosate, the stuff that they're spraying all over GMO crops, has been shown in some studies to increase the pathogenic toxins created by the mold in soil by up to 500 times. So in terms of supporting your own health and supporting our soil's health and the planet's health, like, choose organic if you can, but don't choose spoiled organic stuff. Choose the good stuff. And yeah, this sounds a little bit like, maybe, dare I say, anal. I'm lazy. I don't want to do any of this stuff. This is just what works. Like, I've done the research, I've tested it out, and this is the best path. And if you can't afford organic, relatively fresh spices, then choose the spices that are less risky, like oregano. For instance, oregano and thyme and the herbs generally are better off than the seed and nut and sort of things like black pepper. So it is definitely a trade-off. At home, I'm all over the oregano. I'll do oregano-crusted halibut or oregano-crusted beef rather than pepper-crusted, because pepper has stuff in it, and I can feel a difference in my quality of thinking after I have pepper, so I tend to not eat it.
Just a quick follow-up on that from AJ Noel with the spices. So if you are buying those fresh ones or organic ones, what storage method do you use? Is it okay to keep them in the freezer?
There is a perennial argument about freezing versus don't freezing amongst gourmet chefs, especially the sous vide molecular gastronomy type. The recommendations for spices that I recommend, unless you're doing long-term storage of larger amounts, is that you keep them in a jar under a counter, away from heat and moisture and light. Light breaks spices down a lot from a flavor perspective. So if it's a clear jar, don't look at it every day on those nice spice racks. Keep it under the counter. If you're going to, say, buy a pound of dried oregano or some other green leafy thing that you would buy a pound of wrapped in plastic, what those kinds of people recommend is vacuum sealing it. You can buy a really nice, good quality vacuum sealer at Costco for not a lot of money, like under $100, and then you vacuum pack it and you freeze it. And here's the thing, and this actually works for coffee. A lot of people want to buy like the 5-pound coffee because then it's the same cost as buying like beans at Starbucks. But if you want to store coffee, you can vacuum seal it like that and you can freeze it. But when you open the seal on the frozen stuff, it must not still be cold. Your job is to keep moisture away from your spices or from your coffee beans, or even from your nuts if you're storing nuts in the freezer. So you set the thing on the counter and you come back in several hours when it's reached room temperature. When you open it then, you won't get condensation. The worst thing you can do for those spices that you spend a lot of money on that you put in the freezer is open the jar when it's still frozen, let all that steam from that hot pot that's in the air, the high humidity, cause condensation, which ruins the flavor of the spices and can lead to mold growth if those spices are left out of the freezer. So keep moisture and cold spices away from each other if you're going to do anything.
Fantastic. We have time for one more cue.
It's a silly one. Back to the glasses.
Yep.
Your logo colors. Is it coincidence they match the glasses, or?
It wasn't designed that way. It just kind of happened that way. I guess maybe I should get a stylist or something.
Fantastic.
I'm a geek, so.
Well, Dave, this has been an awesome first section. I can't believe 90 minutes has already passed. We're going to take our first 15-minute break. What are we going to do when we come back in the next section?
We are going to talk some more about toxins, because these are things that affect human performance. We're not going to do the scaremongering thing. Let's talk about where they are, where you find them. You don't have to avoid them. In fact, you can't avoid them. What you can do, though, is you can minimize your exposure so that you spend your biological energy on things that are more important than detoxing things you didn't need to detox. We're going to do a food demo. I'm going to show you grains and things like that. We'll talk about some supplements, and then we're going to have my buddy Abel James from Fat Burning Man on. Abel's a good friend and a fellow biohacker. That's going to be a lot of fun.
And Abel just taught 2 days here on Creative Live, if you missed them, on fat burning. So
Yep.
This is as part of our Get Fit week. So just a couple of things people are saying online, Dave. Denise59 said, I've been struggling with weight loss and menopause. I have been listening and following the podcast for a year. My skin looks great and I feel well. I love the concepts and the podcast. Thank you for the knowledge that you're sharing. So
thanks,
great to hear that she's tuning in. And Eyesight, who is joining us from Munich, Germany, just wanted to say a big thanks to Dave. I got introduced to the bulletproof thing like 2 months ago, and since that time I was able to lower my body fat from 12% to 3%, gain 3 kilograms of muscle, and get a new girlfriend. And now,
nice.
and now I feel like a new person. And
So upgrade your girlfriend is
43
not something I've ever
old.
said. So. And he's how old?
43.
43? Dude, you got to get back up to 6%. 3% is too low for
Okay.
sustainability, just so that's clear. We don't want too lean, because then you'll lose your testosterone. It's not going to end well, and your girlfriend will leave you. 6%,
I was going to say,
buddy.
you might lose the girlfriend too. Awesome.
We definitely don't want that to happen. This has been really fantastic this morning. Like Ken was saying, I can't believe that the 90 minutes has gone so quickly. I particularly enjoyed the history of the biohacker there, Dave,
Yeah.
your own personal
Thank
story.
you.
I thought that was terrific. And controlling the energy, I think that was also something that I found very pertinent and relevant. And I can't wait to taste the cranberry soup, so we're going to do that in the break. But as Ken has said, we are going to take a break right now, but we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Who do you want to see next in Creative Live? I'm Craig Swanson, and we want to hear from you. Go to creativelive.com/suggest, where we've created a special forum for you to tell us who you would like to see next in this Creative Live classroom. Creative Live is here to help you unleash your creative potential by bringing you the world's best experts in this unique live worldwide creative classroom, and helping you build a sustainable business and lifestyle around your creative endeavors. We're looking for your suggestions for the best instructors in design, business, filmmaking, photography, audio, and software training. Tell us the name of your dream instructor, what you want them to teach, and if they are already teaching, give us a link to their current workshop or classes. This is your classroom, and we are listening to you.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Chase Jarvis, co-founder here at Creative Live, and from September 16th to the 21st, we've got an event of a lifetime coming at you. We're calling it Photo Week.
Creative Live Photo Week is a 6-day all-access pass inside the high-octane world of photography.
Broadcast you live on Creative Live
September 16th through 21st.
with 3 broadcast channels.
And over 30 world-class instructors. Whether you're a working photographer
or a hobbyist.
we have workshops for you.
You will learn technical, creative, and marketing skills.
From industry leaders in every category.
Non-stop photography for the love of photography.
All on Creative Live.
We're unleashing the creative potential of millions of people worldwide like you by connecting them live with the world's most inspiring experts. That's what Photo Week's all about. I'll see you there.
6 days, 3 channels, over 30 instructors. If that isn't a total shebang!
Your head's gonna explode. Rock and roll.
Come on down to Crazy Eddie.
It's going to be
Crazy stupid.
awesome. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Alfio Studo, wedding and commercial filmmaker. On September 4th to 6th, I'll be teaching a free course on Creative Live called Visual Storytelling, the Art of Wedding Filmmaking. On day 1, I'll discuss the essentials in building a client base and developing strong relationships with your clients well before the wedding day. I'll go over the essential gear required for wedding cinematography and go in depth with the importance of preparation and pre-planning. On day 2, I'll discuss the specifics of composition, content and lighting as we recreate a wedding scene live in the Creative Live studio. I will show you how to deal with location and lighting limitations as well as talk about client interaction. You'll also learn how to implement shooting techniques that have one purpose, to tell a story. On day 3, I will finish the course with a post-production overview and show you how to continue to tell the story in the editing process and create a finished product that your clients will treasure. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world, live and online. So if you're a wedding photographer or a filmmaker who is interested in learning how to create moving and evocative imagery with video, then join us on September 4th to 6th for Visual Storytelling, the Art of Wedding Filmmaking. Don't miss out. RSVP now, and I hope you can join us.
Hi, I'm Melanie Duncan, and on September 4th, 5th, and 6th, I'm going to be teaching a course called Unlocking the Power of Pinterest, live on Creative Live. I'll see you there. A lot of creative professionals are very good at what they do. What they really struggle with is getting in front of the right audience and the right prospective clients and customers. I'm going to teach you how to use Pinterest to build a massive audience and also to monetize that audience. On day 1, I'm going to teach you how to create captivating content on Pinterest and also show you what's working now. On day 2, I'm going to teach you how to increase your visibility online and show you step-by-step how to build a massive Pinterest following. I'm also going to walk you through how to set up a successful Pinterest contest. Finally, on day 3, I'm going to walk you through how to market your events, sales, and promotions on Pinterest and teach you how to use your page to build a personal brand. This course is great for anyone who's looking to build a bigger audience and get their products and services in front of more people online. We'll also be talking about how to use a Pinterest account for business strategically. Believe it or not, it's a lot different than how you use your personal account. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world live. So enroll now and we'll see you in September.
Hi, I'm Devin Duncan, and on September 7th, 8th, and 9th on Creative Live, I'll be teaching a class called How to Make Your Website Work for You. Many people have websites that are little more than glorified business cards. This makes it difficult for you to have a real connection with your customers and make money doing what you love. This course is going to change all of that. We're going to teach you how to actually be achieving goals, connecting with your customers, and seeing results from your website. On day 1, we'll be covering which social media platforms are best for your business and audience. Don't be fooled. You don't need to be using all of them. We'll be covering which strategies to use so you can best achieve your goals. On day 2, we'll cover how to build a profitable relationship with your customers and how to develop those relationships almost on autopilot. And finally, on day 3, we'll be covering how to sell without being too salesy. I'll be sharing some tips with you that you have to do, but also things that you must avoid. This course is for people that are frustrated with their online presence. Maybe you're not getting the traffic that you want or the sales you feel you deserve for the work you're putting in. This course will help you solve the frustrations and make your website work for you. This course is 100% free to watch online from anywhere in the world. So enroll now and start taking the steps to make your website work for you. I'll see you in September.
Hi, I'm Tim Groen. On September 9th and 10th, I'll be teaching my class, Sell Your First 1,000 Books, live on Creative Live. See you there. Imagine what it would be like to have direct access to your fan base, so when you started your next book project, you already had people lined up ready to buy it. The problem is that there's just too much advice swirling around out there about Facebook and Twitter and blogging and podcasting and everything else, and there's nothing to really pull it together. So that's the problem I'm going to solve with my course. I'm going to teach you how you can build your platform, connect with readers, and sell more books. On day one, we'll start by looking at the connection system, the online marketing framework that anyone can use to immediately start building their platform. Then we'll move on to permission. And permission is the way that you stay in contact with people in a way that reliably drives action and sales. And then next we'll look at content and how content can be easily produced and how it can drive the rest of your marketing efforts. On day two, we're going to continue with content, and we're going to show you how content drives outreach. And outreach is very simply moving people from not knowing you exist to knowing you exist. And then we'll talk about how permission, content, and outreach all work together in the connection system to build your platform. Then finally, we're going to bring in a special guest, Hugh Howey. He's the best-selling author of Wool and the #1 selling self-published author last year. And he's going to come in and share his insights on what he's done to build his platform. This course is perfect for anyone that's trying to create a book and get it into the hands of people and spread their message. So whether it's a cookbook or a fiction book or a business book or a photography book, this is going to help you move people from not knowing you exist to connecting with them and connecting with them in a way that they're going to support your work. This course is free to watch live anywhere in the world, so enroll now, and I'll see you in September.
Hello world, my name is Steve Rennie. I am the Ren Man, and on September 12th I'm going to be teaching Music Business 101 Networking on Creative Live. If you're trying to get a start in the music business, folks, you've probably already figured out that it's all about who you know. Your network is everything. It might seem like an impossible task to get your foot in the door. Getting the right person to take a chance on you isn't easy, but it can be done. My network has helped me go from a kid with a dream at USC to managing one of the biggest rock bands in the world, Incubus. I'm going to help you identify who your targets are, who you should be trying to connect with, and why. We're going to talk about networking tools. What are the right tools to reach your target? I'm going to talk about how you nurture a relationship without being annoying. I'm going to help you create a plan, put together everything you've learned into a personalized, actionable plan for building your own network in the music business. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world, online, live. So enroll now and learn the secret of networking, Red Man style. We'll see you September 12th.
I'm Cameron Argon, commonly known as Big Chocolate, and I'm a music producer. I started producing and making beats and songs and tracks when I was about 16, starting in like Pro Tools and then quickly getting over it and going to Logic, which was more easy for me to understand at 16. I recently switched to Ableton about 5 months ago. When I switched, it was about a 2-3 day thing until I was like, can't go back. I gotta use this. Workflow to me is the most important element in making music. If a track flows right, meaning you sit down and you just keep working continuously, you don't need to sit on it or anything, it can be done within a few hours. With Ableton, there's a lot less disconnect from music. The technology wall between you and your ideas is a lot shorter than a lot of the other programs out today. As a producer, Ableton really allows me to get my ideas done efficiently.
Hi, I'm Mike McCallowitz, author of The Pumpkin Plan, and I've teamed up with Creative Live to run a free workshop September 24th, September 25th on how to spark growth in your business. It's time you join us. I know why you started your business. I know what it felt like. You were excited. You were thrilled. You couldn't wait. But today, I suspect it's a little bit different. It's exhausting. You work crazy, relentless hours. If you follow the methods of a colossal pumpkin farmer, you will experience colossal growth yourself. The key's right here in the field. Well, do you know most farmers are ordinary farmers? They try to grow as many pumpkins as possible. But a small faction are colossal farmers. They grow the colossal pumpkin, the one that dwarfs all these pumpkins. It can weigh up to a ton. Well, once you know their secret process for growing a colossal pumpkin, you'll also have the secret for growing a colossal business. On the first day, we're going to take 3 major steps to sparking growth in your business. Step 1 is you're going to identify the elements of your business that facilitate large growth. Step 2, you're going to pick the strongest clients that you have and learn to replicate them, because more great clients means fast growth. And the final thing you're going to do on the first day is the watering process. How do you get in front of the clients and the rest of your business frequently enough that it just grows on its own? On the second day, you're going to learn the secret to the vendor well, perhaps the most important thing you can do to grow your business. Then you're going to learn about pruning. How to get rid of the weak clients, the clients that are actually a distraction to your business. And the final thing, you're going to learn about the seasons of business. Just like the seasons in the farm here, are seasons in your business. If you know how to leverage them, you're going to grow. If you're in business but struggling to grow your business, this class is for you. If you have a retail store, if you're B2B, if you own a farm, be here.
I'm Eyal Levy at Audiohammer Studios, and on September 25th, I'll be teaching you digital drums with Easy Drummer at Creative Live. I've been in the music business over 15 years. I've written, produced, engineered, mixed, and played on dozens of albums. And I've toured the world with some of the most amazingly ridiculous musicians. And one thing never, ever changes. It's almost impossible to find a drummer, and a great drummer at that. And while there's no substitute for a great drummer, TuneTrack's Easy Drummer is the next best thing. I'm going to give you the tools to get started with Easy Drummer. Start with the basics, setting up the plugin, how to use it, how to pick sounds from rock, pop, whatever genre, and then I'll show you how to mix it in your DAW. And last but not least, we're going to cover the most important part of the puzzle, which is writing great drum parts. If you're a musician that wants to write and record realistic sounding drums, but you don't have access to a drummer, this course is for you. And if you happen to be a drummer, this course is also for you. It's not always possible to record your ideas, and Easy Drummer is a quick and easy way to sketch them all out to work on later. At the end of this course, you'll be able to create drums that sound like a real drummer played them, and mix them with other instruments. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world live online, so enroll now and learn how to get the most out of Easy Drummer. I'll see you in September.
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. If you're just joining us now, we are here for the Bulletproof Life with Dave Asprey. It's been an exciting morning so far. My name is Kenna. This is JKO, and we are your hosts today. Before we get started, I just wanted to mention that there is a contest going on that the Bulletproof exec folks are doing. If you go and check out their Facebook page, that is where the contest is happening. So best way to get there is to search Bulletproof Executive on Facebook?
BulletproofExec.com. It'll be on the homepage.
Oh, it'll be on there as well for the contest. Okay, fantastic. All right, so Dave, back over to you.
Let's talk about your exposome. Just from the studio audience, how many of you know what the exposome is offhand? Exposome. Not too surprising, because Wired magazine only, I think, basically invented this thing, or at least popularized it, about a year and a half ago. It turns out that your genome, the Human Genome Project sort of thing, the set of all the genes in your body, it's pretty big, but it's nowhere big compared to the exposome. The exposome is the set of things that your body encounters, things all around you. So this includes things like toxins, this includes things like light, your sleep patterns, your exercise patterns, all sorts of things like that. So that's a pretty major set of stuff that we could track, and we don't know anyone's full exposome, but we're starting to use medical research to give us this kind of information. The human genome now is something you can sequence for $99 with 23andMe, which is a company that lets you do that. When we first started doing that, I was involved in the first cloud computing company and went into an entire floor of a large skyscraper full of servers and disk arrays for the first human genome project. So I have no idea how many hundreds of millions of dollars were spent on doing it, but now it's 99 bucks. If you fast forward another 10 or 15 years from where we are now, you'll be doing the same sort of thing with your exposome, being able to say, you know, thanks to the wonders of all this tech that I don't even have to look at anymore, I know about when I slept, I know all this stuff about myself, and I know the set of things that I was exposed to that might have affected me. Pollution is part of the exposome. A recent environmental working group study showed that they couldn't find any women who didn't have at least some pesticides in their breast milk. So we are basically swimming in some number of pesticides, and that's the way it is. In fact, you know who has the most? Is the local native people up in, I believe, New Zealand, who live far away from anything. They eat so many fish and mammals that have accumulated toxins that they actually have 10 and 20 times the levels of toxins in their system than you or I would, even though they live in a relatively pristine place. The exposome is bigger than the genome by far, and this is really interesting. From a day-to-day perspective, the exposome affects your health more than your genes. On a long-term basis, if you have defective genes, that's going to be a big problem. But a lot of your genes don't work quite like that. Here's a simplistic version of epigenetics, and I worked on explaining it this way for my first book. If you look at this lovely picture here, this is your DNA. Think of it like a hard drive. It stores the set of what could happen, the set of potentials for your body. But it's not always predictive of exactly what will happen. Over here we have RNA, and a very simplistic version of this, and people who are geneticists will probably be offended at this level of simplicity, but if we're trying to understand this at a high level to get the concept, this is as detailed as I could make it. RNA, you can think of, comes in and copies a gene. So when you want to make a copy, the RNA comes in and copies the DNA. The DNA, however, is sort of protected by something that we call a regulatory protein sleeve. Think of it like a firewall. It prevents RNA from seeing some parts of the DNA. And RNA here is what copies it, but it can only copy what it can see. And it's the exposome, what we just talked about, that controls this. It tells the RNA, here's what you can copy, or methylate as they call it. And that changes the expression of genes. So the set of things in the exposome that we can hack in our environment around us to change ourselves is, in the environment itself, food. What kind of food are you going to eat? What kind of exercise did you do, and when did you do it? This is why blindly exercising, because we all know, if you exercise every day, you're a good person. Almost as good of a person as if you floss every day, right? But it turns out that's not how the exposome works. The intensity, the duration, how tired you are, all those things are part of this whole exposome, the toxins, the naturally occurring toxins, are quite important. For instance, if you were bitten by a rattlesnake, that's a naturally occurring toxin. That's a pretty big one. There's a lot of other ones out there, essentially naturally occurring pesticides, because remember how penicillin was discovered? There's a guy looking at culturing bacteria, and on his culture plate, a mold grew. And he noticed that the mold killed all of the bacteria and said, so what's happening here is that's a naturally occurring toxin. So the very small things and even the very large things around us, like this bean, have very complex chemical defense systems in place. And our bodies are well suited to dealing with some of those chemicals, other ones were not. And due to the miracle of something we call cooking, we can inactivate some toxins. I mentioned I was a raw vegan. We have several, actually more than several, former raw vegans who've gone bulletproof. And I've actually interviewed people like Kristen Raw, and I spent last weekend with Alex Jameson, who was the vegan kind of girlfriend in Super Size Me, who is now not a raw vegan anymore because her health was failing, just like mine started to go down when I did that. And it's kind of funny, but exercise and toxins in food have something to do with that. And finally, this is probably the most annoying one of all, your emotions. So your emotional state changes your genes. That means it's not enough to sit at the dining room table and hear your 2-year-old say, no, 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 and say, if inside you're saying, I want to strangle him, I can't handle this anymore. Not that I've ever said that to my wonderful 2-year-old, just turned 3. But you need to work on being calm while you do that. Because same thing, if you're in a boardroom, the CEO's yelling at you, it's not enough to sit there and go, yes sir, I'll take care of it. If it's costing you internally, emotionally, not only is it wasting your energy, it is changing the expression of your genes. It's telling your body that you're in a threatening environment. And when there's a threatening environment, the species might be under threat, so you should optimize for survival instead of for thriving. Our job is to set up our exposome, the world around us, to control the world around us, to tell our bodies, not your mind, you already know in your mind, but I mean in your cellular body, in your nervous system body, that the world is an awesome place. An amazing, awesome place with all the best food ever known to man and no real threats. Because your biology will optimize for performance rather than just getting by. And we mentioned before, this is pretty much a revolution against good enough. And you don't want your environment to be good enough. You want the most awesome environment possible because you will perform better. You will literally be a better person when you do that. It's the things that happen inside and outside. There's even a study that was publicized by Deepak Chopra, and I don't remember the university that did the study off the top of my mind, but they took a group of people and they taught them a 1-hour meditation course and said, would you meditate for 10 minutes a day for 30 days? And they drew blood before and after, and they did a genetic analysis, like they sequenced the genome on those people, and they found more than 500 genes were consistently either turned on or turned off by 10 minutes of mindfulness practice a day in a new population who probably wasn't even doing it right. That's pretty amazing. So when we talk about toxins here, we're generally talking about food and environment and stuff around us, but it gets to be more than that. You can hack the exposome because it controls more than your genes. For instance, biological processes, more sunlight, more vitamin D in your skin. You get immediate feedback for some changes to your environment, like a sunburn, or your energy levels. I felt really good when I did that. For instance, my biohacker-friendly approved glasses, I have twice as much energy all day long when I wear these things. Immediate feedback. Wow, I'm not tired and foggy like I was before. I changed something and now I'm better. Or I don't fall over as much. Or maybe I'm just better at playing Nintendo Wii with a balance board. Whatever it is there, you get feedback, even if you don't know it's feedback. And the impact on genes, I mentioned that study already in 30 days. And the scary thing here, and the reason that I wrote my first book when I did, is that you give this to your kids if you do this before or during pregnancy, whether you're the dad or the mom. So this is big. We are hacking our species whether we like it or not. From there, let's talk about the first category here in the Bulletproof Diet, which is nuts and legumes. The way the diet works, the new one that you'll be downloading when you sign up for the course, we put it vertically so that it fits better on your refrigerator. The ones we're presenting here, because the screen is going this way, would be going that way.
And I just want to clarify, Dave, when you say sign up for the course, you mean purchase the course download.
Sorry.
There's two different things, so I just want to make
Correct.
sure people understand that.
When you purchase the course, you get an advanced copy of the Bulletproof Diet that has never before been seen by human eyes outside of my team. So on this version, which is designed for a horizontal screen, what we're talking about here is things like coconut. And let's see, I don't think here's coconut. So this stuff, shredded coconut, unsweetened, the stuff doesn't look like it's bleached either, is one of the best nuts you can eat because it's full of the right kinds of oils. And if you're listening to this right now, there's at least a 60% chance in my experience that when I say coconut, in your brain, before you can engage your rational brain, you think coconut is cholesterol. Coconut is cholesterol. I hear it over and over. The reason that you think that is that the American seed oil companies got together in the 50s and did a really cool test. They took, I think it was corn oil. It was one of the liquid seed oils that ought not to be fed to people. And they compared an unhydrogenated version of that to hydrogenated coconut oil in a very small number of people for a very short period of time. In other words, they took coconut margarine, which causes inflammation and raises cholesterol, gave that to people long enough to raise their cholesterol compared to corn oil, and said, look, tropical oils are bad. Now, their motivation wasn't actually health. Their motivation there was to sell more American seed oils, and they succeeded dramatically, which is why the average person on the street still thinks that they're somehow eating cholesterol when they eat this perfectly cholesterol-free nut. The other ones that are pretty good on the bulletproof side of things are things like almonds, and I have these kind of in a funny order. Almonds are a really, really healthy nut, but like all things, you want to pay attention to what happened to this walnut. Is it a shriveled up walnut? In fact, I can probably even find one in here if we look. That one. This one's a little bit dark. What you'll find is that shriveled nuts, nuts with blemishes, usually are the ones that have mold growing on them. Now, I don't think I'm obsessed with mold. I'm obsessed with feeling good all the time and with food quality. So, if you're a nut company and you have a whole bunch of really beautiful almonds, you're going to sell them whole. If you have a bunch of kind of shriveled, shrunken almonds that barely meet food quality standards, they don't look pretty, so you can't sell them for high dollar. What do? You grind them up. You sliver them. So this is one hint when you're buying nuts to lower the toxin consumption of you and your family for essentially no additional cost, is buy whole nuts that you can see and don't buy ones that look blemished. Buy nuts that are nice. The ones on this side tend to have less toxins. Macadamia nuts have good oils. And what we've done here is the bulletproof diet isn't about more toxic, least toxic. It isn't about more nutritious, least nutritious. What I've done my very best to do is to combine the various things that go into making a food good for you. So for instance, if I found something that had no toxins but was full of oils that weren't very good for you in the first place, it wouldn't be green, it would be yellow. So what we try and do is say, just do it over here. When I say we, I have a group of people working on this with me, including one of my team has a master's degree in public health. And this is not a small project to try and categorize this number of foods from many different variables at the same time. And green beans are pretty darn good for you. I like green beans. They're relatively high in carbs, though. So if you're trying to control your carbohydrate intake, which is one of the ways of getting yourself into a fat-burning mode, and I mentioned earlier you want to avoid excess carbohydrates, you probably don't want to eat a pound of green beans every day because you'll inadvertently increase your starch consumption. Overall, though, they're pretty good. They have some naturally occurring pesticides in them, too. Phytic acid is something there, but because they're still green and they're relatively young, there's not that much of it. So green beans are a pretty good food. Chestnuts here are much higher in sugar and starch than the rest of these nuts. And look over here, for instance, we have roasted nuts, which are, on this version, I haven't written them up, in the new version we have roasted nuts. These roasted nuts are covered in salt. We think it's salt. A lot of roasted nuts are actually covered in MSG. Most of them are roasted in either peanut oil or, more likely, hydrogenated vegetable fat or corn oil. Or my favorite is cottonseed and or corn and or canola and or sunflower and or safflower oil. What this means is that that company, who spent a lot of money on their packaging design to make it look really appealing, that they have a guy whose job it is to go out and find the cheapest damned oil on the planet he can find and buy that and cook it, and that they think that it's okay to do that. It's not. So if you're going to buy roast nuts, which I actually don't recommend, you need to look at what else is in them besides the nuts themselves. The other thing is peanut oil. You might say, well, that's a nut. Peanuts aren't that bad. Different fats do different things to the body, right? Well, peanut oil is high in very long-chain fatty acids, and people with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's have an unusual high amount of those fats in their brains. The problem with very long-chain fats like those found in peanuts are that they don't fit well into your cell membrane. Your cell membrane is only so thick. The membranes in your cells are actually just droplets of fats that push water away on one side and water away on the other side. So if the membrane's this big, but the fat is this big, it has to go in sideways, and you start getting cell membranes that don't work very well. This is one of the many reasons that roasted nuts might not be an ideal choice for you. And when you get over here, onto the legumes side of things, there's a lot of stuff you really just don't want to be eating, because there are high levels of things that irritate your gut. The type of fiber irritates your gut. And most specifically, if you're a seed like this, you evolved in order to reproduce. If you get eaten as food, you didn't reproduce. So over time, to prevent animals and bugs and bacteria and mold from ending your species, you put defensive systems in place. If you're a pistachio, or most of these nuts, your defensive system looks like this. It's a shell. That's a nice thing, because what's inside the shell was relatively protected. By the way, pistachios are one of the moldiest nuts, even though they're one of the most delicious nuts. Yes, I've categorized nuts by likelihood of having mold contamination, because it is such a big problem for our nut crop. Instead of fixing the problem with agricultural techniques, we just keep moving the standards for the amount of mold allowed, because it's so much cheaper to do that.
She's asking online, do nuts still have the same mycotoxin, on them if you shell them yourself? I just noticed you shelled your own nuts there. Does it make a difference?
If you shell them yourself, your nuts will be much fresher. The oils are less rancid, and they're less likely to have mold growing on them, because one source of mold exposure comes during processing, and if the nuts are still in their shell, they're much safer. But I mean, how much work is it to shell walnuts all day? This is one of the arguments from my paleo friends, that cavemen didn't eat that many nuts because they probably would have starved, because they would have had to keep whacking them with rocks. You can only eat so many walnuts per hour, even if you have a lot of them stored up and dried and you dehusk them and all. So these are concentrated sources of fat, and most of the nuts on this end have reasonable amounts of fatty acids. But if you do what I used to do, especially when I was in my raw vegan phase, and you really, you need fat, your body's telling you eat a lot of fat, so you eat a ton of nuts. These nuts, and specifically the legumes even more, have things in them to keep animals from eating too much. It's mostly phytic acid that binds to minerals in the body, and depending on the species, there's some other things in there. We also have some other things that are not even nuts. These soy nuts are not nuts at all. They're a processed food product, and soy has a whole raft of things not working for it, specifically estrogen in the soy, and the fact that soy stops thyroid function, or at least slows it down. We talked earlier about how thyroid is key actually to IQ and to focus and energy and weight loss. So if you're eating soy nuts every day, you're not doing yourself any favors. Especially for women, soy is one of the problems behind the radical decrease in fertility. Studies say 1 in 8 couples can't conceive today. My wife is a Karolinska-trained physician. She's co-author of the Better Baby book with me, and obviously mother of my 2 kids. When I met her, she had polycystic ovary syndrome, and her OBGYN said, you won't be able to have kids. We biohacked that problem using a high-fat diet, and one of the problems that she had was that she was drinking soy milk every day. And when she stopped doing that, things did get better. It took more than just removing soy milk. You're going to hear more about these techniques. She did many of the bulletproof things. And on the forums, you'll see stories from women who had fertility problems, went on a bulletproof diet, and then 3 or 6 months later, magically, things start working again. That's how our bodies are built. They're supposed to do that. It's interesting that legumes aren't particularly good for you, but when you sprout them into bean sprouts, there are some other toxins in bean sprouts that there's like long debates on some food forums about, but overall, these are pretty healthy. And if you don't let them sprout this much, you simply, I don't think I have one out here to show you, if you take, you can even do it with an almond. You take it and you soak it for a little while, and if it's a raw almond, it will actually just begin to split open. When you do that, the phytic acid that was in the almond to protect it and preserve it goes away. So sprouting your nuts is something raw vegans do all the time. I used to spend 3 hours a day preparing my food when I was a raw vegan, and I would sprout all my nuts. The problem is, my sprouting container would keep getting fungus growing in it, which was annoying. It also tasted gross and probably wasn't very good for me. In fact, I know it wasn't. So the perfect world is you get nice looking raw nuts or even legumes, and then you sprout them and then you prepare them. I don't do that. I don't have time to do that. I know very few people who have time to do that, especially people with kids and or jobs. If you have neither one, you can spend lots of time like looking at your nuts. I didn't say that. And over here, I'm not a huge fan of fermented soy because it has a huge amount of histamine, which is a neurotransmitter as well as something that ties to your allergies. But unfermented soy is particularly bad for you. The soy protein powder that you buy at the store for dirt cheap, that stuff didn't allow the microbiological breakdown of some of the anti-nutrients present in the soy. So this may sound kind of contrarian. What? Soy's not good for you. Soy's a health food. Don't they eat soy over in Asia? Yeah, they eat a little bit of fermented soy as a garnish almost, traditionally. And there are some societies now, recently, where they take soy because it's cheap and they'll do, tofu stir fry. But traditionally, it was much smaller amounts, processed differently than it's done now. And there is not a good argument that I can find online that says that you should be consuming soy as an optimal protein source. You might be able to make the argument, I would disagree with it, that you won't die sooner if you eat soy. But I don't know anyone from the anti-aging community or from the weightlifting community who will tell you that you are going to feel best or live longest if you eat soy. And the bulletproof concept here, living the bulletproof life, is you want to do the things that free your body to reach its full potential and free you to reach your full potential. Soy protein isn't going to cut it. You can do better. And if you can do better for about the same cost and about the same convenience, you owe it to yourself. Spend an extra 25 cents on good quality protein now so you don't have to spend $2 later at the cardiologist. An investment in your health now lasts. It gives you more years, and it also means that you're going to spend less on healthcare. Food quality is a healthcare expense.
Yeah, we have a couple of specific questions about nuts and legumes. Mm-hmm. Pumpkin seeds, where would they fall?
I don't have pumpkin seeds on here, but I believe I do have them on the new Bulletproof Diet infographic. If I don't, Bulletproof team who's listening, we will put them on there. Cool. I love that. Isn't that cool?
On the same subject, Ron is asking about flax seeds. Where do they fall? Do they contain mold?
By the way, pumpkin seeds are pretty good. There's effects on prostate health. If you were to eat tons and tons and tons of them, you'd probably get too many of the omega-6 fatty acids. But flax seeds, surprisingly enough, for most people, I don't recommend them. In Ayurvedic medicine, flax seeds are considered a drying oil, And this was another problem that Dr. Lana, my wife, had when I first met her. She was also eating a lot of flax seeds. That oil goes rancid in air or light almost instantly. So if you're going to do them, you need to store them in the freezer, grind them right away, and then eat them without cooking them. But you see recipes for like baked flax muffins. Flax oil should never see heat, ever. It is really unhealthy to eat oxidized omega-6 fats. So you got to watch out for using those things. I would say if you're going to use flax oil, use them that way, store them extremely carefully, and don't eat too many of them. There are lignans in flax, which are particularly good for you, but the rest of the flaxseed oil is an unstable oil. When you eat unstable oils, you need to excrete it or you use it. And when you eat unstable oils, it makes less stable cell membranes, and it tends to cause inflammation in the body. That said, I know a few women who do dramatically better when they include a little bit of flaxseed oil, a little bit in their diet. This is one of those N=1 things. The general principle is eat as little omega-6 oil as you can get away with. These are seed oils and things like that. We'll talk some more about that over the next couple of days. But if you are consuming a lot of flaxseed oil for your health, or you think it's a replacement for fish oil, or better yet, krill oil, you are sadly mistaken. Biochemically, we do not in our bodies convert flaxseed oil into EPA and DHA at an efficient ratio. We do it at a ratio of 45:1. 1 gram of fish oil, 45 grams of flax oil.
I hope you don't mind if I ask you some of the terms that people might not be as familiar with. Lignans.
Lignans are, I actually don't know if they're a protein. What are they? Anyhow, lignans are a component of flax seeds. When you process flax enough, it takes about 45 pounds of flax to get about a half a pound of lignans out of it, and those are the things that are associated with better things like better prostate cancer outcomes and things like that. So it's a healthy substance in flax seeds. So I don't want to say flax is evil. It's not. It just has a lot of this oil that's not particularly good for you, and it makes eating them problematic, but I'm acknowledging there's good stuff in flax, and maybe if you have a specific problem, you should deal with the extra oils just to get the good stuff in the flax, but not usually.
Thank you. And a question in the audience.
You touched on the omega-6 a little bit, and this is a question about the course. Are we going to get into the whole omega-3 versus 6? Is that something we're going to get into later? Because I know it's been a big topic of yours before.
Yep. We will talk about omega-3 and omega-6 ratios absolutely when we get to the oils and fats thing. And I'm watching the clock here. I think we should go on to the next slide. Let's talk about cooking. When we talk about cooking, raw and not cooked is relatively bulletproof, except, especially on the new bulletproof diet, I've gone to great lengths to say, these are the vegetables you should cook. These are the ones you shouldn't cook. There's a great post on bulletproofexec.com talking about a raw kale smoothie versus a cooked kale smoothie and the differences between the two. And bottom line is kale has some pretty gnarly stuff in it that can be hard on your body if you don't bind it before you eat it. So it's become like trendy, almost like I exercise every day, I floss, and I eat my kale. I'm good. I love myself. But it turns out you ought to cook that kale because kale has oxalic acid in it, and there's a problem that happens when you have free oxalic acid in the body. It binds to free calcium and makes little crystals in different parts of the body. One part in particular to be concerned about for women is that it can lead to a condition related to painful sex. And in everyone, you can have different joint pain, you can have skin pain. This comes from high levels of free oxalic acid in the body. If you cook your kale and dump the water and eat the right kind of kale, it gets better. So cooking raw and not cooked when you can, when it's a safe food to do that, it's a good choice, but not always. When you steam things, you're usually protecting the nutrients in them more so than boiling or, say, microwaving, where really microwaves have been shown to remove nutrients. There are less nutrients in food when it's microwaved. There's some controversy about that. Some people say that's a bunch of anti-science hippie nonsense. Sorry, I wish that was the case. I would love to nuke everything. I did the research. The research is, that's the way it is. There's lots of references on the site. And if you can't find them, they're in my reference database, and I'll put them on the site. When you bake stuff, you don't want to brown and char the stuff. What you want to be able to do is you want to be able to cook it gently until it's done cooking. Boiling or poaching works, not charring on a grill. And the things that taste best, like broiling, like high temperature broiling till it's nice and crusty all over the outside, barbecuing and blackening and sort of burning the outside of foods tastes great, but it does cause extra inflammation. So I'm looking at our clock. I don't think we have time to go through all of our toxin sources right now if we're going to have time for ABLE in 20 minutes. And we've got a tech demo coming up. I'm going to go a little fast on these slides. So if this is too fast, we'll find a way to fit this content in another time.
Thank you.
Toxins in the bathroom. Antibacterial soaps are a huge source of toxins. And we're not talking about food here. We're talking about stuff in your environment. Remember that exposome, things that change you? This common antibacterial thing that's in a lot of the soap you get is linked to thyroid and testosterone problems. You don't need antibacterial soap in your bathroom. Buy the non-antibacterial soap. It didn't cost any different. It just happened to be better for you. It was a small decision, but it's a small decision that over time could have big consequences. There's no reason to take a suboptimal course here. Endocrine disrupting fragrances. If it says fragrance on the label, just don't buy it, because those things have effects, and a lot of the ingredients in fragrances have never been tested for safety on humans. They're not even required to be labeled. We don't even know what's in some of the fragrances, because the perfume industry got that law passed 80 years ago or something. Tap water has either chloramine or chlorine and fluoride in it. Fluoride is a prescription anti-thyroid substance, and there is a great argument that putting fluoride in public water isn't going to help your teeth. This is an ongoing debate about it. Since the 1950s, the aluminum industry has been putting fluoride, which is a waste product from aluminum smelting, into water. I would argue as a way to dispose of it, under the argument that it binds to the outside of your teeth. The problem is that when it goes into your body, it does bad things to your body as well. So you don't want to expose yourself to that. In my book on infant intelligence and what to do during pregnancy, there are links with fluoride and lower IQ. Shampoo has phthalates in it, which mimics estrogen. Your body does a hard enough job keeping its estrogen and testosterone and progesterone in place. Don't add stuff you don't have to add. You can buy shampoo that doesn't have that in it. Same thing with cosmetic ingredients and aluminum. When you go to your kitchen, I'm not going to read all these chemical names to you, but there are things in cleaning products that are seriously bad for you to breathe, and you don't necessarily want on your counters and on your skin. At a minimum, wear gloves if you're going to use this stuff. And here's a hint. That clean, fresh smell is artificial endocrine disrupting fragrance if you're using what most people use. Cleaning products shouldn't smell like anything but chemicals. If they're putting something in there that does things to your brain, which is what scents do, for no good reason, then take it out. Buy unscented cleaning products for sure, and try and get ones that don't contain ingredients like this, because they copy your estrogens, they increase stress on the body. And toxins and leftovers, what? When you let food sit overnight, it forms more histamine, and you'd be surprised how often leftovers weren't stored according to the very rigid FDA requirements for food safety that restaurants go through. So I cannot tell you the number of times my executive performance coaching clients, I had leftovers and I felt like a zombie. So if you're used to being a peak performer, I'll tell you flat out, there's a much higher than normal chance that your leftovers are not helping you perform at a peak level. I'm not saying never eat leftovers. I eat leftovers sometimes, but if they're 2 days old, toss them. If they're 1 day old and you put them in the fridge quickly, they might be okay. But you will see a rapid decline in how you feel after you eat them compared to what you'd think. And if you eat them every day, for instance at one of those deli counters, then you won't feel a difference because you feel that way all the time. BPA. There are so many studies on BPA. In fact, I spent the weekend recently with a guy named Pete Myers out of Carnegie Mellon, a professor there who did most of the research not most of the research, but most of the analysis of the research pulling together BPA for the Environmental Working Group. And we still have 15 more minutes, good. Microwaves, we talked about that, cookware. Toxins in the bedroom, what your clothes are made out of matters. Flame retardants in mattresses are an absolute chemical industry crime. They lobbied hard to make sure that there's several pounds of flame retardant in your mattress, even though burning mattresses don't really kill very many people at all, because no one smokes in bed anymore because not that many people smoke. And even if they do, burning mattresses don't typically get them. So for a very small percentage of the market, these guys guaranteed a ginormous market. You can buy a chemical-free mattress. You spend a third of your life on your mattress. Invest in a chemical-free mattress. If your mattress has been soaked repeatedly, there is a clear correlation, especially among kids, of water-damaged mattresses and sudden infant death syndrome. If you're in a room where one of those mercury, those nasty, cheap, bad for the planet, bad for you, curly, compact fluorescent bulbs breaks, run away and don't breathe. I'm not joking about run. I mean, get out of there, because there is mercury gas in that thing, and you do not want to increase the levels of mercury in your body substantially. At least let the air clear out before you clean it up. Better yet, have someone you don't like clean it up. Or just don't use them. There is no place in your home for compact fluorescent lights. Buy an LED, it's more energy efficient. The rules state that if you break one of those lights in your house, you need to have a toxic cleanup EPA team come in and do it. But people don't do that. As a matter of fact, there's a case where parents didn't know this. Their very young child had a bulb break in his room. They cleaned it up, put it in the trash can in his room, and the next morning he had behavioral differences, and the child ended up changing his neurological makeup to be more like an autistic child. So I don't have the date on that on the top of mind, but it's a pretty interesting case report in a medical journal about that, where they think this could have been a contributing factor. I'm not saying mercury causes autism. It's one of the things that causes neuroinflammation, which is related to autism. And allergens in bedding are a problem, and bed air quality. You don't have to be fearful of the environment around you. All I'm saying is you can make choices for any of these factors to improve the health of the environment. Make the choice that was within your economic and convenience thresholds. If you needed a mattress and you only had $6 to spend on a mattress, then sleep on a mattress wherever you can get it. You don't have a choice there. But if you have a choice, make the right choice. And some of these choices don't cost you a nickel more. They're no more or less convenient. They're just better choices. When you make a better choice, you're also going to hack the environment around you, because the people who make products are going to listen to what you buy. They're going to see what you buy, and they'll start making more stuff with less toxins in it. When they do that, we'll have less things like birds dying, fish dying. Like, we can actually change the makeup of our planet by making more intelligent choices that make our own health better. I'm a big fan of that. There's toxins outside like pesticides, air pollution. These are pretty well known. If there's cats pooping in your kid's sandbox, there's more risk there than you'd think, believe it or not. And if you have a litter box inside, there are risks there, especially for pregnant women. You could just get a dog. And sorry, cat people. There's also lots of other things that grow in houses you don't necessarily want. Let's talk about toxin binding agents, and we're still doing okay on time. If you want to try this one, you can go to the Upgraded Self store. There's a discount code, Creative Live. You can get a discount on it. And this is upgraded coconut charcoal. Who should take it? Pretty much most people ought to take a charcoal capsule to help attract toxins from the gut, even the bacteria in the gut, as well as the rest of the body. Charcoal binds to a lot of toxins in the environment. We just launched this because most of the time charcoal is taken only as a digestive remedy. This is a larger bottle designed for you to use on a regular basis to help you bind toxins that you would never have been exposed to had you been a cave person. Activated charcoal comes from coconut shells. At least my charcoal comes from coconut shells. Not all of it's from a clean source like that. And it is, you light it on fire and you wait until it's almost done burning and you cut the air. And it creates a special form of carbon that is highly negatively charged. It attracts positively charged toxins to it, and then it allows you to excrete them. It's even used, say, if you were accidentally ingested some poison, you would take activated charcoal in an emergency room in order to bind whatever was in your stomach. And take it when you're going to eat junk food. You're going to go out and eat Chuck E. Cheese. It really affects mental clarity when you take activated charcoal with food that's probably dirty. If you have brain fog, and don't take it with any medications or drugs, this will stop your medications from going into your body. If it's a real quick question, I'll take it. Okay.
Will it attract anything positive, like good nutrients and stuff?
There are open questions about it. It tends to like proteins. So I wouldn't mix a high-end whey protein or collagen protein like the stuff I use with charcoal at the same time. It doesn't tend to attract fats or sugars. So you're reasonably okay on those things. And I've seen a few reports that for high-end, like coconut-based charcoal like this, that it doesn't attract nutrients, but I haven't seen like the hard science behind it. I can tell you we don't know. I absolutely know that I feel and perform much better when I take it with poor quality food than if I don't. But if I'm eating at home where I have high quality food, I don't take charcoal with food. I take it on an empty stomach. If I start feeling any bit of brain fog, I take it, and even in kids, it's shocking. My kids are pretty even keeled. They're 6, and my son just turned 4. And it's kind of amazing. They're doing great, then they eat something at a friend's house that wasn't that particularly bulletproof, and their behavior changes. They get like much more, I want to fight with each other, and they just start, misbehaving. When that happens and it's really out of character, within 15 minutes after they get a little bit of charcoal, we just mix it in water and they drink it, they return back to their normal selves. It's because kids are much more sensitive to the effect of these things than we are. And why it works, I mentioned it binds toxins. And for typical adults, 1 to 4 grams works. It can cause constipation if it's very fast. Otherwise, we have to talk later.
Well, I was going to say I've given charcoal half a dozen times to people that have overdosed or accidental ingestions. Great stuff.
Oh, because you're a fireman.
Yeah. Given back to the toxin thing for antibacterial soap for someone else in the healthcare profession, we're kind of around a lot of sickness. Is there any alternative to still cleaning our hands that's not antibacterial?
Well, the antibacterial stuff doesn't work very well because we've made bacteria basically resistant to it. The hands gel, which has alcohol in it, alcohol is far more antibacterial than triclosan anyway. So alcohol, betadine, iodine, what's that red soap, calcium, I forgot its name.
The stuff that you use to scrub in for surgery.
The surgical scrub stuff. I mean, if you really need antibacterial activity, but you don't oftentimes need that. Your skin's covered in bacteria even after you wash with triclosan soap. It doesn't move the needle for you in a meaningful way. Calcium D-glucarate is another supplement that I'm a huge fan of. Calcium D-glucarate increases the rate at which your liver can eliminate toxins. Upgraded glutathione force, which I don't know if we even have it up here on the shelf. This is a brand new product out here, and we'll get it out to show you. Glutathione is the master antioxidant in your cells and the main detoxifying thing in your liver. When you drink, your glutathione levels fall until your body can build more glutathione. So you must have this stuff. It really, really improves mental clarity because when your body's running clean, you think better. And you take it on an empty stomach. As a matter of fact, this is the ingredient that you guys took that made you feel clear and clean, even though you're sick, you're dealing with getting better, but you noticed an effect when you tried it for the first time without even knowing how to pronounce it.
I did not know how to pronounce it, and I do. I feel better. Like I said, I had a cold, you have a cold. I took some last night. Like you said, it doesn't taste good, but it's worth it.
Bad.
It's worth it.
Maybe it's the texture that put me off, but I have to be honest, I do feel quite clear right now, and I have been feeling pretty terrible before.
I have a friend who spent 20 years studying shamanism, and he actually does an IV of glutathione once a week because it improves his meditation practice. Your brain loves glutathione, and when I'm doing brain training stuff, I absolutely take extra glutathione force because of what it does.
I wasn't sure if it was the bulletproof coffee or the glutathione or the combo of both.
The stuff's synergistic. Like, if you're not feeling good, you need to hit it hard. Oh, here we go. This is what it looks like. I've worked for years with glutathione, and this is the 3rd generation one that absorbs about 5 times better than any previous glutathione in history. Most glutathione, if you buy pills, they just get digested. You don't get any benefit. It has to be wrapped in something that'll escort it into the bloodstream. And this stuff uses a pharmaceutical delivery technique. So you just squirt a little bit out of a syringe onto a spoon. It's pretty amazing stuff. I don't mess around. If there's a way to make this one better, it'll be better next generation, but this is extremely effective. Also, you can get a code for it. And, of course, chocolate and coffee for detox. When you start to get something that's toxic, you want coffee after your dinner. You want sugar. Your liver likes Your brain likes the caffeine, and your liver likes sugar and fat to oxidize toxins. So that's a sign that you've been exposed to something. And there's nothing wrong with using chocolate or coffee to make your brain feel better when toxins have made you feel not so good. And of course, the same thing. And there, I'm looking at time. We have 5 more minutes before Abel comes on. I think we're doing all right. Spirulina, I'm going to skip this one. You guys can Google that. Chlorella, same sort of thing. Chlorella is a toxin-binding agent, particularly useful if you're going to eat fish because it binds mercury. And probiotics are another thing. Probiotics are bacteria that live in your stomach. They actually work to detoxify some foods for you. It's important that you take good ones. I recommend soil-based organisms. Garden of Life makes some good ones. Don't take them with food because they get killed by the stomach acid. Primal Defense from Garden of Life is a nice blend of these things. And if you don't take a probiotic on any diet right now, I think you're totally missing out. And if you go and you buy a really cheap probiotic, you may be moving your health in the wrong direction. I wrote recently about how some bacteria take protein in your food and turn it into things that increase your cardiac risk or increase your allergies. So you can actually have little chemical factories in your gut. Make sure the chemical factories, the bacteria in your gut, are making the chemicals you want, not the ones you don't want. Now, there's some tech I want to talk about. Far-infrared saunas are too big to have here in the studio. These really help you detox. We also have medical lasers. This is something I've been using for biohacking for a while. This is about a $4,000 laser, and it has multiple effects, but don't worry, it doesn't hurt your eyes. It's a defocused laser. It actually helps your eyes. You can put this over a lymph node, and it'll actually increase cellular activity. It causes the basic, the capillaries to expand, so you get more oxygen flowing through, and you get more ATP created. Is anyone here a little tired, a little nauseous from not enough bulletproof coffee, headaches, just whatever? Let's try this. What is it? Just come on up. We'll have you use the laser real quick.
I just had a bit of a headache.
Bit of a headache? So just hold this thing on your forehead for a little while. It's not going to hurt you. Just do it like that. You can hold it. And do it for a minute. Just kind of show the cameras. It's a simple thing. It doesn't hurt. It's not cutting. It's not heating. And you can sit down. It takes 3 minutes to run this. And we'll ask you how you feel. And it's okay to say, I didn't feel anything. Some people don't. But quite often you feel a difference, particularly if people are having nausea. When nerves are exposed to this kind of laser frequency, especially the infrared range, they become less inflamed. So you literally can make the nerve less inflamed, particularly for TMJ, which is where this was pioneered for. You can take this nerve here and you can relax the jaw. It's pretty amazing. This helped me to get past whiplash very quickly. Now we also have the Bulletproof Vibe. Where is that thing? It's right here. I need another volunteer. Someone who's never been on a whole body vibration platform. Hop on. Lymphatic circulation really helps you detox. Ready? Ready. Whoa. Wow. Stand there. I don't know if the cameras, if it's too much. No, it's good. You can stop it.
Just head to toe, just hear my voice. I'm vibrating my vocal cords. It's wild. But yeah, everyone's been hearing about these the last couple of years, you know. Usually it's the really, really, really expensive ones that are like 15 grand, but Dave's is 1,500. But I know from a little bit from what Dave has said that they can increase lymphatic drainage in your body, and that's something that even me, I think I'm relatively healthy, but even me, sometimes I'll have some swelling in my ankles for no apparent reason. But yeah.
And how are we feeling there in the front row?
Feeling all right. Yeah. The headache is, I get these spark headaches, so the sparks haven't come back.
And I'm curious as to how long you're going to stand on.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Okay.
15 minutes. All right. What are people chatting about here in the chat room?
We've had a lot of really interesting comments. One that we'll ask Dave from when he recovers in just a second is a lot of people have been asking about the California Proposition 65 warning about toxins, etc. So we'll come to that later on. But people seem to be really engaged. They've been asking particularly about the legumes, the nuts, etc. They've been asking about different types of legumes, sweet potatoes versus yams, are they all equal, things like that. Okay. But about the Proposition 65, and people are saying it does appear on your coffee brands, and they're saying they see it's something that they see in Starbucks, they see it all over the place. Is it something they should be concerned about, or is it something you're just mandated to have?
It's a mandate. There are some aggressive law firms right now. They're going out and suing anyone who doesn't have Prop 65.
Trouble hearing us all talk, so thank you.
So they're having a hard time with getting sued by people. So if you live in California, I put a warning on my coffee because coffee's always had acrylamide in it. Mine is a medium roast to minimize the formation of it, but it's still there. So the coffee companies that don't have that get sued. So you'll see a lot of those warnings on a lot of products. Almost every building in California has warning, this building causes cancer. I hope they fix the legislation because right now it's not helping people know where there are toxins because there might be toxins everywhere. You might as well slap the warning up to keep from getting sued. Having some sort of a weird allergy thing, so that was weird.
So that was interesting that it's California based. I saw it in Starbucks and was very curious about that.
I lost my clicker to advance. That's sort of very cool. So, yeah, it's a definite thing that we can fix, and it's all a California thing. And finally, the other technology, you're going to actually get a live demo from a physician this afternoon, is called SomaPulse. It's a pulsed electromagnetic field that increases a lot of cellular respiration. You're also going to get a 40% discount code that I negotiated for people who are watching this because I think it's a really fundamental home technology. That said, before lunch, Abel's going to come up, and I'm going to ask Abel to take it away, and I'll join Abel on stage in just a minute. All right, Abel.
All right.
Come on in.
Thank you so much. You know, Dave is like future man, and I figure if you're going to look weird, you might as well just own it completely and really rock it out. So this is kind of the retro look we got going on.
It looks good, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that you're going to see, like in the movies, 20 years from now, everyone wears these glasses. What do you think?
Yeah, and you look totally awesome, right? I think they'll probably update some of the looks as time goes on and they gain popularity, but for right now, you might have to deal with this.
Exactly. So, Abel, you know, we've been friends for a while. We first met a couple years ago at the PaleoFX conference, and Abel's definitely a biohacker. And your background's kind of cool because you've studied neurology and music, and you've also lost a significant amount of weight. So we've walked in some pretty similar paths, which is why I invited you on the show. Also, Abel's podcast, Fat Burning Man, but it's actually Fat Burn Man is your Twitter handle, is well worth listening to. So we travel in the same circles, talk with a lot of the same people, and practice some pretty similar things, but Abel's got a different spin on things. So Abel, I'm going to ask you to talk for a couple minutes about toxins, and I'll be right back.
Sure. I just want to start by saying one of the coolest things about Dave and the way that he works is that basically it goes out and explores all of the different technologies and the new research about what works for the human body, what doesn't work for the human body. And the kind of like ancestral paleo approach is going way back to your roots, going back tens of thousands of years, and even more than that in some cases. And what we find when we go back that far, and when we look at what Dave is into, all the new gizmos and technologies and things like that, oftentimes we arrive at almost exactly the same conclusions. So basically what we start with is a framework that's based upon living the way that a human should live. And once we kind of explore that with new technologies, we find that the things that actually work best for us in our bodies are the things that we've been doing for a very, very long time, according to what feels best as a human, what would exist in our natural environment. as well as what is built in automatically to a lot of the ancient traditions when it comes to food preparation, the types of foods we would have been eating, which could be completely different across the world. And that's one of the things that's problematic with a paleo diet, is it basically, it doesn't give you a prescription for the exact foods that you should eat. What it gives you is a framework that you can work with and basically plug things in that work with your own individual body. So in terms of toxins, one of the things that is extraordinarily useful in terms of health is getting a wide variety of foods. Basically, the philosophy behind nurturing your body, nourishing your body, is such that you want to maximize the nutrient density of your foods while minimizing the amount of toxins that you're exposed to with the foods and in your environment.
All right, I got to ask you a question, Abel.
Go for it.
I'm back, by the way. I got some water.
All right.
So, if you maximize the variety of foods you eat, are you also maximizing the variety of toxins you're exposed to?
You are.
All right.
But if you eat the same foods every day, you're also maximizing the amount of toxins that you're exposed to. So that the fact remains, if you live in the world today, if you breathe the air, if you drive a car, if you live in a house, you are exposed to toxins. The average American, I read, is carrying in their body, you right now sitting out there, me, myself, Dave, even probably maybe a little less for you, carries over 700 synthetic chemicals in their body right now. And I don't say this to scare you or shock you into inactivity, but the fact remains that the world is imperfect and we can do better. I think that some of the worst advice you could follow is eat the same thing every day, you'll lean down and that sort of thing. What you want to do is recognize that you're exposed to toxins, eat seasonally, eat according to the spectrum. I think the way that you do it with the bulletproof diet is brilliant, because you have this spectrum of foods. It's not saying, everything that comes from nature is great, everything that comes from man is not great. You have this spectrum, because there are a lot of things that you can plug into the ancestral template that work a heck of a lot better than a lot of even natural foods, like MCTs are a perfect example of that. So if you eat the way that a human should, seasonally, a wide variety of foods that are bulletproof.
So I haven't talked about eating seasonally yet, and for people listening, I'm not sure that some people even know what eating seasonally means.
Right.
So go into that in a little bit of detail.
Cool. So you can get a watermelon year-round, and we kind of expect that. Apples year-round. You can get butter and dairy year-round. But the thing is, all of these foods are seasonal, and even more than that, the amount of nutrition that you get from these foods highly depends on the freshness of them. And for butter, for example, you want butter that come from cows during the season while they're eating the healthiest grass, the most grass. You want it to contain large amounts of nutrients, antioxidants, CLA, things like that. So the way that you do that is either by eating seasonally, by getting foods at your farmer's market and that sort of thing, or you stock up on foods while they're in season and then you store them correctly, like butter.
It's funny you mentioned butter like that. I try to avoid butter from cows like under major flight paths for airplanes, because fat accumulates toxins better than anything else. So clean fats are the hardest to find and the most important. And I buy spring and summer butter, which is the most dark yellow, because that's when the animals are eating the most grass. And you can buy it. It's the same cost as it is in winter when they're eating more hay, if you're lucky, or more corn and soy if it's typical butter.
Or
so
GMOs.
GMOs, even worse. So you buy, literally, you can buy 100 pounds of butter. It'll keep for amazing amounts of time in the freezer. So I put it in the freezer next to the half a cow, and I have all the butter I ever wanted. And it's butter with less toxins in it and more nutrients. And more nutrients helps you take the toxins out, right?
Exactly. So one of the hypotheses that I subscribe to is that one of the major inputs into the obesity epidemic is malnourishment, and toxins play an epic role in that. Basically, what toxins do, you can either burn fat and stay lean or lose weight, or you can detoxify. And you're kind of in these two modes. And so if your liver is always overloaded with all this junk, and you're dealing with all these toxins, then you're not prioritizing burning fat. Because on the priority of what your body wants to do, it wants to keep you alive first. And it doesn't matter if you're rail thin and if you have a six-pack if you're dead. So the first thing your body's going to do, the first thing your liver's going to do, is try to get rid of all the things that are not bulletproof in your body, all these toxins. In fact, if you eat too much of certain nutrients, then that can also act as a toxin. So surprising things that are toxic can be water if ingested too quickly, salt. So even things that are exceedingly good for you kind of go on this dose-response curve. You know, you want to make sure that you're hitting that sweet spot where you're nourishing your body, getting all of the nutrients that you need, but not too much, because if you get too much, then all of a sudden you have more toxins in your body.
It's a kind of a scary thing. Oh no, there's toxins. There's always been toxins. The first time there was a fire in a cave, everyone breathed the smoke. Right? Our bodies are designed to excrete toxins, and we have this problem now where we've messed with our food composition, where excess protein is toxic, the wrong fats are toxic, and even something like fructose, which was really not in our diet very much. Fructose is fruit sugar. Is it a toxin? It's a good question. There's arguments about it. I'd say it's probably not a toxin any more so than water, but high doses of fructose do very bad things to your liver and very bad things to the lining of your arteries. So even the definition of a toxin is a little bit watery there. What do you think about that?
It's a little squishy, but I think a good way to think about it is anything that is in a certain amount that damages your body or interrupts the normal functioning of your body, or the normal optimal functioning of your body. I shouldn't say normal, because normal in America is pathetic right now. We can do better.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, does wheat eliminate the normal functioning of the human body? Not normal by most people's standards, but we do know that societies, when they add wheat to their diet, they get a foot shorter within a few generations. That seems less optimal. Not that there's anything wrong with you short people out there. But in all seriousness, like, you can see skeletal changes and even changes in teeth that come from this. So if your perspective on life is a little bit less compromising, like, I want to do things that are optimal, I don't want to do things that are good enough, then paying attention to toxins matters. And for losing weight, it's particularly important, because, I mean, you focus on weight loss, certainly I've lost 100 pounds. We've seen assays of people's body fat and the amount of persistent pesticides and heavy metals in the fat in a lot of people. It's the reason the fat's there. Your body makes the relatively intelligent decision. Let's see, I have this hunk of pesticide and mercury. What should I do with it? Should I put it in the brain? I guess not. Have some fat. We'll store it in the fat. Right? And this is why on the Bulletproof Rapid Fat Loss Protocol, which isn't even in the official Bulletproof Diet, it's on the blog, I tell people, like, don't do this. Some people just need to anyway. And if you're going to do this, you must take a ton of toxin-binding agents. If you don't do that, you can get really sick. Because if you lose 100 pounds, like a pound a day is what people are losing when they follow the Bulletproof Intermittent Fasting stuff with a few tweaks. When you do that, all of those toxins that are in the fat around your gut, they're going to go into your brain if your liver can't handle it. So you want to get them out in the gut.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with, like, rapid fat loss in the people who listen to your blog or the people that you coach, what do you do about toxins, Abel?
You know, I think if you're talking about what happens when you're rapidly losing fat, people feel great because they're rapidly losing fat, but at the same time they feel horrible because all of a sudden all of these toxins are circulating. So activated charcoal is great for that.
Cool.
It's a little bit, I think you covered the pros and cons of it. Obviously it can prevent some things from being absorbed that may or may not be good, but more importantly, when you're losing that much fat, and if you're carrying that much fat over a long period of time, there's a good chance that you're carrying a heck of a lot of toxins. And another point about that is, like, one of the, I think, best ways to illustrate how out of touch we are, MSG, you talked about this before, how do you induce obesity in a lab? What they do is, like, rats and mice and other animals aren't naturally obese. You have to make them obese, and so they have it down to a science, because in order to deal with obesity, you need to start with obese mice or rats. And so they take these normal rats and mice, and then they inject them with MSG. And I should say that MSG is in the vast majority of processed foods and a lot of restaurant foods, and it's very difficult to ignore unless you really pay attention to it. And so once they introduce this into the body of the rodent, it's been shown to increase appetite by as much as 40%, and the rodents rapidly grow fat. That's how you induce obesity. So getting rid of this stuff is exceedingly important if you want to lose fat.
It's funny. I saw a study a while back that said putting MSG in restaurant foods increased store receipts by 30% because people buy more drinks than they buy dessert when they've had MSG. So it's funny, those numbers almost line up.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah.
So Abel, let's talk about lymphatic circulation.
Yeah.
Because the Bulletproof vibe here is something that I use, and let's talk. I mean, you're familiar with lymph and all that,
Sure.
obviously. So would you share with people what lymph is and why making it circulate is important, and some of the ways you can do it, like say maybe moving?
Yeah. So you already kind of covered off on some of the cool tech, but there are low tech ways to do it too. If you're moving, you're doing better than if you're sitting and you're not moving. Exercise has been shown to detoxify immensely.
Do you mean moving or exercise?
Moving, exercise, training, these are all different ways of explaining that you should get off your butt and do something. If you're 450 pounds, it doesn't make sense to do a burpee, but it does make sense to move as much as you can. The longer that you stagnate, the more toxins can build up in your lymphatic system. One thing that can basically help you drain out and excrete a lot of these toxins is deep tissue massage, exercise. Some more low-tech things that you can do are eating green, fibrous veggies, chlorella, spirulina, like you talked about before. And then some of the tech that you showed before in terms of like the lymphatic system, that stuff works like gangbusters.
It's interesting that like your lymph is, it's kind of like the sewage system of your body. So you have this nice heart, it's a centralized pump, and you have little things that in your arteries and veins that help to move blood through the body. But the lymph doesn't have that. So all of the stuff that builds up, you need to be able to get it out of there. And in order to get it out of there, you have to move. And I'm a fan of movement for sure, and moving doesn't mean you're exercising, but the fastest way that I know of to get lymphatic circulation and get all these benefits is the Bulletproof Vibe. So I use that whenever I'm home. I stand on that thing for 15 minutes a day. Sometimes I'm on the phone, my voice sounds a little weird. Or you can like watch TV or something, because causing your muscles to tighten and release 30 times a second just moves things in the body faster than any other way I've been able to find.
Right.
So I don't usually have 2 hours to go out for a long walk and whatever else, so I'm going to get it done.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on toxins? We've got about like maybe one more little exchange here before we run out of time, and maybe have a question. Do we have time for a question? Okay, let's finish our next point here and then go on to a question.
Cool. So one more thing about toxins, you don't necessarily have to freak out about them, but you should be very conscious that they exist. And if this is new to you, if you haven't really thought about this sort of thing before, know right now that you can feel better. You can achieve more. You can basically get rid of that brain fog that just out of necessity comes and goes throughout the day. That's not normal. That's not how you're meant to perform. That's not how you're meant to feel. So when you start to experiment with this stuff and make sure that you're using natural cleaning products instead of all the chemicals, when you're taking the toxins out of your food, when you're paying attention to it, and when you go to a restaurant, making sure that you're not eating tons of barbecued food that's been scorched and the toxins that come with that. As soon as you start doing that, all of a sudden you start feeling a heck of a lot better. So just know right now that it's not just us kind of like yapping at you. It's like you can feel a heck of a lot better, and you can do it in just a few days if you start paying attention to this stuff.
So Abel, I have a question for you. I know everyone listening wants to know. You have a top-ranked podcast. In fact, you're usually like a point or two above mine. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell us the name of your podcast, because I didn't introduce you very well with that, and the name of your blog so people can find your work.
Sure. So the name of my podcast is Fat Burning Man. You can find that on iTunes, also on YouTube, and a few other places. My blog is the same name. It's fatburningman.com, and that's the best place to find me as it relates to fat loss type stuff, as well as biohacking and that sort of thing.
Thank you for coming in to talk about toxins. I think, do we have time for a question, or what do you want to do?
Yes, I think we are going to take some questions. We'll start with the audience. But before that, I also want to point out, Abel, and say thank you for teaching the past 2 days here on Creative Live in your fat burning class, and that is actually part of, we'll talk about it in a minute, but part of this Get Fit bundle of the week. So if you liked what you just heard from Abel, you can get a full 2 days as well. So let's take a couple questions if we have any in the studio. Mark?
This is for both you guys. And I've heard both you guys talk about this, and there's still not a clear answer, and probably never will be. But do we have a better idea yet of the frequency of when we should be working out? Like how many times a week, the sessions? I know I've heard Dave, he had a podcast with the founder of Body by Science, 12 minutes a week. You know, since I've been doing the Bulletproof diet, I've worked out way less. I've lost 25 pounds. So I'm kind of starting to really...
too.
What's that?
That was my experience too.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like, all right, I have more time to do everything, but I still want to work out. But how much should I work out?
What's your take on this?
It really depends on your goals, and that sounds like a cop-out, but, I mean, I've gone on both ends of the spectrum. I've run 4 hours a day. I've done marathon training and just for no reason run more than 30 miles at a time for a long period of time. I've also basically hacked my own body, treated myself like a guinea pig. And I've witnessed how little exercise you can get away with, just a few minutes a week, and maintain, basically the same body that I have right now. Something that I do, I exercise for the way that I feel more than the way that I look. So what a lot of people do is, they'll get into CrossFit or some sort of, advanced type super intense training, which can be cool, and you might get shredded, but you also might get a spare tire. If you do it wrong, you're not sleeping, and you won't feel super productive if you're expending that much energy and building up that much stress. So it really depends on your goals. If you want to be shredded, you don't have to work out all the time. I just kind of want to put that out there.
Yeah. If you don't sleep, don't exercise. That's really, really important. So one of the reasons that I cut my exercise as much as I did is I was starting the Bulletproof blog and growing it, and I was working as a full-time vice president at another company, and I have 2 young kids. My sleep was 5 hours, sometimes it was only 2 hours a night. And I tried, I'll try a little bit of some heavy lifting. Like, God, that just cost me 3 hours, my 15 minutes of heavy lifting, because I needed 3 more hours of sleep for the 2 next nights. I didn't have 6 hours to waste. So I figured out how little I could get away with. I'm not saying that's optimal, but the McGuff things are the minimum amount of exercise required in order to maintain a healthy, strong physique. And that said, it depends on your goal. I'm not a bodybuilder. I don't want to look good naked. That's not where I'm willing to spend an extra 5 hours a week. I'm married. I have kids. What do I need to look good naked for? but in all seriousness, your goals really do vary.
Yeah.
So if your goal is to live a very long time, you probably don't want to be like uber muscular either, because there's pretty good evidence. A lot of those guys, were out there like, I'm at 1% body fat and, kind of doing that sort of thing, they get heart attacks in their 50s.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily how to live a long time, but it does look cool if you're into that.
Yeah, and the thing is, in order to maintain a body like this, which is lean and has muscle on it and that sort of thing, you can get away with so little, it's incredible. But if you want to get unnaturally lean, if you want to stay at like 3 to 6% body fat as a man or something like that, it's unnatural. You're down-regulating all sorts of things. And as soon as you stop doing those things and starving yourself, you're going to put on more fat than we will, because everything's down-regulated. Another thing that I forgot to bring up that I wanted to make sure we touched on is toxins as they relate to performance. Just a quick tidbit about that. Toxins show up everywhere. I mean, alcohol, we know, is one. I drink dry red wine, scotch, and other things from time to time. And a little bit of them can be fine, and you might not even notice that it's affecting you. You might not feel like you have a hangover. But what I did was, when I was running, I had one of those fancy GPS watches. You can look at the rate of speed and your mile time in real time as you're doing it. And so I wanted to see if wine, which doesn't really get me drunk anymore. I went to Dartmouth, so I experienced a lot of good times, and I'm not a lightweight, I'll just say that. So I tried drinking 2 glasses of wine a few times and saw what happened when I went running the next day. And my per mile time, for the same level of effort, I was just dogging it, and it was 20 seconds slower. That's from 2 glasses of wine. From 1 glass of wine, it was about 10 to 12 seconds slower, but more importantly than that, it was brutal. There are those times when you're exercising, you feel great, and you feel light. Those are the times when you're not carrying and dealing with a lot of toxins. The times that you are, it's slowing you down, and more importantly, it's slowing you down here, just basically sucking all your motivation away.
Well, one of my Sand Hill Road venture capital buddies just went on 6 weeks of no alcohol, which for him was a huge thing, because those guys, I think they live on wine.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm almost ashamed to say how good I feel.
Yeah.
I don't want this to be true, but yeah, the toxins that are there in red wine and beer hurt performance physically and mentally for a couple days after you have them. It's unfortunate, but it's there.
I can definitely attest to that. I actually went off the booze, as we say in England, for quite a long time, and it made me feel so much better. I was so much aware of it. I know we've got so many questions coming in from the internet. I know our audience want to get in with some questions too, but unfortunately we do have to move on right now because we're coming up to a break here. So Dave, what are we going to be learning about in our next section?
In our next section, we're going to start talking about sleep. And sleep is really important because it's how you regenerate. And if you want to be resilient, you want to be high performance, the way you recharge yourself is really important. We're also going to actually have a bedroom in here. So be sure you come back after you have some lunch if you're watching remotely. So we'll have a bed set up. I'm not going to tell you now what's going to happen on the bed.
I'm leaving though, I can tell you that.
Well, I think that's something definitely to look forward to. We are going to take a 45-minute break here. Here in San Francisco, we're going to grab some lunch, but I'm sure around the world you'll just take this opportunity to have a bio break. We've had some great comments. Thank you to everybody in our chat rooms who's joining in today. Rufus G, he's based in London. He says he's interested in living longer in good health. He says his metabolic age is only 47, but his real age is 71. So it's obviously working very well for him. So well done, Rufus. I'd like to see a picture of that, actually. And Michael Caddis is saying, Dave, thanks again for everything you've really put out. He's just started getting super into your content over the last few weeks, and he's dropped more than 10 pounds already.
All right.
So
I love
obviously
hearing
it's working.
that. That's what it's for.
Absolutely. It's working for a lot of our audience.
And I do. I really love hearing these success stories as well, coming through. A lot of people in here who do know a bit about the Bulletproof life. However, a lot of people that are new to it, and even seeing a lot of people who are familiar with it, getting more and more out of it. And that's the really cool thing here about what we're doing here at Creative Live is we welcome everybody here who is able to tune in for part of our live free broadcast. You can also choose to purchase anytime unlimited access to the entire 3 days. I'm not sure how many new words I've heard yet today, but it's definitely a vocabulary. It's like learning a new language. And so it's not something that you can take in all at once. That's why we offer the ability for you to purchase anytime access. The beauty, though, of that as well is that there is so much bonus material that Dave has put together as part of this course. Curriculum guides for every single segment. So there's a sleep guide, there's a toxins guide, there's a coffee guide, and each of those is very, very comprehensive. And again, if you know you're going to purchase this course, go ahead and do that now so that you can download those PDFs that are already up on the course page. So incredible, incredible investment. The course is $149, however, $99 when you buy it today or over lunch. So everybody, thank you. Thank you again to Abel, and thank you, Dave. Much more to come after our 45-minute break. Thank you.
Start with a simple idea. Think more, drink coffee. Stop thinking, stop talking, start doing. How'd you design? Build a design. More coffee. Design something original. Okay, not that original. This original. Now it's time to make something. Do it again and again. That's good. Pick out the suits. Call them the creatives. Call them the photographers. Call them the nerds. Not those nerds. Those nerds. Blow off lunch. Blow off dinner. Blow off weekend. Sleep. Okay, maybe not tonight. More coffee. Build a prototype. Lay it out. Design it. Tweet it. Start over. Build another prototype. Lay it out. Design it. Love it. That's good. Pick out the suits again. Why? Because they lead to compromise. Compromise leads to this. Okay, back to it. More coffee. Give it to multimedia. Give it video. More video. Never too much video. Make it mobile. Give it larger spread. Bigger. No, bigger. Make it free. Uh-oh, the finance guy. You can't do that. Pick out the finance guy. Get it online. Tweak, 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 tweak. Stop. Launch it worldwide. Call the judges. Call the marketing team. Win awards. Get real photographers. No, 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 no. Yes, she's perfect. Create a groundbreaking magazine. It's that easy.
Who do you want to see next in Creative Live? I'm Craig Swanson, and we want to hear from you. Go to creativelive.com/suggest, where we've created a special forum for you to tell us who you would like to see next in this Creative Live classroom. Creative Live is here to help you unleash your creative potential by bringing you the world's best expert in this unique live worldwide creative classroom, and helping you build a sustainable business and lifestyle around your creative endeavors. We're looking for your suggestions for the best instructors in design, business, filmmaking, photography, audio, and software training. Tell us the name of your dream instructor, what you want them to teach, and if they are already teaching, give us a link to their current workshop or classes. This is your classroom, and we are listening to you.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Chase Jarvis, co-founder here at Creative Live, and from September 16th to the 21st, we've got an event of a lifetime coming at you. We're calling it Photo Week.
Creative Live Photo Week is a 6-day, all-access pass inside the high-octane world of photography.
Broadcast you live on Creative Live
September 16th through 21st.
With 3 broadcast channels
And over 30 world-class instructors. Whether you're a working photographer
or a hobbyist,
we have workshops for you.
you will learn technical, creative, and marketing skills
From industry leaders in every category.
non-stop photography for the love of photography.
All on Creative Live.
We're unleashing the creative potential of millions of people worldwide like you by connecting them live with the world's most inspiring experts. That's what Photo Week's all about. I'll see you there.
6 days, 3 channels, over 30 instructors. If that isn't a total shebang!
Your head's gonna explode.
Rock and roll.
Come on down to Crazy Eddie.
It's going to be
Crazy stupid.
awesome. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Alfio Studo, wedding and commercial filmmaker. On September 4th to 6th, I'll be teaching a free course on Creative Live called Visual Storytelling, the Art of Wedding Filmmaking. On day 1, I'll discuss the essentials in building a client base and developing strong relationships with your clients well before the wedding day. I'll go over the essential gear required for wedding cinematography and go in depth with the importance of preparation and pre-planning. On day 2, I'll discuss the specifics of composition, content and lighting as we recreate a wedding scene live in the Creative Live studio. I will show you how to deal with location and lighting limitations as well as talk about client interaction. You'll also learn how to implement shooting techniques that have one purpose, to tell a story. On day 3, I will finish the course with a post-production overview and show you how to continue to tell the story in the editing process and create a finished product that your clients will treasure. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world, live and online. So if you're a wedding photographer or a filmmaker who is interested in learning how to create moving and evocative imagery with video, then join us on September 4th to 6th for Visual Storytelling, the Art of Wedding Filmmaking. Don't miss out. RSVP now, and I hope you can join us.
Hi, I'm Melanie Duncan, and on September 4th, 5th, and 6th, I'm going to be teaching a course called Unlocking the Power of Pinterest, live on Creative Live. I'll see you there. A lot of creative professionals are very good at what they do. What they really struggle with is getting in front of the right audience and the right prospective clients and customers. I'm going to teach you how to use Pinterest to build a massive audience and also to monetize that audience. On day 1, I'm going to teach you how to create captivating content on Pinterest and also show you what's working now. On day 2, I'm going to teach you how to increase your visibility online and show you step-by-step how to build a massive Pinterest following. I'm also going to walk you through how to set up a successful Pinterest contest. Finally, on day 3, I'm going to walk you through how to market your events, sales, and promotions on Pinterest and teach you how to use your page to build a personal brand. This course is great for anyone who's looking to build a bigger audience and get their products and services in front of more people online. We'll also be talking about how to use a Pinterest account for business strategically. Believe it or not, it's a lot different than how you use your personal account. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world live. So enroll now and we'll see you in September.
Hi, I'm Devin Duncan, and on September 7th, 8th, and 9th on Creative Live, I'll be teaching a class called How to Make Your Website Work For You. Many people have websites that are little more than glorified business cards. This makes it difficult for you to have a real connection with your customers and make money doing what you love. This course is going to change all that. We're going to teach you how to actually be achieving goals, connecting with your customers and seeing results from your website. On day one, we'll be covering which social media platforms are best for your business and audience. And don't be fooled, you don't need to be using all of them. We'll be covering which strategies to use so you can best achieve your goals. On day two, we'll cover how to build a profitable relationship with your customers and how to develop those relationships almost on autopilot. And finally, on day three, we'll be covering how to sell without being too salesy. I'll be sharing some tips with you that you have to do, but also things that you must avoid. This course is for people that are frustrated with their online presence. Maybe you're not getting the traffic that you want or the sales you feel you deserve for the work you're putting in. This course will help you solve the frustrations and make your website work for you. This course is 100% free to watch online from anywhere in the world. So enroll now and start taking the steps to make your website work for you. I'll see you in September.
Hi, I'm Tim Groen. On September 9th and 10th, I'll be teaching my class, Sell Your First 1,000 Books, live on Creative Live. See you there. Imagine what it would be like to have direct access to your fan base, so when you started your next book project, you already had people lined up ready to buy it. The problem is that there's just too much advice swirling around out there about Facebook and Twitter and blogging and podcasting and everything else, and there's nothing to really pull it together. So that's the problem I'm going to solve with my course. I'm going to teach you how you can build your platform, connect with readers, and sell more books. On day one, we'll start by looking at the connection system, the online marketing framework that anyone can use to immediately start building their platform. Then we'll move on to permission. And permission is the way that you stay in contact with people in a way that reliably drives action and sales. And then next we'll look at content and how content can be easily produced and how it can drive the rest of your marketing efforts. On day two, we're going to continue with content, and we're going to show you how content drives outreach. And outreach is very simply moving people from not knowing you exist to knowing you exist. And then we'll talk about how permission, content, and outreach all work together in the connection system to build your platform. And finally, we're going to bring in a special guest, Hugh Howey. He's the best-selling author of Wool and the #1 selling self-published author last year. And he's going to come in and share his insights on what he's done to build his platform. This course is perfect for anyone that's trying to create a book and get it into the hands of people and spread their message. So whether it's a cookbook or a fiction book or a business book or a photography book, this is going to help you move people from not knowing you exist to connecting with them and connecting with them in a way that they're going to support your work. This course is free to watch live anywhere in the world, so enroll now and I'll see you in September.
Hello world, my name is Steve Rennie. I am the Ren Man, and on September 12th, I'm going to be teaching Music Business 101 Networking on Creative Live. If you're trying to get a start in the music business, folks, you've probably already figured out that it's all about who you know. Your network is everything. It might seem like an impossible task to get your foot in the door. Getting the right person to take a chance on you isn't easy, but it can be done. My network has helped me go from a kid with a dream at USC to managing one of the biggest rock bands in the world, Incubus. I'm going to help you identify who your targets are, who you should be trying to connect with, and why. We're going to talk about networking tools. What are the right tools to reach your target? I'm going to talk about how you nurture a relationship without being annoying. I'm going to help you create a plan, put together everything you've learned into a personalized, actionable plan for building your own network in the music business. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world, online, live. So enroll now and learn the secret of networking, Red Man style. We'll see you September 12th.
I'm Cameron Argon, commonly known as Big Chocolate, and I'm a music producer. I started producing and making beats and songs and tracks when I was about 16, starting in like Pro Tools and then quickly getting over it and going to Logic, which was more easy for me to understand at 16. I recently switched to Ableton about 5 months ago. When I switched, it was about a 2-3 day thing until I was like, can't go back. I gotta use this. Workflow to me is the most important element in making music. If a track flows right, meaning you sit down and you just keep working continuously, you don't need to sit on it or anything, it can be done within a few hours. With Ableton, there's a lot less disconnect from music. The technology wall between you and your ideas is a lot shorter than a lot of the other programs out today. As a producer, Ableton really allows me to get my ideas done efficiently.
Hi, I'm Mike McCallowitz, author of The Pumpkin Plan, and I've teamed up with Creative Live to put on a free workshop September 24th, September 25th on how to spark growth in your business. It's time you join us. I know why you started your business. I know what it felt like. You were excited, you were thrilled, you couldn't wait. But today, I suspect it's a little bit different. It's exhausting. You work crazy, relentless hours. If you follow the methods of a colossal pumpkin farmer, you will experience colossal growth yourself. The key's right here in the field. Well, do you know most farmers are ordinary farmers? They try to grow as many pumpkins as possible. But a small faction are colossal farmers. They grow the colossal pumpkin, the one that dwarfs all these pumpkins. It can weigh up to a ton. Well, once you know their secret process for growing a colossal pumpkin, you'll also have the secret for growing a colossal business. On the first day, we're going to take 3 major steps to sparking growth in your business. Step 1 is you're going to identify the elements of your business that facilitate large growth. Step 2, you're going to pick the strongest clients that you have and learn to replicate them, because more great clients means fast growth. And the final thing you're going to do on the first day is the watering process. How do you get in front of the client and the rest of your business frequently enough that it just grows on its own? On the second day, you're going to learn the secret to the vendor well, perhaps the most important thing you can do to grow your business. Then you're going to learn about pruning, how to get rid of the weak clients, the clients that are actually a distraction to your business. And the final thing, you're going to learn about the seasons of business. Just like the seasons in the farm here are seasons in your business. If you know how to leverage them, you're going to grow. If you're in business but struggling to grow your business, this class is for you. If you have a retail store, if you're B2B, if you own a farm, be here.
I'm Eyal Levy at Audiohammer Studios, and on September 25th, I'll be teaching you digital drums with Easy Drummer at Creative Live. I've been in the music business over 15 years. I've written, produced, engineered, mixed, and played on dozens of albums. And I've toured the world with some of the most amazingly ridiculous musicians. And one thing never, ever changes. It's almost impossible to find a drummer, and a great drummer at that. And while there's no substitute for a great drummer, TuneTrack's Easy Drummer is the next best thing. I'm going to give you the tools to get started with Easy Drummer. Start with the basics, setting up the plugin, how to use it, how to pick sounds from rock, pop, whatever genre, and then I'll show you how to mix it in your DAW. And last but not least, we're going to cover the most important part of the puzzle, which is writing great drum parts. If you're a musician that wants to write and record realistic sounding drums, but you don't have access to a drummer, this course is for you. And if you happen to be a drummer, this course is also for you. It's not always possible to record your ideas, and Easy Drummer is a quick and easy way to sketch them all out to work on later. At the end of this course, you'll be able to create drums that sound like a real drummer played them, and mix them with other instruments. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world live online, so enroll now and learn how to get the most out of Easy Drummer. I'll see you in September.
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. If you are just joining us now, we are here on day 1 of our 3-day workshop with Dave Asprey, The Bulletproof Life. We have changed up the sets. There's now a bed in here as well as a beautiful display of food. I hope you guys had a nice break. I just wanted to remind everybody that there is a contest going on the Bulletproof Exec Facebook page. You can get details either at thebulletproofexec.com, executive.com, exec.com, go with the gut. Or on Creative Live's blog, we also have links and information about some promotions as well. So that's creativelive.com/blog. All right, Dave, over to you.
I have a request for people listening today, especially for the free one. I just looked, we're at 19,000 and change Facebook likes. I would be so grateful if during this course we pushed it to 20,000. So if you haven't gone in and liked our facebook.com/bulletproofexecutive page,
let's do
3 days of conference, it doesn't cost you a nickel. It took enormous time to put all this together. I'd be so grateful if you could just click like there. 20,000's a goal. I'd be so stoked.
I think we can make that happen for you.
So appreciate it. We're going to talk about more food because, well, part of feeling bulletproof all the time is eating the right stuff, as we already discussed. We have some food out here, including kale. We're going to talk about kale specifically. That would be if the projector thing cuts over. There we go. Wait, we have sleep supplements coming up first? There we go, that's what I was looking for. Veggies and fruits. And the new bulletproof diet that you can get when you decide to buy all of the extra content that comes with the paid version of the course, we actually broke veggies and fruits out into separate categories. But the short way to look at this list is vegetables are generally better for you than fruits. But some things like canned vegetables, this sort of like Alpo smelling mix of, I think those might be carrots and beans and whatever else, is not particularly good for you at all. It's almost devoid of nutrients, but it's better than nothing if you're starving to death. But the goal is that your body should know you're not starving to death, unless you actually are starving, in which case we call that fasting. So, on this side, you're looking at high-fat things like avocado, which is technically a fruit, but most people think it's a vegetable. You can pretty much go a little bit crazy on avocados. In fact, you guys saw what I had for lunch, a couple of you. What did I have for lunch? And that was not the small tub from Whole Foods. No, it was a big tub. Yeah, and so fresh-made guacamole is really good for you. In fact, I had it transfused instead of blood. So that's like something that's really good for you. And over here, other green things, but let's talk about kale. 2 kinds of kale here. This is lacy kale. This is dino kale. You want to like zoom in and make sure you get the difference between these two? So one of these kale is not like the other. Actually, wait, neither one's like the other, come to think of it. So any thoughts from people who've read the blog who are in the room? Any votes for the lacy versus the dino?
Dino.
Dino wins. Why would dino kale be better? And honestly, who really cares? It's kale, right? Here's why. This stuff has 3 times more oxalic acid than this stuff. And if we were shopping right now, I would say, look at this. It's kind of turning, it's a little bit aged. Like, this isn't exactly that fresh. It's probably been exposed to too much sun, but is it actually that fresh? And here's a really kind of dirty secret. Go behind any large organic food store, including Whole Foods or any other store, and look in the dumpster, or just look for the flies. They throw away an enormous amount of fresh fruit and vegetables. Why did they throw them away? Because they weren't fresh. Fresh fruit and vegetables was just picked. Maybe you buy it at your farmer's market. But by the time it goes through the whole supply chain to get to your grocery store, some of that stuff is pretty old. And even this kale, it may be 4 days, 5 days old. What's been growing on it? What nutrients have basically broken down in the time that it was sitting there? There's nothing wrong with frozen vegetables. In fact, they have more nutrients in them than the fresh stuff, if the fresh stuff has been sitting around for a while. So this is another sort of myth of raw vegans, is that frozen vegetables and frozen meat, you can't eat them. They've somehow been magically blessed by the frost fairy or something, and they're not as good for you. I would rather eat fresh-picked, fresh frozen, high-quality kale than I would eat fresh-picked, 5-day-old kale that's been sitting around trying to maintain freshness, being misted and all this stuff, because the nutrients in your foods degrade very, very quickly. In the case of something like kale, you'll see it says, cooked spinach and kale and collards and things like that, because these leafy greens, well, they have tons of really good nutrients. I'm definitely not anti-kale. I like kale. But when I eat kale, it's going to be this one. And I'm going to steam it, or even a small amount of water, boil it, dump the water, and when I'm cooking it or when I put it into another recipe, I'll actually add a little bit of calcium to it. And the reason you do this is that oxalic acid, as we mentioned earlier, causes problems potentially in your joints, in your digestive tract, in your reproductive system. And there's even a group researching oxalic acid and things like autism for cognitive function, and they're finding some correlations there. My view on this is that your body's able to excrete this substance only after it's been bound to calcium, at which point it's rendered inert. Since it's not inert in this kale right now, let's cook the kale, which deactivates the things that stop thyroid function. Let's drain the water, which gets rid of a lot of the oxalic acid, and let's bind the rest of it to calcium. We call that calcium loading. And when you're cooking leafy green vegetables, tossing a calcium carbonate, the cheapest form of calcium supplement, into the water will bind to these toxins, and then you can get all the nutrients that are in the kale, but you don't necessarily get all the anti-nutrients that are in kale. And this is a core part of the bulletproof diet. In fact, let's talk order of operations. Order of operations comes from math. In math, you remember that please something, parentheses, exponents, please execute my dear Aunt Sally, if I remember my 7th grade way of remembering which math operations come first. When it comes to food, you need an order of operations. Every diet out there that I've come across misses one of these, which is one of the reasons that I put this kind of thinking together for the bulletproof diet. And it's built into the infographics like this. The first thing that matters is what we call macronutrient ratios. That means, is it protein, is it fat, is it carbs, and is it the right protein or fat or carbs? Because we talked about how snake venom is not the same as a steak, even though they're both protein. So you have to get that right. If you don't get that right, you're already gone. By the way, if you're looking at an ANDI score for nutrient density index, they ignore that because it's all about nutrient density and removing calories, but it's not so much around getting the right macronutrients in the first place. So if you look at a diet that's extreme high carb and low fat, the macronutrient ratios are off. It's not going to work long term. The second thing in order of operations, and this is a big differentiator for the bulletproof diet, it's anti-nutrients. So every food has its good stuff and it has its bad stuff. Some bad stuff grows in the food, some bad stuff is sprayed on the food, and some bad stuff grows on the food during storage and processing. So there's a scale for each piece of food, each thing, and the scale may vary. This is both kale, but they weigh different amounts on the scale that we're talking about here. So from an anti-nutrient perspective, you try to eat food with less anti-nutrients and toxins because they take away things. And the final thing you think about is what's inside the food. Are there vitamins and minerals? And here's a dirty secret. Spinach isn't high in iron. We've all been taught spinach is high in iron. I mean, Popeye's high in iron. He eats spinach. Some is, some isn't. If vegetables and plants could magically transmogrify elements, they would. But plants only have in them what they pull from the soil. Well, your spinach is high in iron only if the soil is high in iron. And if that same soil's been growing spinach or a bunch of other stuff without proper crop rotation and proper care of the soil, it looks like spinach, it tastes like spinach, or even worse, if you've sprayed, not spinach, but another crop with Roundup, it has less available minerals in it. So you can't always count on your food to give you a predictable amount of nutrients. Your food's full of nutrients. Eat fresh, local, organic food and get as much nutrition from your food as you can. But even if you do that, any table on the internet, no matter where you look, that says you get this number of this from your food, took a very tiny sampling at one time of the year And now that's what we all believe is in every bit of kale. But as we've seen, these two almost identical leaves, one of them has 3 times more of a substance than the other. So what I'm telling you here is you can eat all this stuff perfectly, but given that you're also swimming in a soup of man-made toxins that don't belong in your system, boosting your levels of nutrients with multivitamins is not a bad strategy for keeping your performance high. And now that I just said multivitamins, I should say with vitamins. Multivitamins is something I'm less of a fan of because you can't control the individual vitamins in them. So taking things like more vitamin C, this lovely orange, greenish orange, is not full of vitamin C. It wasn't picked. It wasn't picked recently. It's probably been sitting around for a month, who knows. So that means the vitamin C leaches out within a day or two of picking. So we're trained. Citrus, vitamin C, good for you. Drink your orange juice, go for a run, floss, you're a good person. But the thing that's going on here is that this is depleted. So take your vitamin C. At least like 500 milligrams a day of vitamin C is just a good idea. I've had some of the world-leading experts in vitamin C come and present at the Silicon Valley Health Institute, and there's a pretty strong consensus there. So let's talk about some of these other things and why they're where they are. One of the questions I get all the time: garlic. Garlic's good for you, right? Like, raise your hand if garlic is good for you. If you think it is, you've been taught that. Of course, half of you read my blog, sorry. Garlic is good for you. Garlic is an amazing medicinal herb. Seriously, it rocks. If you're sick, have some garlic. It's also a psychoactive drug. And you know the stereotypical Italian sort of behavior? A little bit, they drive the fast red cars and cut you off in traffic. No offense, I have lots of friends in Italy. But it's a stereotype. And that's a kind of a good example of what garlic does to your brain. It makes you a little bit aggressive and ampy. You can see it on an EEG machine. Garlic inhibits alpha brainwaves. So use it judiciously. It tastes delicious. I love garlic. When I was a raw vegan, I would do like 10 cloves a day. And I love the stuff. But I can tell you, it does cause a little bit of aggressiveness. It's harder to be in a peaceful, focused state where you get stuff done. But if you're going to go, maybe do some mixed martial arts, maybe it'll be good for you. It's good for inflammation, antibacterial, antifungal. But also, make sure you look at your garlic. If you're going to do whole garlic, which is the only way you should do it, maybe fresh peeled garlic is fine, but the garlic powders, garlic grows in the earth, which means it is very easy for it to get a fungal problem. And I see this a lot of times. They sell garlic in the store, you open it up, some of the cloves are black and they've got stuff growing on them. If you eat those cloves, it will hurt your performance versus fresh garlic cloves that don't have anything growing on them. If you see black stuff inside the garlic, just because you say, I'll just cut off the black stuff. Unfortunately, the way a fungus works is it sends filaments into the food that you can't see very easily, if at all, without a microscope. So if you see surface mold, toss the garlic, get some fresh stuff. Cutting the bad parts out of most foods doesn't work very well, except avocados, thank goodness. The filaments don't really go through unless it's really bad. You can scoop out the black part of the avocados. I had an experience once during my business school. I was really focused on doing well on some hard math class. At Wharton, they torture you with trying to make everything about math. And I was ready for this test, and the night before, I ate a bunch of avocados, and I did not understand what black avocados did, and they were kind of overripe, so I ate them. That night, I couldn't sleep. I was almost hallucinating. I was really trying to force myself to sleep, and I can always go to sleep in 3 minutes, and I totally bombed that test. And to this day, I'm certain that the reason I felt so odd was that I had a much higher than normal load of black avocados. So you get sushi, if they put the spoiled part of the avocado in your sushi, send it back and tell them, hey man, do it right. So it's just not okay to do that. As we get further and further over, you'll notice ahead of garlic is onions. Onions and garlic share the same chemical. It's actually not that far away from THC. The onions have the same kind of mold issues, less so than garlic, but it can happen. So if the onion's all shriveled up and not looking so healthy, don't eat it. Onions have less of that substance in them than garlic. So if you're looking for a flavor, you're better off to pick the onion over the garlic, or better yet, use oregano, thyme, parsley, cilantro, things like that, that don't have those disadvantages but have a nice strong flavor. When we get further down, we're looking at the low sugar fruit. And if this was just fruit, this fruit would be all over here. But I can tell you flat out, as a general principle, eating green vegetables like this asparagus over eating sugary vegetables like this cherry is a good choice. But if you're going to eat some fruit, eat it when it actually grows. We're in California right now. It's cherry season. Enjoy the cherries. Don't eat bags and bags and bags of them, because we all know what will happen if you overeat on fruit like that. But also, the fructose in fruit isn't good for the lining of your arteries. It raises your triglycerides, and it can cause insulin resistance. So when you see a typical piece of fruit, like a really high glycemic fruit like this lovely looking cantaloupe, you are pretty much looking at a bag of watery sugar with potentially some vitamins and minerals in it, depending on where it was grown. When you're looking at cantaloupes, this is the #1 most moldy type of fruit crop that we have, just based on statistics. I'm not saying don't eat cantaloupe. I ate some the other week that was awesome. I'm saying it's super sweet and sugary. Treat it like a candy. Eat it for dessert after dinner, not for breakfast, because having dessert for breakfast is bad. That's what your mom taught you, right? She was right. And if you do it, pick really high quality fruit. Don't mess around with stuff that's half spoiled. The other thing that people really don't like the Paul Stamets, mycologist crowd, is that I don't recommend eating a lot of mushrooms. Similar to garlic, mushrooms are an awesome medicinal food. Shiitake mushrooms, reishi mushrooms, I use them medicinally, I still do. But white button mushrooms are shown in a study to increase smooth cell wall proliferation, which is a negative finding for preventing cardiovascular disease. In other words, these things, which are relatively high in carbs, and everyone says they're healthy, they're healthy, they're healthy. Actually, mushrooms aren't healthy or unhealthy, but this particular common species has a downside that a lot of people like to ignore because they absorb butter so well. There are ways to make your vegetables absorb butter that don't involve necessarily eating mushrooms. I'm not saying never eat them. I'm saying if you're piling on the mushrooms because you think that it's an optimal decision, it probably isn't. So use them judiciously, but don't just go overboard. All of this is not to say, I'm going to draw a hard line right here, and I'm only going to do this. I'm going to be so super bulletproof. It's a roadmap. You don't always have to drive the same way to work, right? You can take a different path sometimes. There's many ways to get up to the peak of a mountain. So experiment, but you will find, if you do this, that garlic affects your ability to meditate. It just does. It takes 4 days after I eat garlic before my brain will do all the things it's capable of doing. I saw a hand go up.
Actually, I was just going to ask a question from the internet, and then we will definitely come to the audience live there, because Hamo is asking, they're saying that almost all the cauliflower, broccoli, romesco that they purchase from the organic farmers market has a touch of mold on the tips. They're saying they usually just cut the tops off and cook. Is that an okay practice, or should they just not eat them?
On that species, if it's just on the tips, as long as you're cutting a half inch or so from the tips, it seems pretty fair. But it's better that you cut to where you can see none of the brown stuff on the outside than it is to get, just leave a little on there. It is astounding what a little bit of spoiled vegetable does to the quality of your consciousness. It is something that is worth paying attention to, because it might make you a little tired or a little less focused. But over time, our bodies were not meant to eat spoiled food every day. We have a pretty good toxin elimination system between the liver and the kidneys and the skin. So the way we evolved, you'd go along, you'd eat stuff that was mostly fresh. And then you'd come to something that maybe wasn't so fresh. If you eat it, you either get sick or you detox it, and the next day you eat fresh stuff. So it sends a nice signal. There's food, or there's no food and no toxins, then there might be toxins that get rid of it. But what we do now is there's always toxins, because when you have your, broccoli soup made by, the Broccoli Soup Borg Corporation that buys 1 million pounds of broccoli and doesn't trim it at all before they throw it into the front of the factory and some glop comes out the back end, there are limits for some of the toxins that I measure in my stuff. There aren't even standards for the other ones, at least not in the US. There are some food processing toxins, like things that come from either bacteria or more particularly from the fungal kingdom, that are controlled in Europe controlled in China, but either not controlled in the US or controlled with much more lax standards, which is one of the reasons that the US is now aggressively pursuing treaties with other countries to force them to take our lower quality food. I was just in China, and I saw just the amazing scale of some of the cities in China, and they have a problem with food quality. They have lots of environmental problems in China, but it's interesting that they're rejecting some US foods based on food quality, even though it's already a struggle there because of large population and some recent climate change that's happened there around more desertification. So definitely pay attention to the quality here, because fresh vegetables that aren't actually fresh are not your friend.
I had a question from some of our studio audience here, particularly in the front.
I don't know if you can make this generalization, but are some of these items where they are because of the flesh of the fruit or their skin? And can you move them more towards the bulletproof end of the continuum if you peel them?
Oh, what an awesome question. Peeling your vegetables. Didn't your mom peel your vegetables? Like going back 20, 30, 40 years? Yeah, we always peeled stuff, but now, why do we eat them? Because there's so many vitamins in the skin. Yes, this is that old order of operations. Macronutrients, anti-nutrients, micronutrients. Well, what happened here is around the late 70s, early 80s, when we were trying to figure out why the low-fat stuff from 1970 didn't work very well, it became about this fiber and nutrients. So they started saying, oh, eat the potato skin. Okay. Throughout all of history, the military, which is all about lowest cost feeding of troops, peels potatoes. Do you think there's a reason they peel their potatoes? Yeah, because the potato skin, aside from having some vitamins in it, also gets the fungus that grows on potatoes, which is a known problem, especially from improperly stored potatoes. There's a bunch of other anti-nutrients in the skin, as well as some fiber and some other vitamins. So if you ignore the anti-nutrients just to get the vitamins, you've only done half your work. So yeah, peeling matters. And I don't think I have a sweet potato up here, but this is a regular potato, a russet it looks like. And these are a member of the nightshade family. Nightshades include some very toxic plants, but it includes bell peppers, or red peppers like this. It includes tomatoes. I wish I could juggle, because now would be the time. And it includes eggplants. 20% of all cases of rheumatoid arthritis come from people eating these. There's a protein in these foods, it's called a lectin, and it goes through the lining of the stomach, and depending on your genetics, goes through and it binds to the sugars, the polysaccharides that coat our cells in different parts of the body, and it causes immune problems there. In particular, this stuff likes glucosamine. You might have heard of taking glucosamine like for knee pain and sore joints. It's because they're lined with glucosamine. If you have those genes, like 1 in 5 people, you take a bite of this thing, it goes in and it sticks to the lining of your joints, and then they're sore. And even worse, you may find that this causes the problem and this doesn't. This is why it's a roadmap on the Bulletproof diet, and you can go through and you can test it out. You can even use the Bulletproof Food Sense application to see if you're having either an allergic response or just a food sensitivity, which isn't a classical allergy, because your heart rate will go up following a definable set of rules when you eat foods like this that may be kryptonite for you. You may love these things and totally have the genes for this, and for you, they may be totally kryptonite. So part of this game is you got to find your own kryptonite, and I've done a pretty good job on the Bulletproof diet. If you go all green, you're going to avoid 99% of kryptonite. But imagine you were like you're Superman, but you don't know about kryptonite. And you walk down the street and one day, boom, you fall over. God, I feel like crap today. I wonder what happened. I don't know. You keep walking. And then, your girlfriend gets a kryptonite locket, right? And then, God, I feel like crap all the time. But you don't know because you don't know the cause. My point in sharing all this knowledge is not to make you afraid of your food. My point in sharing this knowledge is to let you know that some foods do different things to different people. And there has been an exhaustive effort to remove most foods that cause most problems for most people. But even so, I put eggs in the really green category. They're a pretty common allergen. Eggs might make you weak, but for the rest of us, they're superfood. So that kind of answers that question, I hope. Peeling, in terms of anti-nutrients, sweet potatoes is really important. Storage of sweet potatoes is a major problem. You can ask Ashley Tudor, who wrote Sweet Potato Power, a friend of mine. A really cool book if you haven't read it. And in that book, she talks about it a little bit, and I did extensive research. If you want to really have the lowest toxin sweet potatoes you can get, you double peel them. There's an outer layer of peel, there's an inner layer of light-colored peel, and there's orange flesh in the middle. And especially if they're looking a little gnarly, they've been beaten up a little bit before you eat them, double peeling makes them a much cleaner food source.
Witz has asked a really good question online. Can we counteract garlic's alpha suppression by taking L-theanine, which promotes alpha wave?
You know, that is an awesome biohacker question. I do take L-theanine. I recommend it as a sleep supplement. L-theanine is the amino acid found in green tea. I love the thinking there. The whole point of this is not to be bound by things. It's to break the rules and go outside the box. So if garlic does this to your alpha, something else does this, that's awesome. But my question would be, what if you just took the theanine without the garlic? Would you achieve higher levels? We don't know. I've never seen anyone do the study. To my quantified self, people listening who have EEG machines at home, come on, let's do some community science sort of thing, citizen science. I would love the answer to that. Send it to me on Twitter, at Bulletproof Exec, post it on Facebook, email me, whatever. I will, if you do the work, I will talk about it on my podcast. I would love that answer. What a killer question.
Do to all the toxins and fungi on the food? Does it kill it, or is it still harmful?
Cooking breaks down some toxins and it creates others, which is why we talked about the cooking techniques, right? Sadly, most of the mold toxins, which are technically known as mycotoxins, are heat stable. And this varies, some more so than others, but the really gnarly ones are shown to be heat stable. For instance, in bulletproof coffee, the reason my beans are different than other coffee beans is that I control the process even to make the coffee into green coffee in order to prevent the formation of the toxins in the first place. Because we have studies that show that the toxins between 10% and 90% of them survive the roasting process, depending on which science you believe. Why is the number such a big variance? Honestly, coffee people don't like talking about this problem. A friend of mine 10 years ago tried to get a paper published with the National Coffee Association about the problem, and they slammed it. So people are like, oh, that's not real. Yeah, you see the lab results. This is absolutely real, but the problem is it's expensive to send all of your vegetables through mold testing or also bacterial testing. We know about food safety, though, because there's hundreds of pages of rules about how much mold is allowed in your ketchup versus your other processed food. I'll tell you how much mold is allowed in the food in my house. As little as humanly possible, and that's a much higher standard than you can get when you buy a processed food in a box. The other thing to talk about before we move on is dried fruit. It's like crack. It's so good. In fact, if we pass these things out, let's see, this would be just a little snack. It's just like, 5 little pieces. Like you could probably fit all this in your mouth at once and you'd be happy. So that's 5 apricots. That's like a lot of sugar. So these are little candies. And the way they make these, they lay them out in the sun and let them dry, and then they spray them with sulfates to keep the color, and then they wash them. Maybe not always in that order, but birds poop on these. I swear they do. It's a problem. And some of these are dehydrated. And when you take this thing and you sort of spread it apart, I don't know how close in you guys can get, you can see there's still dirt in this one, or it's something growing on it, I don't know. But it probably shouldn't have been there, but the rinsing process didn't really capture that. So, dried fruit, major source, and there's good good agricultural and food quality research studies, but not medical studies, where they go and they quantify the amount of stuff that grows on moldy fruit, and they try and put standards in place for it. So I'm not saying you shouldn't have dried cranberries. We just had some in our first dish. I'm saying quality matters. And this is a sugar bomb. This is candy. You might as well eat some Jolly Ranchers. Not really, but they're pretty close. In terms of dried fruit, the lovely raisin is the second highest in this problem. It also tends to have a little bit of extra histamine in it. So you can actually choose your dried fruit based on quality. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to look at the color of it. This has been sprayed with a preservative, which may or may not be a bad thing, because at least it's not spoiling as much as it would be if it was the sulfate-free kind of brown, spotted-looking ones. Short answer, though, if you can avoid dried fruit, eat the fresh stuff or the frozen stuff. It's not that hard. Let's see, potatoes, mushrooms, is there any other controversial stuff we should talk about here? Olives are good. Watch out with olives, because a lot of times olive oil is expensive. 69% of olive oil isn't olive oil when you buy it now. according to a thing that UC Davis wrote recently. I sent an email out about that to people who follow the Bulletproof Executive blog. This is a big issue. Even when you buy some of the good stuff, you don't know you're getting olive oil. It has canola oil in it because it saves money. Make sure that at least when you buy your olives, if they're packed in oil, that they're packed in olive oil, not canola oil. It really matters. Also, things like Kalamata olives, the quality of the cure matters enormously. So things that are cured in salt and water are generally pretty safe, but if they're cured with, say, malt vinegar or something like that, malt vinegar is a fungal byproduct that contains different psychoactive substances as well as very delicious flavors. So you got to be careful. There are lots of studies on the levels of ochratoxin that form when you use basically the scum extract from the bottom of a wine barrel or malt extract from the bottom of a beer barrel to flavor your food. I don't actually eat those things.
We have a few questions coming in about the fruits. First of all, from Mel R. regarding dried fruit, what if you dehydrate your own?
That's your best bet. I do that on occasion. My kids get little like tiny wedges of peach where we like cut it into like Tic Tac size pieces. It's actually a fun project if you have little kids. I have Excalibur dehydrator, and so there's nothing wrong with dehydrating your own. I would suggest that after you slice them, you rinse them with relatively strong vitamin C water, which helps to act as a natural preservative and increase their natural vitamin C levels. That would be the way to do dried fruit if you're going to do it. And watch how you store it as well. Store it away from moisture sources, heat, and light.
Follow up on that from Organic JB. What do you think about food zappers that supposedly kill toxins, and then as well as aqueous water, ozonated water machines to get rid of toxins?
Ozonated water is a pretty cool idea. I'm a huge fan of medical ozone. You don't breathe ozone, it's a pollutant when you breathe it. But you can even drink ozonated water, and it has some positive effects on your GI tract. You can put ozone gas in your refrigerator, and there are actually things mostly from Asia where they make ozonated water to rinse your vegetables. It's a great way of extending their life in the refrigerator, and it sterilizes the outside of them. They still can spoil, it just takes longer. The other one, aside from that, was there were like 4 technologies in there.
Sorry, that food zappers that kill toxins.
The food zapper comes from a woman named Hulda Clark. Hulda Clark is a crazy person. She's written The Cure for All Diseases, The Cure for Cancer, and all this stuff. She's also a huge proponent of ozone. And this is one of the frustrating things when you get into like the fringes of alternative medicine. There are crazy people there. But not everything a crazy person says is crazy. I have experimented extensively with the Hulda Clark zapper stuff. I think it's total BS. I have a food zapper. I bought it. I cannot detect any difference in the signal coming off my body. My heart rate variability doesn't change. The quality of my thinking doesn't change. I think that they're totally scam. That said, some of Hulda Clark's recommendations that come from old herbalists, like the olive oil liver flesh with Epsom salts that she does, will reduce upper back pain in people who have liver problems. Like, I've used it myself. It was transformative when I did that a long time ago. So the zappers, no, I don't buy it. Can you do things electrochemically or electromagnetically to your food? Yes, you can. And there are some pot growers doing amazing stuff, growing super uber pot with magnetic fields and stuff like that. I don't think food zappers work, though. That was a long answer, but it was a cool question. All right, we are going to move on to sleep, but I had to say one more thing about berries. This is going to make some of you sad. Strawberries spoil within a day of picking them. This strawberry is already starting to spoil. If you were going to eat it, you'd want to at least remove the squishy parts on the top. And blueberries, most blueberries you can buy, especially when you buy blueberries or even raspberries on sale, the reason they're on sale is because they're going to be puffing out with spores in the next day. They put them on sale when they're about to do that. Never buy berries on sale unless there's like an entire truckload of berries and you can tell that they got a deal buying them. And when you pick up a blueberry, it should not be squishy. Squishy blueberries have already started spoiling. They should be firm and pop in your mouth. These ones are on the edge already. So, same thing with raspberries. Raspberries are, this one's actually starting to go bad too. They don't keep very well. There's a bit of a problem though. Frozen fruit is so good, right? Just go buy some frozen blueberries. You ever try buying the big bags of them at Costco that cost like $3 for like 2 pounds? You know how much they care about quality when you're trying to sell 2 pounds of frozen blueberries for just a couple bucks. They don't care. So they buy the very cheapest berries they can get, which are universally moldy. There aren't even standards for a lot of that stuff, and if there are standards, they're not regularly measured. I have never purchased berries in the last 4 years at Costco that were not substantially moldy. So if you're going to buy frozen berries, because they are such a problem of spoilage, buy the high-quality organic ones. You will notice a difference in how you feel. If you have your smoothie and 2 hours later you're tired, or you have a bit of a scratchy throat, you can trace that to high levels of toxins that come from eating low-quality frozen fruit. It's to the point where I'm pretty picky about the frozen fruit I get because, well, unfortunately for me, having lived in a house with Stachybotrys, one of the most toxic molds, I'm a canary. I can tell you when something's moldy because I feel it right away. My forehead swells up like a Klingon. It's terrible. It looks cool, though.
Before we move on, how do you know if the blueberries, the other berries, are good, if they're not spoiling?
You just get like a pendulum. I said that for the Holder Clark fans out there. How do you know if you said the good ones that they're not spoiled?
Yeah.
Well, squishiness. So, like, this raspberry is starting to decompose a little bit, so it's not quite good. And this one actually is just about perfect. It's firm, but it's not unripe. So you can go through and you can touch it, but generally blemishes are a good sign there's a problem, and squishiness is a good sign. You're eating cherries. So some of these cherries, this one's very firm and nice. The ripe cherry's a little softer. This has good color. It's firm. This one has a little blemish there. It's either been dropped or pecked by a bug or something. But would I eat either one of these? Yeah, these are really good quality cherries. But some cherries, you can tell when you taste them, they're squishy. They have a very different feel in your mouth. Those are the ones that are on edge. And maybe for you, you just don't care. You have like uber liver. But for a lot of people, they just eat it. They don't know that it may be affecting whether they're going to be feeling like they get a cold later, whether they need to go to sleep an hour earlier. And my message here is really clear. Experiment and be aware. If you're aware, you'll know. Eat some cheap moldy berries. But I'll tell you a story about moldy berries before we go on. We have just enough time for it. It's a personal story. When I was a raw vegan, I'll tell you, I've taken my daughter or my son or both to the farmer's market every weekend I'm home, which is most of them, since they were born. Like, we just always do it. It's what, Daddy and the kids do. And when I was a raw vegan years ago, I would buy, like, all these amazing fresh California raspberries and blackberries and all this stuff, and I'd take them home and I'd lay them out on these trays in the fridge so they'd keep for, like, 6 days. And then I would eat them every day. Lots of berries, because berries are good for you. Almost as good as flossing. And then, after a while of doing this, I started having to pee like 20 times a day. Like, all the time, to the point it was like disrupting my life. So I had to go to a urologist in San Francisco who performed a procedure on me that no man should ever undergo. It was highly traumatic to look and see what was going on inside my bladder. And he couldn't help me after that very painful procedure and said, I don't really know. You know what it was? I was eating moldy raspberries because they were decomposing in the fridge. When I stopped doing that, I was fine 2 weeks later. I spent a year and a half dealing with this because I did not understand the nature of the quality of my food and its decomposition. So if you're a man and you want to avoid that problem, be careful. It was terrible. All right.
All right. Let's move on to sleep.
We're going to pull this out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be taking my bulletproof coffee. That's just not cool. Now, I have sleep supplements up next. Are you guys going to... Oh, they're back here, of course. GABA. Let me introduce sleep. There are sleep hygiene things we're going to talk about. How do you get to sleep faster? How do you make the environment around you help you sleep better? And then what are the things you can do inside your body that make you sleep better? And there are supplements I use. My client base, when I do executive coaching, which is only a few hours a week, like I have a super busy life, but I really like spending time with people who are just out to get that extra performance edge. These guys who run hedge funds and CEOs, people like that, they're usually exercising a good amount. They're super stressed all day, and then they can't go to sleep. And over-exercise makes it hard to sleep. But first call is always, what are your goals? Do you want to be smarter? Do you want to lose weight? Food cravings? And it's always either I can't go to sleep fast enough, or I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't go back to sleep, and it really affects quality of life. So GABA is my top supplement for this. GABA is a protein. It's a protein, it's an amino acid found in protein, and it's an amino acid found in most protein sources. So it's not a drug or anything like that. But when you take it all by itself, it gets absorbed through your receptors, and GABA, in addition to being an amino acid, is what's called an inhibitory neurotransmitter. So your brain uses GABA to chemically talk to the cells in the brain. You can take GABA, which is relatively cheap, and it calms you down. It helps you go to sleep quickly. I take about 1 gram of GABA. A lot of people benefit from even 500 milligrams before sleep, and it helps me get a deeper sleep. One of my other clients, who also is a hedge fund trader, was really having a hard time sleeping on flights. So he was taking some sleep drugs, and it was affecting his life. And I saw him at a conference, and I gave him my personal stash of GABA. And he flies some red eye somewhere, and he calls me at the other end and goes, "Is it addictive?" I'm like, "What do you mean, is it addictive?" He said, "Well, I took some in the morning too, and I went into work and I had this like zen-like calm. I did my trades, like everything was so much better. But like, will I get hooked on this stuff? Like, no more so than you're going to get hooked on beef or eggs." So this is a very natural way to calm your nervous system. I've even given it to some of my bosses in my career. I had one boss who would just freak out, and the stress levels were so high. I'm like, "Try a GABA," and it's like, "Oh, better than green tea. Like I'm relaxed, I'm focused. I'm not drugged. It's not like an opiate or something, but it's a powerful sleep enhancer. I totally recommend you try that." If you still can't go to sleep, passion flower is an herb that helps people sleep. I don't take passion flower regularly, but if you need it to go to sleep or stay asleep, it is worth an experimental try. Valerian root, even stronger. Valerian root smells like crap. It is a terrible smelling root. It'll stink up your whole kitchen. But if you need it, it'll help put you down. I feel very groggy the next morning. I don't use valerian, but some of my clients need it. Magnesium. In fact, if I put this list in order properly, it would be magnesium first, then GABA. Because magnesium before bed helps your muscles and your mind relax. Almost everyone is deficient in magnesium today. It's an ongoing problem, so you might as well take it before bed because it helps your sleep quality.
Do the same thing?
Magnesium oil is an interesting thing. It's not actually oil. So if you're listening to this, people sell a magnesium spray, and it's magnesium chloride supersaturated in water, but it feels like oil because it's slippery on your skin. And our skin absorbs magnesium like crazy. So a lot of times oral magnesium doesn't even work very well. It works well enough to get you to sleep, but the form of magnesium you take at night really matters. I recommend people try malate or citrate or any kind of magnesium form that ends in ATE. But magnesium oxide, which is what you find in most multivitamins and a lot of supplements, is really not very well absorbed in the body. So magnesium oxide isn't your best way to go. Topical magnesium is annoying when you put it on your skin. It doesn't feel that great, but it works really well. Spraying it on the bottoms of your feet before you put on your socks is not a bad idea. Or before bed, if you really have a sleep problem, take an Epsom salt bath, and you'll absorb a lot of magnesium sulfate through the skin, and it really helps. Getting enough mag into your body should be, in terms of all vitamins for all causes, vitamin D should come first, magnesium should come second, the two most important vitamins. Let's see, I'm just doing a quick time check. We're good till... Alright, good. Zinc. Not everyone needs zinc. For some people, zinc feeds the wrong stuff in the gut, but for most people who are zinc deficient, it's a great idea to add a little bit of zinc. It helps you make some of your hormones as well. So give that a try. If zinc makes you feel better in the morning or doesn't make you feel better. Or better yet, you can monitor your sleep and tell if it improves your sleep quality.
The subject, Catnip276, is asking what brands are good for GABA. Is it GABA? And Nala is saying, can you use high-quality dark chocolate for magnesium? I hope the answer to that one's yes.
First one, good brands of magnesium?
Yeah. No, GABA.
Oh, sorry, of GABA. Any brand that is in a capsule, not a tablet, is going to be the sort of thing you want to do. unless you're getting some really cheap, kind of bulk generic stuff, generally GABA's well understood, and it's an okay thing to take. I haven't found like really any evidence that there's super contaminated GABA out there or anything like that. But when you take it in a capsule, it's not as, or when you take it in a capsule, it's more absorbable than when it's in a tablet. I would avoid tablets for most vitamins most of the time. And the other question was chocolate.
Yes, does chocolate
has magnesium, but it also has things that deplete magnesium in it. So, no. Chocolate is not an appropriate source of magnesium because it has magnesium that balances out the other stuff in the chocolate. So it'll keep you level. I don't think it's going to deplete you. But that said, you should definitely eat dark chocolate. It has a whole host of research about why it's good for you. It also tastes really good. Unfortunately, chocolate has more of a problem with fungal contamination than even coffee, which is one of the crops where 20% of all coffee worldwide is lost to fungus on a good year. So the stuff that was almost lost is still sold. And chocolate has a much more difficult process to optimize to get healthy chocolate. And this is totally not an infomercial, but since they asked, I manufacture chocolate that's made with a different process for the chocolate, but there is still fermentation that happens, just we control variables in the fermentation that aren't normally controlled. And then I laboratory test the chocolate to see if there's histamine that forms and to see if the various mold toxins have formed. If they do, I reject it. With the supply process and the chocolate process that I use, to date we've never had to reject a shipment using the right process, but we still validate that what we're doing works. So good quality chocolate is great, but there are enormous reasons to not eat cheap chocolate. It is definitely not good for you. It's that old picture, it's a scale. Where do you want to be on your chocolate? Most chocolate has the bad stuff very high and the good stuff relatively low. Good chocolate is like very full of antioxidants and things like that. One of the problems with chocolate is that we have hybridized chocolate trees. The trees I use are 50 plus years old, and it's a heritage breed. The new trees grow fully in 5 years, and they make very low quality chocolate with less antioxidants, and they're more susceptible to problems in agriculture that lead to toxin formation, that leads to worse flavor and also worse performance in people who eat the chocolate. So if you want to feel really good, eat the high quality, low sugar, very good dark chocolate, preferably with a European standard, because European standards are better than American standards. Do I sound picky?
Seems to be a big topic here.
It's a religion. Chocolate is awesome stuff, but don't mess around with the cheap stuff. Like, you need to be good. I wish the chocolate industry would stand up and just say, that is brown, but it is not chocolate, because they're selling a lot of brown stuff that doesn't look or taste like chocolate the way I do it.
So Dave, I have several people asking about GABA, and not something I know about, so I'm just going to ask you, for AF and no self, about, can you address oral GABA not crossing the blood-brain barrier? A lot of people are asking about this, and also if you notice effects, is the GABA molecule too large to cross the blood-brain barrier?
I haven't seen a study, doesn't mean that there isn't one, that says that it doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier, but I do know very well that GABA makes people sleep better. It relaxes them. That it wasn't a placebo effect from the guy who felt a change during the day, not just at night. And I definitely sleep better on it. So it's having an effect.
And are there different forms of GABA, like the oral form versus another form?
It's just an oral form. I've never heard of injecting GABA. You might be able to. You could do lines of it maybe. I've never done that either. Freebasing. Pretty much I think you just eat it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. It's a good question. And if someone has something, like either post it on Facebook on Bulletproof Exec or Twitter it to me, I will check it out. I would love to see some research there. One of the things I do, like with the glutathione force, is I'm working with new technologies that can bring large molecules into the blood, where traditionally you couldn't do this in the gut. So we're taking some pretty amazing technologies out of biochemistry and applying them to nutrition instead of just to like toxic drugs. The other one? Vitamin D, surprisingly, for sleep. I actually have seen studies, and I've written about them, where you take vitamin D in the morning and it helps your sleep at night. I've also seen studies, and I've validated them with my own guinea pig experiments. Taking vitamin D at night seems to keep me up. But a guy who's a friend, someone I really respect, Dr. Jack Parsley, Navy SEAL sleep doctor, uses a little bit of vitamin D at night with great results, along with a bunch of other stuff, some of which is on this list. So your mileage may vary on vitamin D, but the bulk of your vitamin D should be in the morning, which will help you sleep at night. And I just want to do a time check. Good, we're doing great.
So the bulk of the vitamin D, AM, preferably.
Yeah, vitamin D is kind of the sunshine vitamin.
Any particular quality?
I am a fan of pretty much any vitamin D out there for most people, but I did find I was taking like one of the, like, I don't want to name them, but there's a couple companies that have very broad range, and they have a whole bunch of in-house supplement brands that they make that are really, really cheap. I was taking the vitamin D from one of those companies. It took 16,000 IUs a day to raise my blood level. When I took vitamin D from a higher quality company, I actually found that I needed about half as much. So there are definitely some quality issues. The really best ones are like the oil encapsulated vitamin Ds. Carlson makes a good one. And the Vitamin D Research Institute, Vitamin D Research Council that Dr. Cannell runs. Dr. Cannell's spoken at the Silicon Valley Health Institute and has an amazing website with all kinds of research about this. He recommends a specific brand of vitamin D, and if you buy it from him, I think it supports their research. I follow his dosing recommendations for D. I think he's a pretty remarkable researcher, although I also take a little bit more A than he recommends. Next up, raw honey. By the way, I'm supposed to be like waving these things around, but I forgot. Here's some raw honey. This looks like it's from Real Honey, which is a good brand. What? Didn't I just tell you, eat less sugar? Eat less fructose? Isn't honey full of fructose? It was a really intriguing study where they looked at the effect of raw honey, not raw honey put in hot tea, which becomes cooked honey, but actual raw honey on liver glycogen. Glycogen is how your body stores carbohydrate for later use as glucose to fuel the brain or the muscles. When you eat a piece of fruit, it goes to liver glycogen and it goes to muscle glycogen. Your brain, though, gets all the liver glycogen first. So if you have a hard time staying asleep at night, up to a tablespoon of raw honey before bed, preferentially, 22% preferentially, feeds the liver so that your liver glycogen is high but your muscle glycogen is low, which is what you want, so you don't get basically too much sugar circulating in the system. When that happens, all night long your brain gets enough glucose. If at the same time you take this raw honey, you put some of the upgraded MCT in with it, that provides another non-sugar fuel source for your brain. This is something that works for any time you need brain energy to go for a long period of time at night. One of the several causes of morning sickness also is a drop in blood glucose, because you can't hold enough energy for your brain at night, especially when you're pregnant. So surprisingly, this little trick can do wonders for people, whether you're pregnant or man or woman, it doesn't matter, for sleep. Don't do it if you don't need it, but if you need it, it will keep your brain fueled all night long. Let's talk about sleep hygiene. It's kind of like you have to floss your sleep. Dopamine. It's one of those things that's exciting and stimulating in the brain. So if you have excess dopamine, you're going to have a hard time going to sleep and staying asleep. Playing shoot-'em-up video games right before sleep, not a good idea. Any like super stimulating things you do, listening to death metal right before bed may not be a great idea. And I apologize in advance to Mark Hunter, the frontman for Chimera. It's a Billboard 50 death metal band who he just wrote 3 days ago in Revolver magazine. He called me the Heisenberg of coffee, which is perhaps the greatest compliment I've ever received. So, yeah, love your music, man, but in the morning. Next up, cortisol. Cortisol is a stress hormone. You need lots of cortisol in the morning, and there's a normal daily circadian rhythm to your cortisol. So if you have a problem that your circadian rhythm is flipped because you're a night owl, you can have difficulty going to sleep, or more likely, you had a stressful day, you don't have a meditation or a relaxation practice, or you're over-exercising, or you're eating foods that you're sensitive to because you didn't use your food sense application. When you do any of those things, you raise your cortisol at night, which makes it hard to go to sleep and makes it hard to get quality sleep. So cortisol-lowering activities like exercise in the afternoon instead of right before bed, also will help you there. Melatonin. Most melatonin capsules are way overdosed. You take like 0.3 milligrams, you make 0.3 milligrams in your body, but most of the time they'll sell 9 milligram capsules. I would not take melatonin every night because it's going to reduce your natural production of it. What you can do with melatonin, though, is when you need it for a particularly strange schedule, when you're going to be traveling, things like that, it's a temporary sleep aid, but not a regular sleep aid. Let's do a demo of the bed. Actually, it's not the bed, sorry. We're going to do a demo of some sleep hygiene things. So let's say you're going to go to sleep. You want to actually make your sleep environment conducive for what you're going to do. First thing, 68 degrees Fahrenheit for all the Americans. I don't know how to translate that to Celsius, even though I live in Canada, which is embarrassing. So turn the thermostat down. Better yet, open a window if it's cold outside. When you do that, it's going to keep you asleep for longer. It's a simple thing, and don't use too many blankets either. If you need a ton of blankets all night long, look at your thyroid. You should be able to stay warm. Lighting. Here, I thought we were going to have curtains around here somewhere. What you need to do when you're going to sleep is you need to black out the room. People have a hard time understanding, oh yeah, I closed the curtains. No. I mean black out the room. You hold your hand up in front of your face, you should only be able to imagine you're seeing your hand. It's kind of a funny idea. If there really is no light, you'll still see your hand in pure darkness because your brain will fill in the pixels. But you really want to be able to get up and go, I wonder where the door is because I can't see it. It's like quality berries versus moldy berries. It sounds like a little thing. It's not. Every one of my clients who has sleep problems, when they do this one little thing, they sleep better. So what would I do? I do this in my hotel rooms too. I travel with the electrical tape. Hotel rooms are the worst for sleep quality. In Korea 2 weeks ago, every 5 seconds a bright green LED right above the bed would flash. It was horrible until I taped it over. So what you do is you get a little bit of electrical tape. The dark stuff works better like blue or black. And you go through your room, and if there's a blue LED, you have to kill the blue ones first. The blue ones are the ones that turn off melatonin production. 4 hours after you're exposed to bright white or blue light, your body doesn't start making melatonin. You wake up at night to pee, turn on the bright light in the bathroom. What happens? You turn off your melatonin production, and you tell your body it's nighttime. We are light-sensitive animals, quite light-sensitive. So you take your piece of tape, and you find the light on your thermostat, or wherever it is, and you put a little piece over it. If this does not match your home decor requirements, you can cut a little circle of it. This tape is actually quite useful for that, and you can make attractive things. Dell power supplies. Your MacBook, the way that white light goes, you ever see that? They made it pulse like that because they looked at the average amount of respiration you have, and they tried to match the blinking to breathing rates or heart rates, something like that. I don't remember if it was breathing or heart off the top of my head. It's a moving light source at night. How would an animal sleep? An animal who's designed to see if there's a predator nearby sleep with something moving. So tape that up. It's also a white light which turns off melatonin. Amber lights don't do that. So if you look on the Bulletproof blog or on upgradedself.com, we have low blue lights. These are lights that turn off all blue spectrum. So in our bathroom, we have a light bulb that only turns on orange lights. So the kids can wake up, they can turn on the light, they can use the bathroom and sometimes even hit the potty, and then they go back to sleep and they stay asleep and they sleep well. If they turn on the bright light, they get discombobulated and they wake me up, and that's my sleep quality we're messing with. So we need to do something about that, so no bright lights.
Then from here, guest 64082, Witchy and Dawn, they're all asking about masks. If they were to wear something to cover their eyes at night, would that be the same solution?
A sleep mask helps, no doubt about it. And I didn't bring them, but there's like 3 or 4 different super premium memory foam, blessed by monks kind of sleep masks with extra antennas and things. Those are all great, but there's a really good study looking at the effect of light on skin. You have photoreceptors in your skin. You will not sleep as well if your skin is exposed to light. In fact, there's a company who changed dream states using just red and blue lights on the back of the knee, believe it or not. So it's not good enough to do that. you need to do something to your curtains. Most people need mini blinds and a blackout curtain in front of it, or you need Velcro on the edges. If you live in a big city, you will never sleep in darkness until you address your window coverings. Do not skimp. Get the ability to turn out the lights when you go to sleep. It is vital to reducing your cancer risk and increasing the energy you have all day long. Sounds crazy? It's not. It's proven by science, and you will feel a difference when you sleep. So what else would I do in my bedroom? I would... Who laughed? One thing I use my iPhone. But I put it on airplane mode. And I use my iPhone not to stare at the bright screen, which would wake me up and make my body think it was daylight. I turn the brightness down on it, but I use a sleep application that monitors my sleep, and we'll get some more tech on that. But I also make sure that it's not turned on, because sleeping with a radio transmitter right by your head is not a good idea. Same thing goes for Wi-Fi. If you're not going to be using your Wi-Fi all night long, why don't you just hit the little off switch? In fact, at home I have a remote switch like a lamp cord, and before I go to bed I turn off the router, because I don't need it, I'm sleeping. When I wake up in the morning, I turn it back on. That way when I sleep, I'm in a cleaner electromagnetic environment. There's my thing. We were just talking about EMF. So that's one of the many things you can do while you're sleeping. The other thing is, and I don't know if we brought it in here, I have an EMF filter called GreenWave, which is something that I carry on the website as well. The GreenWave filter is an interesting thing. It sounds a little bit kind of weird. The guy who invented these suffers from EMF sensitivity. This is a real thing. Some people really are more sensitive than others. You can blindfold them and they can feel stuff happening. And in this guy's case, it was pretty severe, so he figured out a way to filter the chaotic power in his house. When you plug a filter into your power in your house, you can see a difference on a line meter. You get a clean sine wave versus a choppy sine wave. So we are electromagnetic creatures. It's a part of how our bodies work. And when you do that, sleep can improve. One of my friends who lives in San Francisco, for 19 years has woken up at 2:04 in the morning. I didn't exactly tell her what I was doing. I plugged two filters in her bedroom, and she stopped waking up at 2:04 for the first time ever. She was shocked. What did you do? And the answer there was, likely a substation was cutting over at 2:04 a.m. and it was causing a spike in power, and she was sensitive to it. Not everyone is like that, but certainly in my kids' rooms, I filter the EMF so they get a more clean sine wave around them. There's a lot of science that's been done on this. There's a lot of bad science that's been done on it. At this point, though, it is safe to say humans are sensitive to electromagnetic fields. There's no question about that. You're going to hear more about pulsed electromagnetic fields for healing and high performance later this afternoon. So given that we know there's an effect and we can reduce it, I think this is a risk reduction strategy that's unlikely to cause harm. It's also not very expensive in the overall scheme of things. Sleep hygiene. It's really nice to have a dog curled up by your feet, but your dog is going to interrupt your sleep just like your spouse. So your best bet there is have the dog sleep in another room. You'll also have less dust and dander and things like that. And if you just can't do that, it's a decision you're making. But if you track your sleep with the sleep application, you'll find that the dogs or the cats that sleep on your head and fight you for your pillow, even though they're calming for the nervous system, they do interfere with your sleep. So wake up and snuggle with your dog, but don't sleep with them. Some people need to get their thoughts out of their head before they go to sleep. And one way to do that is with a sleep journal. Right before you go to bed, you write down stuff to get out of your head. That can help you go to sleep. Also, if you have a journal next to your bed, some of the world's most famous inventors have the best ideas come to them right when they're waking up from sleep. So having a journal there and writing them down means that they don't escape. In fact, it was the guy who who discovered the helical nature of DNA, discovered it in a dream and woke up and wrote it down. That was Watson or Crick, I don't remember which one. Noise. This may come as a surprise, but you sleep better when it's quiet. So, how do you make it quiet? Earplugs. Those do work. Your skin is less of an acoustic sensor than it is a light sensor from that perspective. So what you want to do there is you want to wear earplugs if necessary, noise-canceling headphones if you don't toss and turn in your sleep, and white noise works. Now, I'm going to scare a few people right now. White noise works if you're an adult. If you're a child, like a baby, white noise raises BDNF, which is associated with reducing infant intelligence. Kids don't benefit from white noise. They need silence, actual silence. And it's better that they hear dishes clanking and occasionally wake up and fuss than it is that you constantly expose them to white noise. Not good news, it's real science. I just said that one, children. The other thing is, your own children will wake you up if you have them, especially if they're young. That's what they do. However, if you practice sleep hygiene on your kids will sleep through the night, and you will sleep through the night as a result. My kids sleep in blacked out rooms. There is no light in their room. There's no LEDs. And there's no night light. Night lights are very, very bad for children's sleep quality. They shouldn't have a night light. If they're afraid, lay down with them until they stop being afraid. They'll be tired enough, they'll stop being afraid soon enough. It's something that you shouldn't do, like, oh, we're going to deal with this fear by removing sleep quality for the next 7 years of life so you stop being afraid of the dark. Not okay. The better your kids sleep, the better you sleep. That's awesome. And finally, your mattress. We talked about toxins earlier. We have a little bit of a problem with flame retardants in your mattress that are toxins, but even worse than that, what if your mattress is just plain uncomfortable? Spend your hard-earned dollars on a comfortable mattress without flame retardants. There are a variety of designs. There's some decent evidence that going with a metal-free mattress rather than one with coils is a good choice. So I tend to look for organic latex mattresses. The problem, though, is that you'll see latex mattresses that are 1% latex with big stickers that say latex mattresses, and the rest of it is not natural latex at all. It's synthetic foam. If you unwrap your mattress, it should not smell like a solvent factory. If so, do not sleep on it until you've fixed that problem by buying another mattress, or in some cases, you can bake solvents out of a mattress. So if it's been wrapped, like a memory foam pillow will smell bad, and it'll give you a headache when you sleep on it too. So what you do is you heat it up as much as you can. Radiant heater in a closed closet, bake the heck out of it, and then turn a fan on and blow out all that stuff. You can basically make it finish off-gassing that way. You can do the same with a new car, by the way. And finally, the clock. Here's what I recommend doing with the clock. You like pick it up, you trace the cord, and then you unplug it. And then you're done. You don't need to know what time it is, you're asleep. Clocks make you sleep more stressed, and then you wake up and oh my God, it's 2 o'clock, I'm not going to get back to sleep. There is no benefit to having a clock, because you look at it when you don't need to know what time it is. If you sleep with your iPhone using Sleep Cycle, which is like a, under $5 application, that tracks your sleep enough to wake you up at the top of a sleep cycle, so that when you wake up you feel refreshed, that's pretty amazing. That also means that your iPhone is not something visible. If you really need to know what time it is, and it's dark, you'll grope around, find it, look at it, and put it away. That is far healthier for you psychologically and emotionally than having a red light shining on you all night, so every time you might wake up, you can worry. So alarm clocks are bad news. This kind of alarm clock also wakes you up at a set exact time. My $2 iPhone app alarm clock wakes me up in a 20-minute window, and it looks at how much I toss and turn using the microphone and the accelerometer in the phone, and it says, within this window, it looks like he's coming up on a sleep cycle here, so let's do it instead of at 7:20 a.m., let's wake him up at 7:10 a.m. because it looks like he's already almost awake. So then you hear this gentle sound, and you're already almost awake, and there's a bit of a dream finishing, maybe you write something down, compared to waiting another 5 minutes to wake up when you're at the bottom of a sleep cycle, and you get jolted awake and you feel like a zombie all day long. It's a huge change in the quality of your energy throughout the day. I always use an app like that. There's no reason to wake up at exactly the same time every day. Wake up at the best time in a defined window. It will totally change things.
Okay. I've got an awful lot of really great questions coming in. This one I can empathise with. Dominic is asking, because I'm a bit of a tosser and a turner when I'm sleeping. Dominic's asking, what is the best position to sleep?
Depends on who you are, what kind of mattress you have. If you're going to sleep on your side, put a pillow between your knees And this is a problem for me. I'm not exactly a small guy. So you buy these pillows, and pillow manufacturers economize them like this big. So I try and lay down, and my head does this, and you get a neck problem. So you might need 2 pillows or an extra fat memory foam pillow under your head, so that when you lay down, the space between here and here is where it should be, and you're at the right angle. If you have problems breathing, sleeping on your back may be a bad thing. Generally, if you're healthy and your jaw doesn't fall back and you don't snore a lot, sleeping on your back like this is not a bad idea. If you do that, you put a pillow under your knees to remove pressure from the low back. Now, some people sleep face down in like a fetal position, kind of like this. That's okay. The problem, though, is that if you're sleeping with like one leg up like that, you're going to be throwing your hips out after a while. And if you do that preferentially, it's probably not going to be good for your posture over time. So you can train yourself to sleep in different positions. One thing that few, even sleep doctors, talk about now, it's happening more in the last couple years, but there's a nerve that runs right here in your jaw. And if you go to sleep like this and your jaw falls back, it impinges on that nerve, which is called the trigeminal nerve, which raises stress in the body and contributes to sleep apnea. I have that problem. So when I go to sleep, I have a splint, like a thing you would use for grinding teeth, but instead of keeping me from grinding, which isn't a problem anymore, I used to be a terrible grinder until I hacked my stress, but my jaw naturally falls back. This thing keeps my jaw from falling back, so when I sleep, my jaw's in the right position, so my nervous system is calm while I'm calm. Transformed my sleep, and I never had apnea.
Questions I'd love to get to while we bring in the food, because I know we're going to move along to another cooking demonstration. But this one, again, so many good questions about sleep, which I love to see because it is so important. But what about waking up? Now, you said you use your app, but with the dark room and everything, how do you wake up if not? Isn't waking up naturally okay? Or
waking up naturally is great. I would love to be in a world where we all just went to sleep at the right time, and then we just woke up when our body was ready to wake up. But we have these things called jobs and kids, and so the odds of most of us who live in modern society waking up like that on a daily basis are pretty slow.
And I guess my fear is with all of those things that I wouldn't wake up.
I have that fear too.
So the progressive wakening alarms, like the ones on the phones, they start out very quietly, and they get louder and louder and more persistent. And then if you whack your phone just like a snooze button, then they go to sleep for a defined period of time that you can set, and then they annoy you some more, and the annoyances get closer and closer together. So it's kind of relaxing. Some people, like about a third of people, I think, they're slow wakers, and it's okay. Like, I like my alarm to go off 3 times before I really get out of bed, and I slowly wake up, and I have a really good day. My wife is like a turbo waker. Like, she wakes up, why aren't you awake? Why aren't you awake? I'm like, let me finish waking up. It doesn't matter which one you are. Neither one is better than the other. It's just a sleep style thing. But if you violate that, you will be stressed. So for my wife, she gets stressed if my alarm goes off 4 or 5 times. And I get stressed if I have to wake up at the first one. So that's one of those things you have to sort out in your own relationship.
And Mike is asking us, he obviously works on the railroad, and he's saying he just does a lot of shift work. So he's asking just for some general thoughts, because he sleeps random times of day and night, and he doesn't have a set schedule. Is that some of your advice relevant to that?
It's very relevant to that. In fact, it's maybe more relevant. You can have serious cancer problems. They're finding this out in flight attendants and people who work shift work. Their cancer rates go up because bright lights at night are correlated with cancer. There's a couple of good books out about this. And your sleep cycle, your circadian rhythm, really affects your health. So one thing you can do in that environment is when you do sleep, make sure it's dark. And also, when it's nighttime, if it's at all possible, depending on your job, the amber lenses designed for blocking blue spectrum light, you can see fine in those glasses, but your body knows it's nighttime. Or, on the flip side, if you want to switch yourself over to an opposite circadian rhythm, you can use those glasses during the day to make sure you stay up at night with bright lights. So the color and intensity of your light is how you control your circadian rhythm. But since he doesn't have a set schedule, he's putting himself at pretty high risk of obesity and other degenerative diseases. Even if you only change every 6 weeks, it's better than having no set schedule at all. That's really rough on the body. Like, you will age quickly.
We have a really smart crew with us online today because they were way ahead of you there. They were asking if wearing the glasses at night would help that problem. And Ross Effer's just written in, he's saying he's been avoiding all the heavy metal, the dopamine-rich foods, but he still goes to bed feeling wired and excited, and he has difficulty sleeping. Have you any suggestions to stop this? I think we've covered a lot of this already.
We've covered some of it. We're going to talk about stress. And there are some specific techniques. I'll show you a breathing technique. And we actually have a sleep induction mat. I don't know why I didn't put it here. And I guess it's not really sleep hygiene. Is it like a tech thing? Now we have Indian salmon coming up next. Next segment we're doing, okay, yeah, so we have some other sleep technologies. There's two things. One of them is the new bulletproof sleep induction mat that really knocks you out and gives you very deep sleep. It's kind of cool stuff. So I'll show you guys that one. And there's a few other ways, including a breathing technique. Please remind me, the audience can help, you guys can help, and people online. When it's time to talk about meditation and stress and breathing, remind me to teach the breath that will put you to sleep quickly, and there's some other technologies that we're going to talk about. I don't know anyone who cannot turn off their racing mind when it's time for sleep. Even people with PTSD can do it. Like, there are techniques that work, and we'll show you those.
I am looking forward to that. We actually have so many more questions, but let's move on to the salmon to make sure we get through the content for this section.
All right, braised Indian salmon. What we do here is we take a saucepan. This is a saucepan, right? Well, it is because you can see through the sides of it, so we're pretending here. And you add some celery stalks that are thinly sliced. You have a leek. A leek is a member of the onion family. It has a little bit of the stuff that inhibits alpha, but not very much compared to full-on garlic cloves. So we wanted the flavor, so we chose a more optimal choice and got nice flavor. So finely diced leek. And, of course, carrots, finely diced. And chopped baby asparagus. What we're going to do with these is we're going to cook them for 10 minutes on like a low saute, and this is called a mirepoix. And these will kind of break down, and the flavors mix really nicely. The leeks and the asparagus bring out some really nice notes in this. You can add to the saute pan after you cook this down for 10 minutes, then you start adding the other stuff. You add some sockeye salmon fillets. Why sockeye salmon, you might ask? Because it is the lowest mercury, highest omega-3 fatty acid salmon. So let's pretend that we cooked this down nicely. So we add our salmon. And there's something else about sockeye you should know. Do we have anyone from Norway listening? Or
morning, yes, I don't know if they're still online, but we did have some Norwegians and some Danes.
If you are from Norway, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, they just logged off.
My wife is Swedish, so they invaded Norway a while back. There's still bad blood there. But the reason actually that you should be ashamed is Norwegian salmon farms are destroying native salmon species around the globe, including about 5 miles from my house, which has me pretty angry about this. There's been a 90% reduction in local salmon population, the kind of healthy salmon you see right here, because of basically poor salmon farming practices by Norwegian companies. And I know enough Norwegians to know that they're actually still in charge of their government over there, and their government just put out a warning to Norwegian citizens that they should not eat Norwegian farmed salmon more than once a week because of all the pollutants in it. But they're willing to kill my native species that don't have it so they can sell more of their farmed salmon. So watch out for farmed salmon, particularly Norwegian farmed salmon. It is not sustainable. And when someone says sustainably farmed salmon, they are lying to you. Hear that, Whole Foods? Now, on top of this, you add some more vegetables and coconut oil. Okay, I didn't plan on that. It was liquid earlier. Coconut oil is the cooking oil we're using. The two best cooking oils are coconut, which adds a coconut flavor, which is fine for this dish. Expeller pressed coconut has less flavor. But the very best cooking oil is grass-fed ghee, which is just clarified butter. And the reason you do those two oils is they're the most heat-stable oils. If you're going to be cooking with oil, you want oils that don't break down. Olive oil is a terrible cooking oil. Why do restaurants have olive oil sautéed spinach? It doesn't even taste good because the oil takes on a bitter taste. You want butter or ghee sautéed spinach with just a nice drizzle of olive oil on top. It's going to be much healthier for you. We also add a half teaspoon of cumin seeds. I looked at these seeds. If some of the seeds have big black spots on them, they're not very fresh. And as a matter of fact, it's a good source of toxins. Am I kidding? Am I really that picky? No, I don't like being that picky, but I'm telling you, if you eat bad cumin, you're not going to sleep well. It's going to mess with you, and I don't like it when things mess with me. So you add your nice-looking cumin, black mustard seeds. Mustard seeds have an awesome flavor. Too much mustard seed oil, not so great. Mustard seeds, pretty much harmless. Fennel. Fennel adds amazing flavor to things. Same thing, you want uniformly colored, nicely shaped ones. 1 teaspoon of sea salt. If I was cooking it, it would probably be 2 or 3. I tend to put a little bit more sea salt, but it depends on your taste. Fenugreek seeds, same thing. Look at the seeds. Do they look good? Yes, they do. And finally, nigella seeds, which you can skip if you don't have. These are a pretty unusual spice. And what you do now is I forgot to add the coconut milk. Now, you might have noticed we put 2 fatty pieces of salmon, a good quantity of coconut oil, and a whole can of coconut milk in here. Think we hit our 70% fat goal for this dish? Yeah, we did. So what we'd do is we'd cover this up, and we'd cook it until the salmon was done, the flavors were all nicely mixed. And what it looks like when you're done is it looks like this. And I can set this here for the cameras. Of course, we plated this nicely compared to my saucepan here. But what you'll find in a dish like this is it wasn't that hard to do. How many dishes did we get dirty? Other than laying the ingredients out here, it was 1 dish, right? You had something to measure, maybe the coconut oil and a cutting board. You cooked it all in a single pan. Even though you had 2 steps, one was to get the mirepoix down, and then the other one is to add the other stuff and cook it some more. But the plate you ate off of, the main cooking dish, and 1 cooking utensil like this. Now, I don't know about you guys, I hate doing dishes. It's just not a good use of my time. So when you cook, if you cook efficiently, that's part of what I write about, part of what I recommend on the blog. Cook super healthy foods. The way we cooked it here, there's steam that drives out the oxygen, so we're not oxidizing things with our food. And we're ending up with a really nice dish that tastes good, it looks good on a plate, but it doesn't take a lot of time. The ones that require 4 pans and 5 dishes in the oven, that's some serious heavy-duty French-style cooking, but you can get similar results in a lot less work. And if you're doing really good flavors, you can make it work that way.
All right, Dave. Question about this meal. We went from talking about sleep until this, and so people in the chat rooms were just wondering if this is helping us sleep, or is this another bulletproof diet meal?
We're just interspersing. My transition was very clear. That was less than transition. So what we're doing is, it's boring to watch anyone. I don't know, maybe you like the Food Network, but like Food Network for 8 hours a day would be boring, and we'd have a day of cooking demos, especially without a stovetop here. So what we decided to do to mix things up a little bit is to talk about something, do a demo of something, and then do a cooking demo. That's why there isn't one day on the Bulletproof Diet, because honestly, after 5 screens of this food is different than this food for this reason, it's boring. So
great.
Being a former instructor, this is hopefully the right way to do it. So expect to have random recipes for foods that have nothing to do with what I talked about before.
Perfect.
Coming up for you.
And just a reminder for folks, you said this would be 70% fat. Why is it again that we're going for that in this meal?
So when we talk about macronutrient ratios in the Bulletproof Diet, and I haven't got into the explanations for why the diet works, which is something that we're going to be coming up on tomorrow. There are about 20 different reasons. But one of the things is that fat is what your body is made out of, like your cell membranes, your brain, your hormones. And more of your body than you would think is fat. It's fat and protein, minerals, and of course water is the #1 ingredient in it. And our entire evolution of our brains has been about the fight for fat. It is the most sought after nutrient, even more sought after than starch in nature. So sources of fat are the most precious ones, and throughout history, you kill the buffalo, you eat the fatty hump on the back, and then you eat the liver. First you get the fat, then you get the nutrient-dense parts of the animal. Without fat, our brains don't form. In fact, I'm going to share a recipe with you during one of the other days where we talk about the effect of eating fat on your sex hormones specifically. So it sounds a little counterintuitive, but eating fat doesn't make you fat. Eating some fat makes you fat. Eating other fat makes you thin. So what we did here is we optimized for fats that were high in medium-chain triglycerides, low in inflammatory toxins, and virtually devoid of omega-6 oils, other than a little bit in the salmon, which is fine. When we change our fat ratios like that, we end up having very little hunger, and we end up needing almost no exercise to look like this. You can cut your sleep, you can cut your exercise, and also, the most important thing of all, when you get enough healthy fat, and you cut out the other processed food toxins, your food cravings go away. So, I noticed at lunch, someone must have made a grievous error here, because we had this nice bulletproof food, and then there was like bread. Now, there was a time in my life I would have been, oh, bread, how I love you, I would like to eat you right now, but I'm going to use my willpower, I'm not going to do it. With the amount of fat in my diet now, I just don't need to eat at any one time. I can go 24 hours without eating if I need to and still perform the entire time. And food has lost its control over me because I'm fat adequate. When you first go on the bulletproof diet, you actually want more fat. I started out drinking a ton of butter and MCT oil in my bulletproof coffee. It was a really, kind of amazing to me how much of it I wanted, but those my body liked. Over time, as my cell membranes changed, I started getting rid of old cells and replacing them with new cells that had more stable oils in them. I actually found that I need less fat to maintain health than I did to gain health. So the reason you add these fats is that this is the most satiating, the most fueling. They make you feel better, they actually make you sleep better, and they make you perform better. So this is what people eat when they can get quality fat. When they can't get quality fat and they're going to die, they'll eat almost anything, including bugs, and even these little seeds that grow on the top of grains of grass. It's called wheat.
It's actually time for our break. We have so many questions coming in. I just want to get in two because several people have asked them. So rapid fire. Memory foam, good or bad?
Natural memory foam that doesn't stink a lot is good. It's actually nice for sleep, but it depends on your sleep style. It's particularly good if you do things besides sleep in bed.
Okay. And secondly, ghee. Is there, what was the question about how to make it?
I make my own ghee. I love doing it. Buy grass-fed butter, put it in a giant pot, put a lot of it in the pot because it takes a little while. Turn the heat up about a third to half of the way, and stir it occasionally. And what will happen is over the course of about a half hour is you'll see foam form on the top, and when the ghee is done, you'll see the particulate matter will precipitate. All of a sudden there'll be these white sort of cottage cheese looking things that drop to the bottom of the pan. You skim the foam off the top, and then you pour just a perfect yellow transparent butter off after you've removed that top level of foam, and you leave the chunks in the pan. If you cook it just a little bit, the chunks turn light brown and you get more of a caramel flavor. If you cook it too much, you've got burned butter and it's not as good for you. So that final stage is a little bit tricky, but when you do this, it's kind of a fun project. There's something relaxing about scraping the foam off the ghee and just watching this butter sort of churn, and it tastes amazing. It keeps forever as long as your jars were dry and not wet when you put it in there, including hundreds of years, keeps forever. So it's a good emergency food for earthquake people in California too.
Good to know, good to know. All right, so we are going to take our 15-minute break. Tell us what we're going to do for the last segment of the day.
We're going to do something that's on a sign over there. Oh, there it is. Sleep Part 2. We're going to do our sleep tech products, which is particularly cool. We're going to show some of those things to answer that question. Oh, how do I make my sleep better using technology, which is amazing what you can do. And finally, we have Dr. Bill Pollock come in. Dr. Bill works with pulse electromagnetic fields for healing and for sleep and things like that. And we're going to show you actually hands-on. We'll take someone in the audience and expose you to a pulse electromagnetic field. You'll never be the same again.
Well, thanks, Dave. We're very much looking forward to the final section of today. And of course, don't forget you can purchase this broadcast to keep. If you just look below where the video feed is coming, you'll see the big green button that says buy. If you click that now, it's just $149 for the 3 days, but if you click now while we're live on air, it's only $99. I know I've been having a little bit of trouble following these great recipes. There's so much that Dave has been sharing with us today, so it's a great opportunity to have and purchase that course today for the next 3 days to look back at your own pace to review. But for now, we are going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back very soon. Thanks so much.
Who do you want to see next on Creative Live? I'm Craig Swanson, and we want to hear from you. Go to creativelive.com/suggest, where we've created a special forum for you to tell us who you would like to see next in this Creative Live classroom. Creative Live is here to help you unleash your creative potential by bringing you the world's best experts in this unique live worldwide creative classroom and helping you build a sustainable business and lifestyle around your creative endeavors. We're looking for your suggestions for the best instructors in design, business, filmmaking, photography, audio, and software training. Tell us the name of your dream instructor, what you want them to teach, and if they are already teaching, give us a link to their current workshop or classes. This is your classroom, and we are listening to you.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Chase Jarvis, co-founder here at Creative Live, and from September 16th to the 21st, we've got an event of a lifetime coming at you. We're calling it Photo Week.
Creative Live Photo Week is a 6-day, all-access pass inside the high-octane world of photography.
Broadcast you live on Creative Live
September 16th through 21st with 3 broadcast channels
And over 30 world-class instructors.
Whether you're a working photographer
or a hobbyist.
we have workshops for you.
You will learn technical, creative, and marketing skills
From industry leaders in every category.
Non-stop photography for the love of photography.
All on Creative Live.
We're unleashing the creative potential of millions of people worldwide like you by connecting them live with the world's most inspiring experts. That's what Photo Week's all about. I'll see you there.
6 days, 3 channels, over 30 instructors. If that isn't a total shebang!
Your head's gonna explode.
Rock and roll.
Come on down to Crazy Eddie.
It's going to be
Crazy stupid.
awesome. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Alfio Studo, wedding and commercial filmmaker. On September 4th to 6th, I'll be teaching a free course on Creative Live called Visual Storytelling, the Art of Wedding Filmmaking. On day 1, I'll discuss the essentials in building a client base and developing strong relationships with your clients well before the wedding day. I'll go over the essential gear required for wedding cinematography and go in depth with the importance of preparation and pre-planning. On day 2, I'll discuss the specifics of composition, content and lighting as we recreate a wedding scene live in the Creative Live studio. I will show you how to deal with location and lighting limitations as well as talk about client interaction. You'll also learn how to implement shooting techniques that have one purpose, to tell a story. On day 3, I will finish the course with a post-production overview and show you how to continue to tell the story in the editing process and create a finished product that your clients will treasure. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world, live and online. So if you're a wedding photographer or a filmmaker who is interested in learning how to create moving and evocative imagery with video, then join us on September 4th to 6th for Visual Storytelling, the Art of Wedding Filmmaking. Don't miss out. RSVP now, and I hope you can join us.
Hi, I'm Melanie Duncan, and on September 4th, 5th, and 6th, I'm going to be teaching a course called Unlocking the Power of Pinterest, live on Creative Live. I'll see you there. A lot of creative professionals are very good at what they do. What they really struggle with is getting in front of the right audience and the right prospective clients and customers. I'm going to teach you how to use Pinterest to build a massive audience and also to monetize that audience. On day 1, I'm going to teach you how to create captivating content on Pinterest and also show you what's working now. On day 2, I'm going to teach you how to increase your visibility online and show you step-by-step how to build a massive Pinterest following. I'm also going to walk you through how to set up a successful Pinterest contest. Finally, on day 3, I'm going to walk you through how to market your events, sales, and promotions on Pinterest and teach you how to use your page to build a personal brand. This course is great for anyone who's looking to build a bigger audience and get their products and services in front of more people online. We'll also be talking about how to use a Pinterest account for business strategically. Believe it or not, it's a lot different than how you use your personal account. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world live. So enroll now and we'll see you in September.
Hi, I'm Devin Duncan, and on September 7th, 8th, and 9th on Creative Live, I'll be teaching a class called How to Make Your Website Work For You. Many people have websites that are little more than glorified business cards. This makes it difficult for you to have a real connection with your customers and make money doing what you love. This course is going to change all that. We're going to teach you how to actually be achieving goals, connecting with your customers, and seeing results from your website. On day one, we'll be covering which social media platforms are best for your business and audience. And don't be fooled, you don't need to be using all of them. We'll be covering which strategies to use so you can best achieve your goals. On day two, we'll cover how to build a profitable relationship with your customers and how to develop those relationships almost on autopilot. And finally, on day three, we'll be covering how to sell without being too salesy. I'll be sharing some tips with you that you have to do, but also things that you must avoid. This course is for people that are frustrated with their online presence. Maybe you're not getting the traffic that you want, or the sales you feel you deserve for the work you're putting in. This course will help you solve the frustrations and make your website work for you. This course is 100% free to watch online from anywhere in the world. So enroll now and start taking the steps to make your website work for you. I'll see you in September.
Hi, I'm Tim Groen. On September 9th and 10th, I'll be teaching my class, Sell Your First 1,000 Books, live on Creative Live. See you there. Imagine what it would be like to have direct access to your fan base, so when you started your next book project, you already had people lined up ready to buy it. The problem is that there's just too much advice swirling around out there about Facebook and Twitter and blogging and podcasting and everything else, and there's nothing to really pull it together. So that's the problem I'm going to solve with my course. I'm going to teach you how you can build your platform, connect with readers, and sell more books. On day one, we'll start by looking at the connection system, the online marketing framework that anyone can use to immediately start building their platform. Then we'll move on to permission. And permission is the way that you stay in contact with people in a way that reliably drives action and sales. And then next we'll look at content and how content can be easily produced and how it can drive the rest of your marketing efforts. On day two, we're going to continue with content, and we're going to show you how content drives outreach. And outreach is very simply moving people from not knowing you exist to knowing you exist. And then we'll talk about how permission, content, and outreach all work together in the connection system to build your platform. And finally, we're going to bring in a special guest, Hugh Howey. He's the best-selling author of Wool and the #1 selling self-published author last year. And he's going to come in and share his insights on what he's done to build his platform. This course is perfect for anyone that's trying to create a book and get it into the hands of people and spread their message. So whether it's a cookbook or a fiction book or a business book or a photography book, this is going to help you move people from not knowing you exist to connecting with them and connecting with them in a way that they're going to support your work. This course is free to watch live anywhere in the world, so enroll now and I'll see you in September.
Hello world, my name is Steve Rennie. I am the Ren Man, and on September 12th, I'm going to be teaching Music Business 101 Networking on Creative Live. If you're trying to get a start in the music business, folks, you've probably already figured out that it's all about who you know. Your network is everything. It might seem like an impossible task to get your foot in the door. Getting the right person to take a chance on you isn't easy, but it can be done. My network has helped me go from a kid with a dream at USC to managing one of the biggest rock bands in the world, Incubus. I'm going to help you identify who your targets are, who you should be trying to connect with, and why. We're going to talk about networking tools. What are the right tools to reach your targets? I'm going to talk about how you nurture a relationship without being annoying. I'm going to help you create a plan, put together everything you've learned into a personalized, actionable plan for building your own network in the music business. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world online live, so enroll now and learn the secret of networking Redman style. We'll see you September 12th.
I'm Cameron Argon, commonly known as Big Chocolate, and I'm a music producer. I started producing and making beats and songs and tracks when I was about 16, starting in like Pro Tools and then quickly getting over it and going to Logic, which was more easy for me to understand at 16. I recently switched to Ableton about 5 months ago. When I switched, it was about a 2-3 day thing until I was like, can't go back. I gotta use this. Workflow to me is the most important element in making music. If a track flows right, meaning you sit down and you just keep working continuously, you don't need to sit on it or anything, it can be done within a few hours. With Ableton, there's a lot less disconnect from music. The technology wall between you and your ideas is a lot shorter than a lot of the other programs out today. As a producer, Ableton really allows me to get my ideas done efficiently.
Hi, I'm Mike McCallowitz, author of The Pumpkin Plan, and I've teamed up with Creative Live to run a free workshop September 24th, September 25th on how to spark growth in your business. It's time you join us. I know why you started your business. I know what it felt like. You were excited. You were thrilled. You couldn't wait. But today, I suspect it's a little bit different. It's exhausting. You work crazy, relentless hours. If you follow the methods of a colossal pumpkin farmer, you will experience colossal growth yourself. The key's right here in the field. Well, do you know most farmers are ordinary farmers? They try to grow as many pumpkins as possible. But a small faction are colossal farmers. They grow the colossal pumpkin, the one that dwarfs all these pumpkins. It can weigh up to a ton. Well, once you know their secret process for growing a colossal pumpkin, you'll also have the secret for growing a colossal business. On the first day, we're going to take 3 major steps to sparking growth in your business. Step 1 is you're going to identify the elements of your business that facilitate large growth. Step 2, you're going to pick the strongest clients that you have and learn to replicate them, because more great clients means fast growth. And the final thing you're going to do on the first day is the watering process. How do you get in front of the client and the rest of your business frequently enough that it just grows on its own? On the second day, you're going to learn the secret to the vendor well, perhaps the most important thing you can do to grow your business. Then you're going to learn about pruning, how to get rid of the weak clients, the clients that are actually a distraction to your business. And the final thing, you're going to learn about the seasons of business. Just like the seasons in the farm here are seasons in your business. If you know how to leverage them, you're going to grow. If you're in business but struggling to grow your business, this class is for you. If you have a retail store, if you're B2B, if you own a farm, be here.
I'm Eyal Levy at Audiohammer Studios, and on September 25th, I'll be teaching you digital drums with Easy Drummer at Creative Live. I've been in the music business over 15 years. I've written, produced, engineered, mixed, and played on dozens of albums. And I've toured the world with some of the most amazingly ridiculous musicians. And one thing never, ever changes. It's almost impossible to find a drummer, and a great drummer at that. And while there's no substitute for a great drummer, TuneTrack's Easy Drummer is the next best thing. I'm going to give you the tools to get started with Easy Drummer. Start with the basics, setting up the plugin, how to use it, how to pick sounds from rock, pop, whatever genre, and then I'll show you how to mix it in your DAW. And last but not least, we're going to cover the most important part of the puzzle, which is writing great drum parts. If you're a musician that wants to write and record realistic sounding drums, but you don't have access to a drummer, this course is for you. And if you happen to be a drummer, this course is also for you. It's not always possible to record your ideas. An Easy Drummer is a quick and easy way to sketch them all out to work on later. At the end of this course, you'll be able to create drums that sound like a real drummer played them, and mix them with other instruments. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world live online, so enroll now and learn how to get the most out of Easy Drummer. I'll see you in September.
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. If you're just joining us now, we are here on day one of a 3-day free course called The Bulletproof Life with Dave Asprey. We are about to head into, like I said, that final segment. We're going to look at some very cool things that I've been watching Dave put together here before the break, during the break. So, over to you, Dave.
Thank you. There are a lot of wires we're going to be dealing with. You don't need all this geeky stuff to go to sleep. But if you want to sleep faster and better, or you want to correct a sleep problem, there are some things you can do. The first thing that I talked about was the Sleep Cycle app. And let's see if we can get the screen turned on here. There we go. So what this is, let me make this a little bigger if I can. Yeah, that's better. This is the app that's vanishingly inexpensive. And it's very simple. You say, what time do I want to wake up? And say, you want to wake up at 7:30. See how, though, when you say you want to wake up at 7:30, you're giving it a window. Here, the default is a half hour. If you say the latest I'm willing to wake up at 7:30, it'll wake you between 7 and 7:30. And you might say, why would I want to wake up early? Because you'd wake up better, and you'd have more energy, not to mention you get an extra 15 minutes to make like an extra cup of bulletproof coffee in the morning. It's a pretty cool deal. And what happens here is you start the thing. It tells you to keep the charger connected, which is unnecessary. I don't keep my charger connected at night. This works on an iPad or an iPhone, but it's meant for an iPhone. And then it tells you what time it is when you're going to sleep, and it tells you, screen down, don't put a pillow on top of it, and better yet, you peel back the top sheet and you put it under the edge of the top sheet so it won't fall off the bed and it gets the best sound. And then when you wake up in the morning, it starts with a very quiet sound at just the right time. That's it. It's a very simple thing to do. But when you do it, you improve your sleep quality. The cost is almost zero, and you got to unplug your alarm clock. Because one of the other things I didn't mention before is that your alarm clock, if it's right next to your bed and it's plugged in, has its own electromagnetic field that you probably don't want to be sleeping in. Having a clean electromagnetic environment is pretty darn important and impactful, and you'll hear more from Dr. Pollack about that when he comes on. All right, let's cut back to the PowerPoint. Not that PowerPoint, that one. And there we go. Next up, let's talk about cerebral electrical stimulation. This is one of the geekiest things you can possibly get. It's even lavender. This is something you cannot buy at any price right now. The original CES, or cerebral electrical stimulation technology, came out of the Russian space program. There's a uniquely Russian and uniquely logical thinking there. Thought number one, it's really hard and expensive to get enough rocket fuel to fly someone up into space. people sleep a third of the time. What if we could send a third less astronauts into space by just making it so astronauts didn't have to sleep? Let's put money into sleep research instead of rocket fuel. I love it. That was really where CES got its foundational things. The way these units work is you stick, in this case, electrodes, or most often it's little clips that go in your ears that are conductive. I put these on my temples. I'm not going to necessarily do it right now because, well, let's see if they stick on top of all the studio stuff going on here. And all you do is you turn the thing on, and of course they fall off because I'm wearing makeup. By the way, I'm a winter, I found out. Just kidding, I have no idea what color I am. Anyhow, what this does is it runs a shaped small current about the size of static electricity back and forth between the ears. The reason this unit is so sought after, it's called the NeuroTrek Digital Pro. They only made 2,000 of these, and it's the only one of these units that lets you program the frequency that goes between your ears. So using this, I can dial up a 1.5 hertz, very deep sleep recovery, which means I've had nights where I only slept 2 hours, and I was running this the whole night, and I woke up feeling so good, because I got really deep restorative sleep for the entire time. This takes over your brain. It forces the brain into that state. So it's relatively a heavy-handed technology. Likewise, when I'm doing some writing, and I really want to come up with some amazing ideas, I'll kick this thing all the way to the other side and put it at about 50 hertz into the gamma range. And I am a really fast, creative, amazing writer when I'm in a gamma state. So yes, I cheat when I write. The 250,000 words on the blog, I cheat every way I possibly can. And this is actually one of them. The guy who makes these stopped making them a few years ago and keeps talking about coming out with a new improved one, and it has yet to happen. So if it ever does happen, that'll be great. In the meantime, for the biohackers, quantified self people out there, you want to do something cool, make a frequency programmable CES machine. Of course, there might be some FDA regulations around that. Most cerebroelectrical stimulation devices are prescription. And those ones, you go to the doctor and you say, I have mild depression or problems sleeping, and you can get a prescription for one. They range between $300 and $1,200.
CES again stands for?
Cerebral electrical stimulation.
Thank you.
It's kind of a bit of a technology that's been around since the 60s. Not that many people know about it, and I've found it has profound effects on how my brain works. I really, really like this stuff.
As I understand it, we're supposed to have five cycles per night of the wave going through deep, REM, and so on. If you put this on, would it just put you in deep for the whole night?
Depends. There's a timer, so you might have it throw you into deep sleep early on. Or what if you're not going to sleep 8 hours enough to get 5 segments of sleep? What if you're only going to get 2 or 3? You could make a pretty logical decision that physical recovery should happen before memory consolidation. So in that case, you would actually use a device to move your sleep into more of a deeper sleep so you could recover. Or maybe you have a broken leg, or you're just recovering from a cold. So you want to do something about it. This lets you take control of your brain in a relatively heavy-handed way, but it sure does work.
From Ross F., who's been using CES. He says he's run the Oasis Pro on Delta for various times before and during sleep, but he said it's giving him shorter quality, not so much deep sleep, and he wakes up with a headache and soreness behind the eyes and a muzzy feeling. Can you recommend a way of configuring his CES device to avoid this?
I've used an Oasis, but I haven't used an Oasis extensively enough to tell him how to hack it. It sounds like he's got too much current. If you got pain behind your eyes, it's because the very small amount of electricity is tweaking your optic nerve, so your eyes are getting tired. That's bad. There are some studies that show CES improves vision, believe it or not. So in that case, it sounds like he just may be overpowering it, or he needs to move the things. I don't know if they're on his ears or his temples or anything. But I'd play with electrode placement, play with swapping electrodes, and reducing power output if the Oasis Pro supports that. The one I have, the reason I like it so much is that it has a volume control. I can dial it down to where I don't feel it. You're supposed to barely feel it or not feel it. So if you put it on and you see bright flashes behind your eyes, it's too strong. That's usually the problem when people do this. Be subtle. Be kind to your brain.
So I have a few questions on binaural beats. And from DL, what do you think of them? From Justin Dude, is the CES machine that passes a frequency through the brain and all similar to listening to binaural beats. Am I saying that right? Binaural beats?
Binaural beats are saying it just like a sleep research pro.
Two tones, awesome. Two tones slightly offset that is reported to induce different brain states based on the differences in tone frequencies?
We will get to binaural beats in the relaxation and stress segment. You can use sounds, and there's even some nice iPhone apps that will let you make your own sounds for sleep. And the short answer is that sounds do one thing. You can set up a wave between the ears. If you want to be in a 10 hertz brain state, you play 500 hertz in this ear, 510 hertz in this ear, and pretty soon the brain's like, which one do I listen to? And after a while, it listens to this, then this, and pretty soon your brain's in a 10 hertz state. Binaural beats work, but they're relatively weak. This is a very strong, and there's other forms of tones that are better for you, or at least better for inducing brain states than just binaural. But yeah, even though it's kind of a 70s woo-woo kind of thinking, you really can affect your state of consciousness pretty profoundly with the right sounds. And if that sounds, like an outrageous claim, those carefully tuned meditation, Tibetan singing bowl kind of things? Let's see, you ring one tuning fork in this ear, one tuning fork in this ear, it does the same thing. Before that, we had shamanic drumming. You drum a lot. There's many, many ways you can tell your brain, your whole brain, enter into this state. In fact, you ever go to a rave? Flashing lights, pulsing sounds. It's all generally the same thing. Our brains respond to those inputs. One of my favorite free apps, I've used this for almost 10 years. Everyone should have this. It should be standard on every operating system. Computer, yeah. It's called Flux, but they put a period in there to make it hard to search. We should have that up in a minute. Alright, so it's a little app that you install. Like I said, it's free. And what it does is you tell it what you want the lights to look like at night. And as soon as night comes, and it'll track when night is based on your geographic location, it'll do something like this. If you say at night, I want it to look like this, it'll look like that. And if you want it to look like this during the day, it'll look like that. So you can control literally sunset. Like imagine sunset's coming, now it's dark, now it's dark, now it's dark. Here we've cut out most of the blue light coming off the screen. So if you're going to be reading your computer after dark, why not tell your body that at least it's sunset and to take out the blue spectrum that's going to keep you from making melatonin for 4 hours? It's automated. You don't think about anything, it just works. If you need to do things like color perfect, Pantone color matching kind of stuff, what you do then is there's a disable button that lets you disable it for a little while. So it takes almost no space on your computer, it's quick and it's easy, and if you want to be fancy about it, you change the transition to slow and you won't even notice it happening. It just slowly creeps into the orange. I just set mine when the sun goes down, turn orange and be done with it. But it's free, your sleep quality improves. How can you go wrong? Take you about a minute to install. Just Google for Flux, F.LUX. Alright, let's go back. You what?
I said I just did it.
Beautiful.
During the live event.
In fact, we'll probably put a link to that when you register. You'd get a link for it. So that's another value add for free software that we didn't write. But hey, we'll put the link there for you. Sign up.
And Samek is just asking, do you need the F-Lux when wearing your orange glasses?
It's a good question. You probably don't need it as much, but you're still shining that light on your skin. And how well do your orange glasses fit? I would do both, because Flux doesn't take out all the blue. If you get really good blue blockers, you can look at a blue LED and it's invisible. There's no blue light coming into your eyes, and you do sleep better when you do that. All right, we've got Flux. Next up, I didn't bring a low blue bulb because, frankly, I left it in my hotel room in Asia. But these are little bulbs. We have them on Upgrade itself. They're very cheap. And they only put out light without blue spectrum. So they look kind of like those bug lights when you're a kid, the orange lights, and you can read under it if you want to. In fact, some people use them in their reading lamps. So your body thinks it's dark, but you're still able to read a normal book. This is the thing you should have in your bathroom, so that when you turn on the lights at night, even if it's a little desk lamp, or in my case I unscrew one bulb and leave the orange one screwed in, then your kids and you can get up, use the bathroom, and go back to sleep while still going back to sleep. Again, it's sub $10. It's a quick and easy change to make, and doing it really can improve the quality of your energy throughout the day. And that's what this is all about. This isn't about just hacking your sleep. It's about hacking your sleep to do something. And what you're trying to do is upgrade yourself. And you can hack your environment like this to improve yourself. We've talked a little bit about the glasses. So these ones block some blue, but not all. You can order laser safety glasses that block all blue light for about $8 off of Amazon. They don't look very sexy. Like Victoria's Secret did not make these glasses. They look like something you'd wear in high school lab, but yellow. I don't know that I'd want to wear those on an airplane, but if you're sitting at your computer working, I have more than a few really successful clients who late at night wear these glasses because then when they go to sleep faster and better. Again, it's one of those very, very cheap hacks you can do. Now, earthing. I was one of the first bloggers out there to really start talking about earthing, and this sounds so incredibly like hippie and unscientific that I was really skeptical, and I tested it quite a bit before I was willing to write about it. Now I think most of the paleo community has taken on earthing or grounding as something they're willing to accept. The idea behind it is that when you put your feet on the earth normally, you're barefoot if you're an animal, and you're walking on things that are not insulated from the ground. We're in a building. I'm standing on a wooden floor. These are unnatural environments. And you actually build up a static charge over time, and it takes a little while for it to dissipate. You can measure the static charge using a meter, and I'm sad to say that my meter got in a car accident on the way over here today, so I'm not going to do a live demo of the meter, literally, like slammed the brakes on, and it smacked the floor. But what you do is you ground the meter with one wire, and you hold the other wire, and you can actually get a reading of the static charge on your body, and you can discharge yourself. Now, there's a company out there that makes relatively expensive earthing mats, and I'm going to show you a neat trick to save yourself some money. We verified this with the meter. You can spend $100 or something on a conductive sheet, or you can go for $12 and buy a static dispersive mat. This is a mat you could buy at any electronics store, use it for fixing computers and things like that. When you do this, you can still get that grounding effect. The problem, though, is that the cable that comes with these, if you're listening, this has a relatively high resistance in it, which means it doesn't work very well. You can replace this with a cable that has less resistance, or just a piece of wire that has no resistor in it, and it snaps onto the edge of the mat and plugs into either a grounding little rod this long in the soil, or it plugs into the round part of the outlet. Literally, the round hole right here. That's the part of your electrical system that runs to a wire in the ground. If you do this before sleep for 20 minutes, you actually get better, deeper sleep with less inflammation. You can do it while you sleep. I'm friends with Lance Armstrong's team doctor, not the guy who had anything to do or knowledge of Lance Armstrong's performance enhancement techniques, but someone who for 9 years took care of the entire team and helped them recover faster during what is one of the most aggressive inhuman events ever, because you beat yourself up with intense exercise all day long, very small amount of sleep, and you do it again over and over. So it is a grind. So to maximize the way this works is they would actually electrically earth Lance and the rest of the team. And Jeff Snyder's the guy's name, and he's a really amazing physician, or at least trained healer, and an exercise physiologist and everything else. There is ample evidence that this works. I saw the results in my own sleep studies. When I run an EEG on my head when I'm sleeping, I get more deep sleep when I've taken the trouble to do this. There's a cheaper and easier way, though. Rather than buying a $12 mat with another kind of cord, you can take your shoes off and walk for 20 minutes out in the park during the day. If you want to get over jet lag quickly, using something like this works really, really well. I had a time in my life where every 6 weeks I flew from the Bay Area to London and back for one week at a time. Very disruptive. Jet lag going in that direction is just terrible. So I had like a series of experiments. And I had this idea that, all right, I need to raise my body temperature in the morning. So I would take a red eye, I'd land in the morning, and I'd try and raise my body temperature through exercise. And the one time it was sunny in England, I did yoga in the park to raise my body temperature. And I had 0 jet lag. I was so amazed. The reason was that I was in contact with the earth. I was dropping the huge charge that builds up on you when you fly. It sounds a little weird. You can measure it with scientific devices. And guys like Stephen Sinatra, a leading cardiologist, have come out and said this is something we didn't understand about inflammation in the human body. So if you're not going to walk around barefoot outdoors every now and then, consider putting something like this under your feet or under your hands when you're working and electrically earthing yourself. It will improve your sleep quality and it can reduce inflammation. In my experience, some people have a hard time sleeping when they first use a device like this, because when they do, they actually get tingling as their body drops excess electrons and as circulation improves. My wife was like that. I didn't tell her what I did. I put one of these on the bed and said, "Don't worry about it." She said, "I can't sleep with that darn thing. Like, it makes me tingle. After 3 days it stopped tingling, and it improves sleep for both of us." So it's kind of a neat little trick for a $12 device and maybe another $5 in wire to run it to the wall. I used to recommend paying for the more expensive cloth ones and all that, but the cost differential is just not worth it when you can go to any electronics store and do this. When I travel, I'm even a little bit more aggressive about it. I have a $5 band that looks like this. The one I travel with usually is red. You put it on your wrist and you tighten it up. It's conductive, and you clip it to that. So I don't even travel with a mat. So for me to deal with my jet lag from an inflammation perspective, it's a little cable and a little thing on my wrist, and I'm done. Very lightweight. And would I really go to all this trouble if it didn't work? No, I wouldn't, because I'm really lazy. I hate carrying heavy stuff when I travel. It's just too much. I never check my bags. So the fact that I'm willing to take the time to do that means that, at least I think it works, and the data that I've seen elsewhere says it works, and my own studies say it works. Hey, I'll buy it. This isn't on the list right here, but I mentioned earlier a filter that helps with sleep, an electrical filter. This is what it looks like. It's a little thing. You can still have power that comes through it. Plug it into the wall. I have these on Upgraded Self. I put one in my bedroom. I put one in the kids' bedroom. Try to have one in each room of the house. And it's there to basically calm chaotic signals in the electrical system of my house. How are we doing on time? It's 3. Perfect. We're nearly there. We're not going to do the Dream Inducer app. And the Bulletproof Sleep Induction Mat, this is about to come out, and it's awesome. So what it is a mat covered in spikes. Hard spikes. If we had cabbage right now and rubbed it on here, we'd have coleslaw. But what you do, you lay it down, and because this bed will collapse under my enormous weight, I'm not going to do it. But even with your shirt off, you just lay on your back on it. And the first thing that happens, you go, "Oh my God, that hurts." It's supposed to do that, but it doesn't puncture your skin. And after about 30 seconds of your body going, "This really hurts," all of a sudden, your nervous system, your sympathetic nervous system, the operating system to keep your meat alive, it realizes that what it thought was a threat was not a threat, and that no harm is coming. And when you do that, you shift from a sympathetic dominant fight or flight response into a parasympathetic dominant relaxation response. You can go to sleep and get deeper sleep very, very quickly using the Bulletproof Sleep Induction Mat. Like, we'll have those up on the site within a couple weeks, we think. I'm just getting them manufactured with the right organic cotton and all that kind of stuff. But it is profound how fast you fall asleep, even though you're like, "Well, this hurts," but it stops hurting, and then it's just like complete relaxation. You roll off of it automatically when you're done. About 20 minutes will do it.
Last throughout the night, because I have a problem where I wake up and I've looked at HRV and I go into stress about 2 hours after going to sleep. So I was just wondering, but this is just
I do find deeper sleep throughout the night when I use this. It might be worth a try for that. but there may be something causing that. I'm not sure what it is. I don't think we're going to take more questions because of time issues. I'm just checking. Yeah, we're not going to take more questions. Sorry. And finally, for whoever it was online who asked about what do we do for really racing mind and agitation, we're going to cut over to the iPad again. This is the graph that you get for your sleep. Of course, I didn't actually sleep, so you don't see my sleep cycles, but you would have seen that from the Sleep Cycle app. And there's a couple ways you can get your heart rate variability training in for sleep. The Inner Balance app from HeartMath is what I use to train my clients, and the HRV Sense app, which is the one that I make, is the one I use to monitor sleep. So if you want to get heart rate variability all night long, this is like a $2 app right now on sale. It works with a chest monitor, and the Inner Balance thing I carry on Upgraded Self, and we do have the coupon code for this, which is Creative Live, only during the live event here. And for this, you clip it on the ear, and you start the app. And what it does, let me turn it sideways so I can get a better image for you guys. There we go. It's getting my heart rate at the top, and it guides you to breathe out when it gets smaller, and then breathe in when it gets bigger. And as you do this, it guides your breathing, and there's a light on the top that you're going to see in a minute. See how it turned green? It's not hitting the screen real smoothly the way it does on the iPad, but what it's showing right now is that I'm in a state of high heart rate variability, even though I'm not really doing the breathing the way I should be. It's because I've trained my nervous system to be calm most of the time. And what you can do with this is you just breathe. And you do whatever the switch inside your head is, it's actually the switch is in your chest, to make the light turn green. Because when you make the light turn red accidentally, it means you just got ready to kill a tiger or run away. Let me see if I can make it turn red. I'm not as good at making myself be stressed. Let's see. No, mother-in-law didn't work. Trying to find something that makes me feel stressed. There we go. No. All right. So that's an example there. I got myself out of the sympathetic state. And if you do this for 5 or 10 minutes, the breathing does magic, but it's not really the breathing. It's that light at the top. And what we're doing here, and we'll talk more in the stress segment about this, that your heartbeat has spacing between each heartbeat. So you could have, in 1 minute, you could have 100 heartbeats all in the first 10 seconds, or 100 heartbeats spread out evenly. It turns out the spacing of those heartbeats really matters for this app. Let's go back to the PowerPoint. This is a $99 sensor, clips to your ear. I have never had a client who didn't improve their sleep quality by doing this for 5 minutes. Every one of my coaching clients with an ongoing program is required to get one of these and to use it for at least 6 weeks, because it trains your nervous system to calm down. And it can be calm in a meeting, it can be calm in bed, but your performance across everything goes up because you stop wasting time worrying about tigers that aren't even there. Now, it looks like our timing is on pretty darn accurately. Dr. Bill Pollack, you ready to come up? Do you need one of these with you? How you doing? Very good. Thanks for making it out. Welcome. You want to do the honors with this one, or I can put it on someone, whatever works best for you?
You want me to tell people what it is first, and then you can tell us what you did with it?
Sure, that sounds like a plan. Why don't you tell people about it, and don't get it too close to my computer, eh?
Well,
yourself as well.
Do that. Tell us your background.
I'm a family physician. I basically practice holistic medicine in Baltimore. Long time ago, when I was doing regular family medicine, I discovered that what we're doing in medicine doesn't work. In fact, actually, it harms more than it helps most of the time. So I had to find new ways of helping people, and I had to step outside the box. I decided to get trained in acupuncture and hypnosis and homeopathy and nutrition and energy medicine. So I do a lot of these other techniques first before I usually ever prescribe a drug. Now, certainly I will do hormone replacement because that's often necessary. That's part of maintaining the body in optimized health. along the way, I realized there were still missing things. There were still things that we were missing to try to help people to heal. And I started looking into magnets. That was the beginnings, static magnets. Some of you may have heard of these companies that sell mattresses and shoe inserts and so on. And they do work, but they were very limited in what they could do. Pulse electromagnetic fields I discovered as I started reading the Eastern European science, because they've been doing this for 50 years. Why didn't we know about it? Because it was published in Russian or Czech or one of the other languages, and so we just didn't know about it. So I met a doctor, and we published a book. We actually transcribed a lot of those documents and published a book that describes the science, 50 years of science about this technology. These magnetic fields produced by devices like this, and there are many kinds. There are devices that, most of the devices actually plug in. The beauty of this one, and it's great for hackers, is you don't have to be limited to plugging it into a wall. But magnetic fields go through the body as if it was air. Imagine a magnetic field is like the air blowing through the trees. You can't see it. It's rustling the leaves. It doesn't stay there. It moves right on through. The leaves, this tree does not absorb the air. Magnetic fields do the same thing to the body. Go completely through the body. As they're passing through, they jiggle the cells of the body. So what they're doing essentially is bringing power to the house. You can't build a house without bricks and mortar. You need the construction crew. And you need the plans, if you will, DNA in the case of humans. But you also need the power. So you either use manual tools or use power tools. So if you use manual tools, life catches up with you. Because it ain't enough. For most of us, it's not enough. Unless you're a professional hacker. And you make a business out of it. Most of us are not. And so what we need is we need extra help. So what we're doing with this is we're bringing power to the house. We have 100 trillion cells in our body. There are about 1,000 metabolic processes, at least 1,000 metabolic processes per cell, per second. That's unimaginable activity, and it's all on automatic, largely. So what we do is we wait 3, 4, 5 years, and we say, oh, that didn't work. Well, what I discovered as a doctor working with this technology is you need to be ahead of the curve. You can't wait till you have a problem. Ideally, you're doing it on a regular basis. You take a little itch or a little discomfort in your elbow, you don't wait till it becomes tennis elbow, where you can't lift anything or you need surgery. Right? If you take all these little things that happen to all of us, you can't avoid that. That's life and that's the body. So if you're using magnetic therapies on a regular basis, if you have this kind of tool in your tool chest, in your medicine cabinet on a regular basis, your body will be healthier. It'll be healthier longer. And instead of an aging curve like this, you'll produce an aging curve that's flatter.
So what was the original research in Russia and in Czechoslovakia, now the Czech Republic? What were they trying to accomplish with these fields?
Well, they didn't have drugs. They had lots of engineers. Right?
Exactly.
So it's like the Chinese. Why do they have acupuncture? It wasn't just herbs, it was acupuncture and herbs. Right? So the Russians used the pulse magnetic field technologies along with herbs and natural approaches at the beginning. And now pharmaceutical companies, of course, are having a bit more of their way with the Russians. But most people in Europe know about these devices. This one, actually, we get to thank NASA for it. So this is a NASA-derived technology. NASA wanted to send astronauts into space with devices that were battery-operated, that they could heal themselves without having to be plugged into a wall. Right? So NASA got an engineer from the University of North Carolina to design a magnetic system, because they didn't know anything about therapeutic magnetic systems, and they wanted to do one specific frequency, 10 hertz. Now, we've all probably heard about the Schumann resonance, but what was interesting...
Not this group, and not all the 1,000 people listening, so I think you wanted to define that for people.
Just very quickly. So the Schumann resonance is the basic average resonance of the planet. It's caused by the ionosphere. Lightning strikes around the planet, electrical activity in the ionosphere around the planet, and it runs generally between about 1 cycle per second up to about 50 or 60 cycles per second. But the sort of averaged Schumann resonance is about 7.8, which is a theta state. It's a relaxation state. But we've also discovered, NASA contracted with a research group in Germany to study the effects on humans of the absence of the Earth's magnetic field. When you leave the planet, there's no magnetic field. There's no gravity, but there's also no magnetic field either. The Earth's magnetic field is actually extraordinarily complex. Talk about earthing. It's a very complex phenomenon. So they want to shield people, see what happens when you don't have the Earth's magnetic field. And they discovered circadian rhythms become dysregulated.
What that means is you don't know when to go to sleep. Your hormones that should fluctuate on a daily and monthly basis stop working.
And those hormones maintain our physiologic functions. Most of the body's on automatic, and that's what circadian rhythms do. They control these processes. Body temperature changes, bowel function changes, kidney function changes, all sorts of things can change, including mental functions. So when they blanked it out, they saw that dysregulation happened, and they tested various frequencies by introducing them back into the bunker, into these isolated people, and lo and behold, 10 cycles per second came up to be the magic frequency. So in the experiments, the NASA experiments for stem cell stimulation, they wanted to stimulate stem cells to be able to, again, have them available to the astronauts and people in space. 10 cycles per second was the selected frequency. Now, since then, this engineer who did this for NASA got the license from NASA to take this technology and do what's called technology transfer. Bring it out to the world. So we paid for it, now we get to use it.
And we use this in space on astronauts?
I can't tell you that, because a large part of that program was actually
it's classified.
Dismantled, and there's all, yes, plus all.
All right.
So we're not classified.
Is a helicopter going to come and get me now that I said we used it in space?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because but you're bulletproof, you know. All right. So this is battery operated, completely portable, has 2 coils. In major research, most magnetic therapy systems use coils called Helmholtz coils. So you can place them in the body across an extremity, like spaced apart like this. You can place them on top of each other, or you can actually stack them together over a spot. This is the way I use it primarily, because it's much higher intensity by doing it this way, but you can put it across a joint. I have a tennis elbow problem right now, in fact. And I put one coil on top here, one coil on the bottom there, stick it in my pant pocket while I'm walking. So I walk an hour every morning with my wife. I call it marital therapy. And I get my elbow treated, and she gets a chance to spend an hour with me. So battery operated, the battery operates, 9-volt battery operates 24, 36 hours. Depending on the condition of the battery, depending on how long you use it for. There's 3 settings on this little device, and those settings allow you to select the intensity, basically. So it's very simple to operate, but the engineer also introduced 100 cycles per second.
Mm-hmm.
He also discovered that 10 cycles per second is what's called slow twitch muscle. 100 cycles per second is fast twitch muscle. So you're able to stimulate upper body muscles as well as lower body muscles using these frequencies. But at the same time, I actually have it under my pillow a good part of the night.
And what's your rationale for doing that? Let's talk about that.
I take that back. I don't have it under my pillow. I have it on my belly.
Okay.
Because I have had diverticulitis myself. So that's what happens when you get to my age. Get things like this. And they come out of the blue, whether you're hacking or not.
You eat gluten, don't you?
I don't. I used to, though.
There we go. See.
I used to. You're absolutely right. I used to. I discovered about 4 months ago that I had all 3, gluten, dairy, and eggs.
That explains diverticulitis, doesn't it? Anyway, sorry to change. So how did this affect your diverticulitis?
I keep it under control, so it doesn't flare up again.
I've used this. I've played with pulse electromagnetic fields, even some incredibly strong $25,000 ones. There's a YouTube video. You can see my muscles jumping from just a magnet affecting the muscles. And I've used this system, the Soma Pulse, actually also on a tennis elbow thing. I don't actually play tennis, but I have a 50-pound child who likes to be thrown way up high in the air, and throwing 50 pounds over and over apparently gives you tennis elbow. It definitely controls inflammation in the body in a unique way, even different than the laser that we were using earlier. So this is one of those drug-free ways. If you beat your body up on a weekend, or you fall, or you just have stuff that hurts and is inflamed, I've noticed a substantial difference from using this, and I get deeper sleep from it as well, which is why we have it here. Should we hook it up to someone? Anyone have like some unusual ache or pain?
Let's do that while we're waiting for a volunteer. A friend of mine is 60 years old, and he's done races, bike races, in Europe, and he did the race across North America from coast to coast.
That's a pretty heavy-duty race. They ride like 22 hours a day and crazy stuff.
And he's that kind of crazy guy, and he was running a race in Virginia, and I convinced him to try this, and he put one coil on each thigh, hung it around his neck in his little pot.
While he was riding?
While he was riding.
That's cool.
He beat his best time ever. First time.
Wow.
The next race that he did, he beat about 15 or 20 young guys just doing this. Now what we found, the Russian research actually shows muscles work longer, they work harder, and they recover faster. Just like all the cells do. They work longer, they work harder, and they recover faster when you're using pulse magnetic therapy. Wounds heal in half the time, typically.
And there's a mitochondrial reason for that as well?
Well, part of it is what it does in the mitochondria.
So let's talk about mitochondria for a minute for people listening. Mitochondria are the power plants in your cells. You may have heard of ATP in the cell. So the way our cells make energy is in mitochondria. They're the power plants. When your mitochondria get damaged by toxins or even by stress, you end up having ongoing energy issues. I dealt with a lot of mitochondrial damage from stress and living in a house with Stachybotrys, one of the nastiest toxic molds that damaged my metabolism. So I've gotten to know any of the technologies I can find that increase the power plant capacity in the cells. Think about a car. You want a bigger engine that burns cleaner and burns faster. The reasons that many of these things work, especially on the food side of things, is that you're trying to fuel the mitochondria better, make them work better, and reduce inflammation that slows mitochondrial function. This is one of the technologies that I use for that.
It stimulates ATP production, and mitochondria are responsible for producing ATP in the body. And it can stimulate ATP production by a factor of 300%.
Pretty cool. When you think about the laser we had earlier, the laser increases the resynthesis of ATP by 75%. Like, these are not like 5% numbers. 75% from a laser, 300% from pulsed electromagnetic fields. This is they're both location specific on the body. But for instance, earlier when you used the laser, did you notice a difference afterwards?
Yeah, I felt more relaxed, and the spark headache didn't come because it was like.
Oh, the spark you were feeling in your eyes went away?
Yeah, it was here, and it stopped after.
So we killed a headache in 3 minutes of flashing an infrared and red laser earlier on his head. Does anyone want to try this out? Anyone
I'd
more
love
headache?
to try. I have mitochondrial issues.
It's very simple.
Okay, we can pass it around to several people. I have one of these too. We can pass it around later in the day as well. So you want to maybe come up onto the stage where we can film you?
Are you trying to treat a particular problem? Or you have a spot that
I've had a gut ache today. I don't know if it can help with that.
Well, it could. Ideally, what you do is you place it under your shirt. So take one coil and put it here.
Under a shirt, yeah?
Yep. And you could do it right about here. It's not going to stay very well. And then but if you don't mind, I'll put one in the back. Sure. Under here. Hopefully away from your mic.
So if this is the kind of technology that's interesting to you, if you're a triathlete or whatever else, I asked
put this in your pocket.
SomaPulse for a very big discount for people on the show. You can get a 40% discount on one of these things by going to SomaPulse and using the code just for this show. It's only for the 3 days when the show is live. We may extend it after the show, I'm not sure. But right now the code is BPCL, as in Bulletproof Creative Live. Easy to remember, 4 letters. So check it out. It's one of the bonuses you get for attending the show. I use it. I've used it on my kids, particularly like if you have a sore knee. I have a screw in this knee and no ACL, and especially if I'm wearing uncomfortable shoes, you just get aches and pains. I don't like aches and pains. They slow me down, and this is the kind of thing that I use. In fact, exactly this model at home. I'll get some of the one of these little ace bandages. You stick the things on. You can even pulse it on your knee while you're sleeping, and you wake up, and what was going to take a week doesn't hurt anymore. It's kind of an amazing technology. It's one of the things that no one taught you about in school, unless you were speaking Russian. I do it a lot.
Knee injury and
I used to heal faster. Yeah. Let's come back to this.
How you put it on your belly for your GI issues? Like, I have lower back problems. I could kind of spot place it on my low back where the pain is associated, and probably just sleep with it right there.
Again, that's why we provide the ACE bandages, is that you can wrap it around your body. If you have back pain, it's just a matter of slipping it under your belt. I happen to have sciatica. I have some discs and some arthritis. If I travel in the car for any extended period of time, I will get my sciatic symptoms. I place the coils right under my belt in the car while I'm driving for 3 hours, no problem.
The other thing that I'll do is I'll put them underneath my top sheet. on my bed, the bottom sheet. So they're just laying there. So when I move at night, it doesn't really change anything. But I'll put them along the spine. So why don't you come on over here? We can.
And the magnetic field from each of the coils is about the size of a beach ball. Now, obviously, it's the strongest right next to the coil. But so it'll actually penetrate through the entire body. I don't have my device here, but to my patients, when I see patients, I show them that you're like a tree. I put the magnetic field in behind their back, and then I take the magnetic detector out here, and you can see it about 12 to 18 inches away from the body.
Okay. I think we have a magnetic detector in here. Let's see. I know we had one.
This one will not beep for you.
Oh, this one doesn't?
No.
Oh, darn.
What that will do is light up when you place it right on the coil.
So this might be an interesting thing. As soon as we get the coil back, we'll show people that there is something that is measurable that's coming off these things. This is one of the problems with energy medicine and magnetic healing devices. There's a lot of woo-woo stuff out there, and you can get into crystal stuff, and like it gets a little bit hard to really swallow. But this stuff has an interesting pedigree. My wife actually speaks Czech. She grew up in the Czech Republic before she moved to Sweden. And I've dug in on some of this research. It's very interesting. The former head of the Karolinska Medical School, which is one of the top 10 med schools on earth where they do the Nobel Medicine Prize, a very, very prestigious place, and it's where my wife studied. She actually took classes from the head of the school who wrote a seminal book on electrical medicine that was published in 1984. The book is $800 now if you want to buy a copy of it. And I can read most medical textbooks. I do not understand a word of this, and it's in English. It is so incredibly dense. So you know the book I'm talking about?
I do. I have one.
Yeah, and it's, in fact, I found the PDF online eventually. But it is an entire branch of medicine that is virtually unknown in the West. And after he did that, mysteriously, he was just less popular, I guess, with the pharmaceutical companies or something. So there's an enormous amount of biohacking that's available for these things. And the reason that I want to bring these into the public sphere is that the cost of devices like this has come down. You can build your own devices right now. And we've got people now who, for a couple $100, can get soldering irons and actually start looking at what magnetic fields do to their own body, because you couldn't be your own guinea pig very easily 10 or 20 years ago because we just couldn't measure what happened. But now you can do whatever you want with your magnetic field and look at what your sleep was like that night and tweak the field again the next day. So the speed of innovation happening now around hacking the human body is the same thing that happened on hacking cell phones 5 years ago and computers 5 years before that and upgrading your car to be a hot rod 10 years before that. So the things we're hacking change, and the ultimate thing to hack is the human body, and this is one of those cool technologies to do it.
Well, the engineer who developed this for NASA started with a shoebox-sized magnetic device that only allowed the battery to operate for about 3 or 4 hours. So a battery's now operating up to 36 hours. I've had that happen. And at the higher intensity, so it's about 4 times higher intensity than what he worked with NASA for stem cell stimulation versus this device. So the technology, the engineering on it is improved dramatically to allow this level of portability and intensity.
So if you're listening to this now, you may be thinking, wow, I want to make use of that. And it's my hope that a few people listening are saying, to heck with making use of that, I want to hack that. So this is a call to say there is a biological effect from magnetic fields. You can use that to improve the environment around you and probably to do things that we haven't even figured out the body can do. And you probably didn't know that until you heard about this. You can Google this stuff. You'll find old references. You'll find new references. There's PubMed studies about magnetic fields. We just tend to think the human body is purely a chemical thing, and it turns out we are both chemical and electromagnetic at the same time. And when you understand that, it makes sense that some of these things have a noticeable, provable biological effect. For instance, you mentioned the speed of healing effect from this.
And you can find out a lot more information on the website, somapulse.com.
Okay. And the code there was BPCL for 40% off for people who have not just, I guess, who are watching, but you don't have to pay to get that code.
No, okay. And it's there are details. If you didn't get that down on the Creative Live blog, there's a blog post for that. Excellent. And the other promotions, and a link to the content.
Beautiful.
So thank you.
Yeah, we're going to stop at 3:30. We have 2 more minutes.
Sure.
Is that right, or are we going 3 to 4?
We can keep going with more questions.
Let's do some Q&A.
Until 3:40 with
you probably didn't get a great dose here, but
let me take while he's doing that.
You mentioned that it's being used to stimulate fast twitch. How is it being used there?
Well, the engineering on this, again, the bioengineer who designed it, his life's work has been in regenerative medicine. So he's designed models, what are called models, tissue models, to regenerate tissue, and with electrical stimulation particularly. But what he's found is that 100 hertz is what stimulates fast twitch muscle the best. So when you're introducing that frequency into the body, fast twitch muscle will tend to react more vigorously to it. It's like ringing a bell. We talked about resonance. So if you ring the bell slightly off, it's not going to ring quite as well, but if you hit it spot on, you get that perfect pitch. That's how you blow a goblet, right? Getting the perfect pitch. Well, that's what you're doing with muscle. You're trying to get it to maximum.
And that goes at
it goes to fast twitch muscle, but it does both. So it's not just one. You don't pick. You can't pick what it's doing. It's doing it.
I gotcha.
You can choose the intensity, like basically the size of the
and essentially the time based on how much time you have.
So this is lighting up. The magnetic field is going through my fingers and lighting up the LED that detects the magnetic field. I don't know if the camera can get that. It might be too brightly lit. It's kind of a dim green LED, but do you guys want to try that? So what that's showing is the magnetic field is penetrating my hand far enough to actually light the thing up, which isn't that hard to imagine. If you played with strong magnets, you can put them on either side of your hand. So we know magnetic fields go through the body, but you can actually see that this is pulsing at exactly the same rate that light on the front does. So I've put it, I put it on my head. And what do you think about putting it on your head, putting it over your heart, any things like that people should be aware of?
In fact, I just did a review paper, not that we should talk about medical conditions, but some heart conditions respond better to certain frequencies. And it just turns out that 10 hertz is one of those frequencies to decrease arrhythmias.
Funny, for neurofeedback, 10 hertz has special characteristics as well.
That's right.
So if you don't know what a hertz is when you're listening to this, it's Hertz, not hertz. But what we're talking about is just number of times per second something changes in the body. So you've heard, your old Pentium processor ran at 266 megahertz. Well, your body has its own set of hertz, and it's also hackable. And we found that some frequencies change what the body does, which is profound and amazing. And as human beings, we owe it to ourselves to do more research on this front.
Medicine is way behind. And American medicine is way behind. In other countries, of course, they're doing a lot more with this.
So I can tell you if I broke my arm, I'd go to the doctor, no doubt. They'd put a cast on me, and maybe I'd take some nice morphine-based painkillers. But then I'd put something like this, or some other one of the kind of technologies you found here, technologies that you can own and control in your own home. And the first thing that happens in my house when the kids feel nausea is we take a laser, and we put the laser over their gut. And the lasers like that calm the nervous system. The nerves themselves get less inflamed. So I've, in my own self, turned off a nausea response so many times I've lost count of it just by putting this thing here for 3 minutes. So literally, the magic fairy light is what makes you feel better first. And if that doesn't work, then we go to the more aggressive remedies, even in kids. So there's no placebo effect going on there, at least sure doesn't look like it to me, and the studies that I've read don't look like it either.
My wife broke her little toe on the lawn furniture. How many of you had broken toes? It happens, right? Well, her toe was like this, and I knew it was broken. I knew right away. We didn't even bother x-raying. So we buddy taped the toe, put her in a flat shoe, and started the magnetic therapy. She wore 24/7. 24 hours later, all the bruising was gone. It was black and blue. All the bruising was gone. 48 hours later, she was walking a mile. 72 hours later, she was walking in regular shoes, running shoes, 3 miles, no pain.
You ever see, like, one of those NFL quarterbacks when they have knee surgery and they're playing 2 weeks later? It seems like it should be impossible. I don't know if they're using pulsed electromagnetic things. They use lasers. They use everything known, every tool possible. Same thing when you deal with Special Forces or Navy SEALs. There are technologies like this that are known, and racehorses are another place where you find huge innovation. That laser was approved for years for veterinary use before the FDA approved a laser for a medical thing on humans, a non-cutting laser, just a healing laser. So it's pretty darn amazing that we have all these technologies out there, but most people listening to this don't have any idea that they exist. And this is sort of to say not only do they exist, but they're consumer-level devices, and the prices are coming down year after year because electronics are getting cheaper. In fact, later on, I'm going to show you a device that I bought 2 weeks ago in Beijing for $6 that would have cost a couple $100 in the US very recently. So it's happening, and it's happening all over the world.
Well, thank you for bringing this out and telling people about it.
You got it. I want to make sure that people can ask questions. Do we have questions from the audience?
But I think somebody...
Some more audience? Oh, yeah, in the back.
Question. You said it reduces inflammation, so can you use it on like heartburn or bunions or...
Yes. In fact, actually, we just completed a study with the Soul Pulse device for acute inflammation. And in that particular research model, which is FDA accepted, we discovered that steroids, which is why we use steroids injections for pain, it reduces inflammation. They're the most potent anti-inflammatories we have. You only do it once or twice, and it can actually thin out the tissues. So really, you don't want to do it at all if you can avoid it. Well, this was about half as effective as steroid in acute inflammation. Who doesn't have acute inflammation?
I have ugly inflammation.
Ugly?
Sorry, bad jokes. Can't help myself sometimes.
Well, we make a distinction between acute, one word, acute, not two words, acute,
yeah,
versus chronic.
I mean, everyone gets acute inflammation when you walk into a wall. That's what happens, right?
Well, you breathe, you have acute inflammation. Just taking a breath produces free radicals. They produce inflammation, but your body has to repair it. If you cut yourself, if you shut off inflammation entirely, or you break a bone, you can't heal yourself.
Yeah.
You can't shut off acute inflammation entirely. But you want to keep the level down because acute inflammation chronically turns into chronic inflammation, and that's the damaging inflammation. So yes, you could use it for virtually any type of inflammatory problem. Sometimes, though, you have to be careful. People who have really hot inflammation, if your arm is like red hot from inflammation, when you put it on, it can temporarily increase the inflammation because one of the things magnetic fields do is they increase circulation. So if you're increasing circulation into a tissue, it's going to bring blood supply to it, which increases the amount of free radicals temporarily. And that's the only circumstance you have to really be kind of careful.
So you could say that this increases healthy circulation without stepping on any regulatory landmines?
Totally.
All right.
Totally. It also does neogenesis, vascular neogenesis. What's that?
It helps you grow new
blood vessels.
That's pretty cool. I did not know that about this.
Yes. Coming online for Dr. Paula, but I think we have a question here in the front from our audience.
Well, I mean, I was wondering, like, if all this stuff is, like, really so effective, do they cancel each other out? So, like, why wouldn't you sleep in a chamber that was made of, like, that had lasers shooting on you wearing a magnetic suit made out of, like, with a static, made out of an earthing mat that's completely black?
I'm working on it. The lasers would mess with your sleep though because of the light, and also while you're at it, it might as well be in a hyperbaric oxygen tube so you can drive more oxygen into the cells. I'm not kidding.
Right. I mean, like, why haven't you done that yet? I mean, if it's gonna make you, I mean, it sounds like you're sleeping already with like a ton of stuff in your bed.
I do sometimes, not always. Sometimes I just sleep with my wife in my bed, but other times, I have like a little sleep lab at my little home biohacking facility. So yeah, I sleep in a darkened place, and I have the monitoring equipment. I have all the gadgets I can think of that are going to do it. And you know what? I sleep better there than I do in a normal bed. I don't have a hyperbaric oxygen chamber, but I'm thinking about ordering one from China.
You do have to be careful because you can overload your body. Even a healthy body can be overloaded. I had one guy who actually, silly guy, who actually was a doctor, who should have known better. He placed 5 of these units on his body at the same time. And he did get nauseous. He did not feel well. So you can't overload the body. You can combine this system, though, with other things like laser and ultrasound and other technologies as well. Together, they actually work better. You wouldn't necessarily use them at exactly the same time because there's different frequencies in laser than there is in this particular system. And laser does not go all the way through the body. These are extremely low frequencies. Laser is very high frequency. And high frequency, that's why lasers heat up. That's why you use lasers to cook things. And we use them in medicine to create wounds. And what are they doing when they're cutting through the skin? They're cauterizing at the same time so the tissue doesn't bleed. But these are not designed to heat in that sense where you can actually harm the tissue. Laser could potentially. That's why you keep it away from your eyes.
We actually have a question about this, about using things together from Ross F. He says the Earth Pulse is a device that you manufacture, and he wants to know basically, can it be run on the battery only? Because he likes to have turn off the electrical breakers and fuse while he sleeps at night to reduce those kind of magnetic fields.
Earth Pulse doesn't run on a battery.
Yeah, and you don't make the Earth Pulse, right?
No, actually, a friend of mine makes the Earth Pulse. And it's used often for sleep purposes. I use one myself for sleep, but you're tied to it. It's got to be plugged in, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, I've used the Earth Pulse. I use it sometimes, but I actually get nauseous from that one pretty often.
It can be. The field intensities are fairly high. There are preset programs in it, and the more important thing about it is, well, some people consider the Soul Pulse to be somewhat bulky. This is like that thick, and it's really like two hockey pucks taped together that are made of lead.
I've been stopped by the TSA every time I've ever tried to travel with it, but not the Soma Pulse. The Soma Pulse they don't care about, but the other one is like a big hunk of metal that doesn't fit under your sheet very well either. So I've played around quite a bit with it.
We'll talk about that in the future, because we're redesigning a device that'll emulate the Earth Pulse to be much better.
Very interesting. So there's innovation happening here, and your takeaway from all this should be, wow, you mean I can do something to speed healing aside from like taking an Advil, which doesn't actually speed healing, just makes it hurt less. Most of the time, when I grew up, my knees and my feet hurt all the time. I was chronically inflamed. I was obese. And I didn't understand that I could control the environment around me, even the frequencies of the magnetic field around me, or the light around me, or what I put into my body, to change the speed at which I healed. So now that I understand some of those pathways, I realize I have way more control than I thought I did, and you have more control too. The question is, what are you going to do with it, and how hard is it to learn, and all of this? And what I'd like to see is, I'd like to see doctors and physical therapists and massage therapists and other people like that work with things like this. There's no reason you shouldn't be using one of these while you're getting a massage. You might as well kill two birds with one stone, reduce inflammation, increase lymphatic circulation that happens from a massage. So you can build these things in while you're doing other things. I sit on my computer sometimes with one of these under either one of my glutes, which affects your sciatic nerves and basically your low back.
And improves the circulation in your back.
So that whole sitting kills you? Maybe it doesn't kill you if you have magnetic fields helping you sit. Haven't measured it yet, but we will.
And Jeff P. is asking, because all these devices that we've been talking about, he's just curious, what would you recommend is, say, the best bang for your buck?
Well, the 40% off the Soma Pulse is a pretty good bang for the buck. That was kind of a condition of asking you guys to come in and talk about this. I asked Bill because you've used this for a very long time.
Well, and as a clinician, as opposed to a personal hacker or anybody else, right, who's trying to be healthy or whatever, I've used all these other kinds of devices as well, and people ask me about them all the time. And I said, if you're going to make that kind of investment and you're going to spend $400 on a laser, you might as well spend another $500 on a pulse magnetic field system that you can use forever.
That laser was $4,000.
Well,
the one that cured your headache. So.
I'm talking about cheap lasers.
Yeah, exactly. They don't work, by the way, the cheap ones.
I'm sure they don't. The point is that when you think about it on a pennies per day basis, it's nothing. It really is nothing. So it's a better value. It has a wider range of utilities, and you don't have to be worried that it's going to harm you in any way. You can overdo it by doing 5 systems or 4 systems at the same time. But I have people who wear in them 24/7. Actually, Dr. Dennis, who developed the device, is as a bioengineer, he was a volunteer firefighter, and he was going to a fire in the back of the engine, and he was loaded with gear, and the truck hit a pothole or hit something, and he slammed his back. He was in immediate pain. He was in pain 24/7, started using the device on his back himself, 18 hours a day. If he didn't use it for 18 hours a day, the pain would come back with a vengeance. Then he backed it off. As he kept using it for the next year, he was able to back off to about 6 hours a day, and that's his maintenance level. So you really, even 18, 24 hours a day, you can't hurt yourself. And you can put it in different places. Like if you have, like I do, unlike you, I have pain in a lot more places, I think, than you do. But I don't have hardware. Yeah. So even that's safe to use.
It sounds like you have to use this for maintenance to kind of keep the inflammation down. So there's an amount of healing that can take place, but there's a kind of limit to it, and you have to contain an injury.
That's a question I get asked all the time, too. It's sort of like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Now, the problem is that you can reduce your symptoms, and you don't feel like you need it anymore. But if you peer down into the body at a microscopic level, have you stopped all the inflammation? And the answer is no. I had a hockey player who injured himself. He was a goalie in college. He lost his scholarship because he injured his groin. He tried all the other usual medical therapies, physical therapy, chiropractic, you name it. He's tried a lot of these things. Nothing worked. So we got a summer pulse on him. He worked 24/7 for about 72 hours, then backed off to about 16 hours a day. And now he was ready to jump off tall buildings. Okay, I'm going right back to college and play hockey again. I said, whoa, wait a minute. You know, you haven't finished the job. It's going to take another 3 months or so to finish the job, maybe even longer. So does he need to continue to treat the same spot once you've permanently healed it? The way you find out whether you healed it or not is use it again. And if it hurts again, well, you haven't healed it.
Okay, so it takes quite a long time.
So it may, depending on the tissue, the injury.
If it takes a long time for your body to heal without assistance, well, okay, even if you cut the time in half to heal something, if it was going to be a 1-year heal, it could be half of that. Like I injured my rotator cuff a while back. It was a year before I could sleep on my right side because it just took forever. This was before I knew about this stuff. It probably wouldn't have taken as long if I'd known. And since then, I've had lots of injuries, and between using PEMF like SomaPulse and lasers and electrical stimulation and ozone and all the other tricks, I've found that I'm way more resilient than I was before. I still get injured, I still get sick, things like that happen, but I get injured and sick like probably 5% of what I did when I was 20, and I'm 40. And that is pretty profound, given that I still have stretch marks from when I weighed 300 pounds, and that like I did not start out biologically with the strongest set of cards. So the fact that I'm performing at the level I am and doing the things I can do cognitively and physically, honestly, when I was 20, I did not have in my mind that I would ever be able to climb in the Andes and the Himalayas, and I'd be able to, walk around Mount Kailash and things like that, because I literally couldn't walk that much without enormous pain. So to be able to go backwards like that as a result of biohacking technologies, both the nutritional, the environmental, the stress, and changing the actual magnetic field, changing the light that comes into my body, changing the electron flow with earthing, stimulating the nervous system, these things can give you kind of superhuman healing powers, things that normally you just don't do, and most of us don't even know are possible. So I wanted to bring all of you who are watching this course the ability to understand what this stuff is like and to see that it's out there. And if you have something that isn't working with whatever you're doing now, like we talked about this morning, try what's supposed to work. If it doesn't work, stop doing it and do something else. And this might be something else to look at.
I would change that.
Oh, change it.
This is your first aid kit. Do this first. Because if you do this first, then you don't delay the healing process. And acute injuries and small problems disappear like this, and we take them for granted.
When you say do this first, do you mean after injury, or do you just do this prophylactically before an injury?
No, I'm sorry. We are talking about injury process. I would, before you try something else, I would do this first.
Well, most people watching this, and there's thousands of people watching right now, they have never heard of this before, so this is probably a new thing. And certainly, if I hurt myself, I'm not going to go to the doctor first unless I'm bleeding and there's bones sticking out or something. I'm going to use a suite of things that accelerate my healing, handle inflammation. And if there's still a problem, then I ask my wife, who's a doctor. And if she tells me to go to the hospital, then I go, but that doesn't happen very often.
You should really, ideally, have a diagnosis. You should know what you're dealing with and know what you're likely to expect, and you know what your alternative therapies are. And then once you're informed, then you can make a decision which way is the best way for you to go.
Are there more questions?
Well, we're running out of time, and I want to make sure we get a few final questions of the day in with you, Dave.
Right.
So let's just tell everybody again where folks can find you online.
Online, you can read all about the SomaPulse, lots of information at SomaPulse, S-O-M-A, Pulse, P-U-L-S-E, SomaPulse.com. And there's contact information there. You can, if you decide to purchase a system, you can purchase it online. You can call the 800 number. If you want to ask questions about your own personal situation, you call the 800 number, and we talk to people all the time.
That's great, because people did have some, will it work for this? Will it help for this? So that's
Give them the code 40% off during the course, BPCL, if you call, because save the money. Use it on some other toys.
Fantastic.
Thanks again.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you
for coming out. All the best.
Thank you so much. So we do have just a couple minutes left. Would love to get in some good end of the day questions. We'll start with our studio audience. Anything still lingering for you guys?
David, how do you know that you have constant or continual inflammation? What are some of the signs, other than not feeling good or sore joints or, you know?
So problem inflammation is easiest to see, depending on what tissues we're talking about, but you can see it in the skin. That's one of the easiest ways to do it. Unhealthy skin, and when you do something that causes inflammation, especially if you're talking inflammation in the skin, you tend to get those really deep pimples. I had, until my mid-20s, I always had like one of those like subterranean things, like could that thing just finally pop, like half my face is red, and those things, I actually don't remember the last time I had one of those. Specifically, and now when I get those things, it's always correlated with eating one of the inflammatory foods. I'm like, I thought that was going to be a problem, and then 3 days later, like, I'll feel it in exactly the same place. This sounds really crazy. It's actually predictable where you'll get that from a certain food. Once your system is clean, when you introduce just a single variable like that, you'll find the inflammations oftentimes in a specific part of the body. For instance, for me, bad coffee, and I very rarely drink any other coffee, but not so long ago I had a Cup of Excellence winner, which is one of like the premier coffees. Wonderful, amazing flavor. But I could tell I felt like I feel when I get toxins from mold. It's very common in coffee. But the confirming thing for me is I'll feel it in inflammation in my toes. But you may have other tissues where, like your fingers, or it can... It could be. Some people get it along their sternum, right? So what you'll find when you start looking at the body as like a kind of a system like that is that different things trigger inflammation in different parts of the body. And I've found that the number one thing is look at the fingers, especially these joints here. Look at the toes, knees, low back pain, and just the quality of your skin. If it's kind of sallow and puffy. The other, like maybe number one ahead of all that, is are you getting a spare tire that wasn't there the day before? So day-to-day changes there, that's one of the first places you'll see it. You'll also see it around here and sometimes up here. Sure, and dark circles under the eyes, that does it too. That can also be lack of sleep though.
This is a silly question about the sleep mat, but if you roll off it, like you said, like you're prone to do, if you happen to roll back onto it, will it wake you up from feeling the spikies?
Almost certainly.
Okay.
But what you'll find is after about 20 minutes, you wake up and you're done. Like your body naturally wakes you up and you roll over enough to toss it off the bed and you go back to sleep. And then you're done. Some people will just lay on it for 20 minutes, like when they're relaxing, or they'll read while they're laying on it, and then they just go to sleep. But it's a profound, like, first, like, ow! And then you just melt into it, and it's quite cool.
Talked a lot about how to get more sleep. Have you worked with anyone that has narcolepsy?
Yeah, but that's like a medical condition, so I really don't have that much I can say specifically about narcolepsy. But if you were to look around on the internet and look at what happens when people use the sorts of things like maybe certain beverages along with that,
sure.
You might find some cool stuff that people have written on sites other than mine. I'd be happy to talk with you offline too.
Cool.
I had a question about sleep. You said not to exercise before you sleep, or is there timing on
Exercising
that?
right before sleep for most people is too stimulating, and it affects the quality of their sleep. However, when Abel and I were talking, like, okay, what do you want to do here? You didn't get any exercise, so is it better to get some exercise and then go to sleep? Maybe. It depends on your individual situation. But if you have a chance, exercise at least 4 hours before bed, and you'll probably get better sleep.
What about drinking alcohol before sleeping?
Okay, this is the least popular part of all this. Alcohol makes you inflamed. It slows you down. Even that one healthy glass of red wine, I'm sorry, red wine is unfiltered, spoiled grapes. It tastes great. I love good red wine, but it makes the body inflamed. Your immune system reacts to it. And even people who tolerate wine just fine and can drink, 2 bottles and still function the next day, they don't function at the top of their game. They just function. I'm not interested in just functioning. I'm interested in kicking the most ass almost all of the time, all I'm capable of, and then recovering as fast as I can when I need to recover. Red wine and the other alcohol just doesn't do that. If you're overweight, you're suffering from narcolepsy, you have brain fog, you have chronic inflammation, you have digestive issues, any of those things, it's entirely unnecessary for you to have that stuff. Take the money you're spending on alcohol and spend it on nutritional supplements, and your life will change.
did have a question earlier on about somebody who's just asking about gout, and of course I know that's caused by inflammation, and that's very much alcohol related, so you've answered that one for them. Brandmate has been asking, you've actually said yourself repeatedly that you travel a great deal, and they've been asking how to maintain a bulletproof diet when traveling, especially on long trips. She has a 30-day trip coming up to Asia, Africa, and Europe. Any travel suggestions?
30 days is tough. I managed to carry on for basically 12 days traveling to Asia from Victoria. These are magic. This is a little TSA legal carry-on bottle, and when it's full of MCT oil, it doesn't appear like it's full of anything as far as I can tell. I forget sometimes to put these in my little Ziploc bag, and I still manage to be allowed to bring them on. They hide nicely in your pocket. You can refill them if you put a big bottle of oil. When I travel, I only use the Brain Octane, which is 3 times stronger than regular upgraded MCT oil. So I get the most bang for the pound I carry. And when you go to a restaurant, you just kind of open this up and you just pour some in your food, and you just change the fat ratio dramatically. You can also take a stick of butter with you. It keeps pretty well when it's not refrigerated. And in fact, I took 3 sticks of butter to carry gold with me to Asia. You're not supposed to import the stuff depending on what country you go to, so pay attention to whether you're within the laws there. I will simply say that a stick of butter and a piece of soap look almost identical to everyone. And if someone asks you about the soap, you could simply explain that you cleanse your skin with butter.
We have so many great questions. We really are getting to the end of today now, but I'll just ask one very quick one from Yannick Talmore, who's asking, what would Dave recommend for first steps, the biggest bang for the effort for someone starting out?
Drop the gluten. Now, I know a couple of heroin addicts who mostly quit heroin. Didn't work so well for them. Actually, I don't really know that many heroin addicts. But here's the thing. I tried to eliminate gluten. Don't try. Just do it and eliminate all of it for at least 6 weeks. Not because there's a magic period of time in 6 weeks for gluten, but because 6 weeks is the amount of time it takes you to form a new habit. And you form the new habit of looking at a gluten-containing substance as not food. And after you're completely off gluten, eat the biggest pasta and like French bread and waffles and whatever else you can find, and then feel awful again for a week and see what you've been doing to yourself all this time. That's one thing. That alone will make a difference. If you do that and you add a single source of really good fat in the morning, you will change the quality of your thinking throughout the day, and that's bulletproof coffee, which is the upgraded coffee beans plus upgraded MCT or Brain Octane plus grass-fed butter. Blend it. Don't try and put a spoon on top. It doesn't work when you do that. But if you add that in your breakfast, I don't know anyone who hasn't performed better and felt noticeably better, even people with narcolepsy. The added fuel in the brain that comes from ketones benefits all brains that need more energy. So you feel better when you have more fuel in the head. This is a way to do that.
Sorry, we're gonna have to. we're out of time for questions. My goodness, there are so many questions, and just so you guys know out there, we have been recording all these questions. Dave specifically asked us to pass them along to him, so he's got a lot of content that he can get out there to you all. So we're gonna get those to Dave, and some of them are definitely will be relevant for the next 2 days. But it is that time, end of the day. Really quickly, in 30 seconds, Dave, what are we going to do tomorrow?
Tomorrow, we're going to continue talking about the bulletproof diet. We're going to teach you why the bulletproof diet does what it does. We're going to do some more cooking demos where you get to see how to make foods that contain enough fat to make you feel satisfied and to give your brain energy to focus all day long. And we're going to talk more about your body and more about stress and how to manage and control those things, so you can spend most of your time doing what we are all trying to do, which is stay bulletproof.
Awesome.
We have some very quick comments. Danza has said, this is brilliant. Actually, I don't recommend this. He's saying, I feel so bulletproof, I'm going to go out now and shoot myself. But let's not go there.
There's a YouTube video, a parody about that. That's pretty funny.
And Gus Texas has said this has been wonderful info, but he's having challenges. He said he can't retain all of this. The 8 hours is too tough to get through. So we have a solution for that, don't we, Kenna?
Yes, we do. There's not only just the 8 hours of the 6+ hours that we have today, there's still 2 more days, everybody. But the beauty of what we do here at Creative Live is we allow everybody online, as many people as possible, to watch for free during these live events. And you can then, if you so choose, if you can't watch the whole thing, if you want access to those bonus materials, you can add this to your Creative Live library. This course is $149. However, we have the pre-purchase discount price of $99, and that is good when you purchase that now, today, during the course itself. My goodness, everybody, maybe we'll spend some more talking about the bonus materials tomorrow, Dave, but Dave has put together an incredible amount of curriculum, written curriculum, that goes along with all the different modules that we've been covering. Today we did an introduction into the bulletproof diet. We talked about what biohacking is. We talked about sleep, 2 different sections on sleep. I know I'm going to sleep better tonight. Tomorrow we're going to go further in depth into the coffee and so many more sections. So again, thank you for putting together those resources that have a lot of the links, to research, and just a summary. There's homework in there and so much more. So everybody, there's a Buy Now button beneath the video that you're watching. As always, that's the easiest way to add this to your library for anytime access. Once again, everybody, thank you so much for joining us today. We look forward to the next 2 days here with Dave, and we also look forward to tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. as part of our Get Fit week here at Creative Live. Diane Fu is going to be doing her 3rd day of strength training, 3 out of 4 days, with several of our Creative Live colleagues here up on our rooftop. So we will see you then, 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, and then again at 9 a.m. Pacific time with day 2 of the Bulletproof Life. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Dave.
Start with a simple idea. Think more. Drink coffee. Stop thinking, stop talking, start doing. Hatch a design, build a design. More coffee. Design something original. Okay, not that original. This original. Now it's time to make something. Do it again and again. That's good. Pick out the suits. Call them the creatives. Call them the photographers. Call them the nerds. Not those nerds. Those nerds. Blow off lunch. Blow off dinner. Blow off weekends. Sleep. Okay, maybe not tonight. More coffee. Build a prototype. Lay it out. Design it. Shoot it. Start over. Build another prototype. Lay it out. Design it. Love it. That's good. Kick out the suits again. Why? Because they lead to compromise. Compromise leads to this. Okay, back to it. More coffee. Give it to multimedia. Give it video. More video. Never too much video. Make it mobile. Give it larger spread. Bigger. No, bigger. Make it free. Uh-oh, the finance guy. You can't do that. Pick out the finance guy. Get it online. Tweak, 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 tweak. Stop. Launch it worldwide. Call the judges. Call the marketing. Win awards. Get real photographers. No, 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 no. Yes, she's perfect. Create a groundbreaking magazine. It's that easy.
Who do you want to see next in Creative Live? I'm Craig Swanson, and we want to hear from you. Go to creativelive.com/suggest, where we created a special forum for you to tell us who you would like to see next in this Creative Live classroom. Creative Live is here to help you unleash your creative potential by bringing you the world's best experts in this unique live worldwide creative classroom, and helping you build a sustainable business and lifestyle around your creative endeavors. We're looking for your suggestions for the best instructors in design, business, filmmaking, photography, audio, and software training. Tell us the name of your dream instructor, what you want them to teach, and if they are already teaching, give us a link to their current workshop or classes. This is your classroom, and we are listening to you.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Chase Jarvis, co-founder here at Creative Live, and from September 16th to the 21st, we've got an event of a lifetime coming at you. We're calling it Photo Week.
Creative
Creative Live Photo Week is a 6-day all-access pass inside the high-octane world of photography.
Broadcast you live on Creative Live September 16th through 21st with 3 broadcast channels
And over 30 world-class instructors.
Whether you're a working photographer
or a hobbyist.
we have workshops for you.
You will learn technical, creative, and marketing skills
From industry leaders in every category.
Non-stop photography for the love of photography.
All on Creative Live.
We're unleashing the creative potential of millions of people worldwide like you by connecting them live with the world's most inspiring experts. That's what Photo Week's all about. I'll see you there.
6 days, 3 channels, over 30 instructors. If that isn't a total shebang!
Your head's gonna explode.
Rock and roll.
Come on down to Crazy Eddie.
It's going to be
Crazy stupid.
awesome.
Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Alfio Studo, wedding and commercial filmmaker. On September 4th to 6th, I'll be teaching a free course on Creative Live called Visual Storytelling, the Art of Wedding Filmmaking. On day 1, I'll discuss the essentials in building a client base and developing strong relationships with your clients well before the wedding day. I'll go over the essential gear required for wedding cinematography and go in depth with the importance of preparation and pre-planning. On day 2, I'll discuss the specifics of composition, content and lighting as we recreate a wedding scene live in the Creative Live studio. I will show you how to deal with location and lighting limitations as well as talk about client interaction. You'll also learn how to implement shooting techniques that have one purpose, to tell a story. On day 3, I will finish the course with a post-production overview and show you how to continue to tell the story in the editing process and create a finished product that your clients will treasure. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world, live and online. So if you're a wedding photographer or a filmmaker who is interested in learning how to create moving and evocative imagery with video, then join us on September 4th to 6th for Visual Storytelling, the Art of Wedding Filmmaking. Don't miss out, RSVP now, and I hope you can join us.
Hi, I'm Melanie Duncan, and on September 4th, 5th, and 6th, I'm going to be teaching a course called Unlocking the Power of Pinterest, live on Creative Live. I'll see you there. A lot of creative professionals are very good at what they do. What they really struggle with is getting in front of the right audience and the right prospective clients and customers. I'm going to teach you how to use Pinterest to build a massive audience and also to monetize that audience. On day 1, I'm going to teach you how to create captivating content on Pinterest and also show you what's working now. On day 2, I'm going to teach you how to increase your visibility online and show you step-by-step how to build a massive Pinterest following. I'm also going to walk you through how to set up a successful Pinterest contest. Finally, on day 3, I'm going to walk you through how to market your events, sales, and promotions on Pinterest and teach you how to use your page to build a personal brand. This course is great for anyone who's looking to build a bigger audience and get their products and services in front of more people online. We'll also be talking about how to use a Pinterest account for business strategically. Believe it or not, it's a lot different than how you use your personal account. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world live. So enroll now and we'll see you in September.
Hi, I'm Devin Duncan, and on September 7th, 8th, and 9th on Creative Live, I'll be teaching a class called How to Make Your Website Work for You. Many people have websites that are little more than glorified business cards. This makes it difficult for you to have a real connection with your customers and make money doing what you love. This course is going to change all that. We're going to teach you how to actually be achieving goals, connecting with your customers, and seeing results from your website. On day 1, we'll be covering which social media platforms are best for your business and audience. And don't be fooled, you don't need to be using all of them. We'll be covering which strategies to use so you can best achieve your goals. On day 2, we'll cover how to build a profitable relationship with your customers. and how to develop those relationships almost on autopilot. And finally, on day 3, we'll be covering how to sell without being too salesy. I'll be showing some tips and things that you have to do, but also things that you must avoid. This course is for people that are frustrated with their online presence. Maybe you're not getting the traffic that you want, or the sales you feel you deserve for the work you're putting in. This course will help you solve the frustrations and make your website work for you. This course is 100% free to watch online from anywhere in the world. So enroll now and start taking the steps to make your website work for you. I'll see you in September.
Hi, I'm Tim Groen. On September 9th and 10th, I'll be teaching my class, Sell Your First 1,000 Books, live on Creative Live. See you there. Imagine what it would be like to have direct access to your fan base, so when you started your next book project, you already had people lined up ready to buy it. The problem is that there's just too much advice swirling around out there about Facebook and Twitter and blogging and podcasting and everything else, and there's nothing to really pull it together. So that's the problem I'm going to solve with my course. I'm going to teach you how you can build your platform, connect with readers, and sell more books. On day 1, we'll start by looking at the connection system, the online marketing framework that anyone can use to immediately start building their platform. Then we'll move on to permission. And permission is the way that you stay in contact with people in a way that reliably drives action and sales. And then next we'll look at content and how content can be easily produced and how it can drive the rest of your marketing efforts. On day 2, we're going to continue with content, and we're going to show you how content drives outreach. And outreach is very simply moving people from not knowing you exist to knowing you exist. And then we'll talk about how permission, content, and outreach all work together in the connection system to build your platform. And finally, we're going to bring in a special guest, Hugh Howey. He's the best-selling author of Wool and the #1 selling self-published author last year. And he's going to come in and share his insights on what he's done to build his platform. This course is perfect for anyone that's trying to create a book and get it into the hands of people and spread their message. So whether it's a cookbook, or a fiction book, or a business book, or a photography book, this is going to help you move people from not knowing you exist to connecting with them, and connecting with them in a way that they're going to support your work. This course is free to watch live anywhere in the world, so enroll now, and I'll see you in September.
Hello world, my name is Steve Rennie. I am the Ren Man, and on September 12th, I'm going to be teaching Music Business 101 Networking on Creative Live. If you're trying to get a start in the music business, folks, you've probably already figured out that it's all about who you know. Your network is everything. It might seem like an impossible task to get your foot in the door. Getting the right person to take a chance on you isn't easy, but it can be done. My network has helped me go from a kid with a dream at USC to managing one of the biggest rock bands in the world, Incubus. I'm going to help you identify who your targets are, who you should be trying to connect with, and why. We're going to talk about networking tools. What are the right tools to reach your target? I'm going to talk about how you nurture a relationship without being annoying. I'm going to help you create a plan, put together everything you've learned into a personalized, actionable plan for building your own network in the music business. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world, online, live. So enroll now and learn the secret of networking, Red Man style. We'll see you September 12th.
I'm Cameron Argon, commonly known as Big Chocolate, and I'm a music producer. I started producing and making beats and songs and tracks when I was about 16, starting in Pro Tools and then quickly getting over it and going to Logic, which was more easy for me to understand at 16. I recently switched to Ableton about 5 months ago. When I switched, it was about a 2-3 day thing until I was like, can't go back. I gotta use this. Workflow to me is the most important element in making music. If a track flows right, meaning you sit down and you just keep working continuously. You don't need to sit on it or anything. It can be done within a few hours. With Ableton, there's a lot less disconnect from music. The technology wall between you and your ideas is a lot shorter than a lot of the other programs out today. As a producer, Ableton really allows me to get my ideas done efficiently.
Hi, I'm Mike McCallowitz, author of The Pumpkin Plan, and I've teamed up with Creative Live to run a free workshop September 24th, September 25th on how to spark growth in your business. It's time you join me. I know why you started your business. I know what it felt like. You were excited. You were thrilled. You couldn't wait. But today, I suspect it's a little bit different. It's exhausting. You work crazy, relentless hours. If you follow the methods of a colossal pumpkin farmer, you will experience colossal growth yourself. The key's right here in the field. Well, do you know most farmers are ordinary farmers? They try to grow as many pumpkins as possible. But a small faction are colossal farmers. They grow the colossal pumpkin, the one that dwarfs all these pumpkins. It can weigh up to a ton. But once you know their secret process for growing a colossal pumpkin, you'll also have the secret for growing a colossal business. On the first day, we're going to take 3 major steps to sparking growth in your business. Step 1 is you're going to identify the elements of your business that facilitate large growth. Step 2, you're going to pick the strongest clients that you have and learn to replicate them, because more great clients means fast growth. And the final thing you're going to do on the first day is the watering process. How do you get in front of the clients and the rest of your business frequently enough that it just grows on its own? On the second day, you're going to learn the secret to the vendor well, perhaps the most important thing you can do to grow your business. Then you're going to learn about pruning, how to get rid of the weak clients, the clients that are actually a distraction to your business. And the final thing, you're going to learn about the seasons of business. Just like the seasons in the farm here, or seasons in your business. If you know how to leverage them, you're going to grow. If you're in business but struggling to grow your business, this class is for you. If you have a retail store, if you're B2B, you own a farm, be here.
I'm Eyal Levy at Audiohammer Studios, and on September 25th, I'll be teaching you digital drums with Easy Drummer at Creative Live. I've been in the music business over 15 years. I've written, produced, engineered, mixed, and played on dozens of albums. And I've toured the world with some of the most amazingly ridiculous musicians. And one thing never, ever changes. It's almost impossible to find a drummer, and a great drummer at that. And while there's no substitute for a great drummer, TuneTrack's Easy Drummer is the next best thing. I'm going to give you the tools to get started with Easy Drummer. Start with the basics, setting up the plugin, how to use it, how to pick sounds from rock, pop, whatever genre, and then I'll show you how to mix it in your DAW. And last but not least, we're going to cover the most important part of the puzzle, which is writing great drum parts. If you're a musician that wants to write and record realistic sounding drums, but you don't have access to a drummer, this course is for you. And if you happen to be a drummer, this course is also for you. It's not always possible to record your ideas, and Easy Drummer is a quick and easy way to sketch them all out to work on later. At the end of this course, you'll be able to create drums that sound like a real drummer played them, and mix them with other instruments. This course is free to watch anywhere in the world live online, so enroll now and learn how to get the most out of Easy Drummer. I'll see you in September.
Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. We are here today broadcasting from our San Francisco studio. Bulletproof Life. My name is Kenna Klosterman, and I'm going to be your host today, along with Mr. John Kennedy O'Connor,
Thank you, Kenna.
also known as JKO.
I'll go with JKO. That's
Okay,
good for the chat room.
JKO, easy to do. How are you doing this morning?
I'm actually not been too well, so I'm really excited about this course because I hope it's going to help me feel a lot better by the end of the day.
I think it will. And I heard you're already starting to feel a little bit better.
I am actually. Dave gave me some powerful potion yesterday, and it's making me feel a lot more energized. So we'll see how things go today.
Well, it's kind of funny because me as well. I got a little bit under the weather. I just moved, and so it was great to have pre-production yesterday with Dave. He gave us both. I can't remember how to say the name of it. Glutathione. That's what it is.
And it didn't taste all that great, so you know it's working well.
But he warned us.
Absolutely.
He warned us.
Yeah.
So everybody, this is our pre-show. We're just going to take a few minutes to make sure that you can see us and hear us at home. So do us a favor and join the conversation already. Pop open. There's a join the chat conversation little green button there. Click that open and let us know in the chat rooms where you're joining us from. Also want to hear if people are new to the Bulletproof Life, or if it's something that you've already been living.
And I know we're going to have a truly international audience again today, and I'm going to look forward to interacting with you. We've got a truly international group of students here today as well. They're very much a part of the show today. They're our live audience. We've got 8 students. I know we've got someone from South Africa, we've got someone from the UK, and I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves right now. So let's start with Tina. And Tina, perhaps tell us where you're from, how the online audience can interact with you today, and if you're already living the Bulletproof Life, share some of your experience, or perhaps this is a new frontier for you.
I'm from Hermosa Beach, California, just south of LA. I am pretty passionate about the Bulletproof Coffee. I've been doing that for about a year and just love the efficiency it's made in my life, and looking forward to learning more about the science behind all of that. So I'm in the food industry and looking forward to hearing more about the nutritional take on everything.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Forrest. I'm from Hermosa Beach as well, and I own 2 CrossFit gyms. And the thing about the Bulletproof Life is, I feel like it's a holistic view to like optimizing your life, and I want to learn more about it for myself and for all of my members.
That's fantastic. Now, 2 of you from Hermosa Beach, do you know each other?
We do.
Okay, good. I was going to say that's quite a coincidence if you didn't.
Yeah, we do.
Very cool.
I'm Damien, currently living in Mexico, but I'm from the UK originally. I first came across Dave's stuff about 2 years ago, so I've been Bulletproof actually for nearly 2 years now. And I kind of share a story with him because I'm recovering from mycotoxins and mold right now, which is something that Dave did. So that's been incredibly helpful and great. You can get in contact with me on biohack.net. That's my blog.
Fantastic. And I think that's really cool that you have a similar story and that you're here in our studio audience, because the cool thing is everybody out there online can relate to each of you, which is why we have this studio audience. And so it's great to hear your stories so that people can get to know you and relate to where you are in your journey.
I'm Mark Diaz from Memphis, Tennessee, and I've been following Dave for 6 months or a year, and I'm probably only living a BB-proof life right now, but when you put MCT oil and butter in your coffee, it kind of raises some eyebrows, so I want to learn more of the science behind the diet, and I want to optimize my fitness, my ability to focus. I'm an older parent. I need some more energy to keep up with my young daughter.
How old is she?
2.
Wow, yes.
And I'm 47.
Yes, excellent.
And,
so, is it helping?
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Mark. The other Mark.
How you doing? I'm Mark Giuliano. I'm a firefighter paramedic by profession for like the last 10 years or so, and I've gotten into the whole online, like YouTube, Twitter, blogging, all that kind of stuff, and been following Dave since his first Joe Rogan podcast appearance, like last fall, and I started doing the diet full time like around May or June, and I'm down 25 pounds. Like I'm still doing like minimal exercise, and I feel great. I've gotten a few people to start drinking the coffee, and through my website, which is sweatypixels.com, I make gaming content. I also make fitness content that's kind of geared towards geeks and gamers and nerds. So once we're done here at the Bulletproof Life, I hope to bring back a lot of the knowledge I've learned here and share that with my audience and just help everyone get healthy and get fit. So I'm just really excited for it.
Well, that's fantastic, and congratulations on the 25
thank
pounds.
you.
That's awesome. And I think what's cool is that, as we'll learn, it's not just about the Bulletproof coffee, obviously, but it is about the lifestyle and how you eat as well. So, thank you.
My name is Gail. I'm from Berkeley, and I'm new to the system. And my primary goal is to lose weight, so I think he has a lot of really good ideas and cutting-edge ideas to make that happen, so I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, there is a lot going to be packed into these 3 days, for sure.
Hi, my name is Charles. I've been originally from South Africa. I live in Los Angeles. I started doing Bulletproof coffee about 4 months ago. Did some research on coffee, got interested, started to try it, and I'm completely hooked. I'll be the first to say. I seem to think that I might have some mycotoxins, mold issues as well, and so I would like to see how to take care of that. That's one of the stuff. My wife and I also we are personal chefs in LA at the moment for some celebrities, and I'm hoping that to take this lifestyle and maybe do it with athletes or that type of thing.
Perfect.
So I'm yet to learn.
That's fantastic. I love that a couple of you, many of you, are here to not only learn for yourself, but to pass it on to the communities that you're a part of. So that's really cool.
My name is Courtney Munch, and I was working on a video game, and one of the producers and another stunt guy were talking about Bulletproof, and I was like, oh, what's that? And I started listening to the podcast, and then I implemented some of the things and noticed that they did help. I also have narcolepsy, so different things to aid in staying awake are always good for me. And then also my father is a Vietnam vet that has PTSD and some major health issues, and he's from Texas, so anything with butter he'll do it.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you again for sharing all of your stories and where you are in your Bulletproof life. And I'm really excited because about 2 weeks ago, our producer Michael called me up and said, hey Kenna, you're going to be hosting the Bulletproof Life. What do you think about going on the diet, the Bulletproof diet, drinking the Bulletproof coffee, so that you can have the experience too and share it with our audience? And so I agreed, and it has changed the way that I feel throughout the day, and I'm just excited to share that experience and also learn a lot more about the science, like Mark said as well. So let's just quickly check in with the folks online, JKO, and see what's going on there. So who do we have?
We've got a really international group here, and a lot of people from the British Isles, so I don't know if that's Damien's fan club or my fan club who are joining us today, but thanks to everybody who's joining in. We've got Adam who's in Northern Ireland, John is also in the Republic of Ireland. We've got people from all over the US. Twester is in Dallas, Nicola, she's also in Ireland. We've got some people joining us in Denmark and Belgium, so I think it's going to be a really international show today.
That's fantastic. And speaking of Ireland, we'll learn about Kerrygold and the unsalted Irish butter, but that has been the butter that I've been using in my Bulletproof coffee. So it's fun to have people joining us from Ireland as well. Well, everybody, it is time to get going today, and welcome again to Creative Live. This is Dave Asprey's The Bulletproof Life, and I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can take us on the go on your iPad, iPhone, or Android-friendly device, so wherever you are today, you can take Dave and the Bulletproof Life with you. Let's take a look at the live page that you're watching right now. You can see up at the top left-hand side is where you can find whatever is playing on Creative Live. You can see that with the pull-down menu, what is playing, you can choose the channel that you want to watch. We try to reach as many people around the world as possible for free during our live events. However, there is a lot of comprehensive material here in this course. If you can't join us for all 3 days, or if you want to have anytime unlimited access to all of the videos plus the bonus materials, you can purchase the course content for $149. However, during our live event, you can get it at the pre-purchase price of $99. And the easiest way to do that is right there on the screen that you are on right now. We also invite you to join this global conversation. We are here live, like I said, and that means that all of you out there can join us and ask your questions of Dave. That is what makes Creative Live so special, is that interaction during our live event. So the best thing to do is click on that Chat with Live Participants link there, and that'll open up the chat rooms. There are 3 tabs across the top, and we'll walk through each one. The first one is the Creative Live tab, and this is the room for you to have your on-topic conversations. So there is going to be a lot to discuss over the next 3 days. There's a lot of new vocabulary for myself and likely for a lot of you out there who are new to the Bulletproof Life. Feel free to use this room to talk about all of your on-topic conversations, ask each other questions, share resources here in the Live tab. Secondly, we have the Q's tab, and this is the chat room for your questions for Dave. So we have Scott, who is back at home in Seattle, and he is passing along, he's in there in the chat rooms with you, he's passing along questions to JKO and I, so that we can ask them to Dave at the appropriate time. And finally, we have the lounge, and this is the chat room for all of you to have your off-topic conversations. Get to know each other, have fun, build community here in the Creative Lounge. In addition to the chat rooms, we also invite you to join in the global conversation via social media. So check out our Facebook page, facebook.com/creativelive. Give us a like there if you haven't already, to stay up to date and in tune with everything that is going on here at Creative Live. I'm really excited about the fact that we have a lot of new people who are tuning into Creative Live here. Dave has brought a big crew of folks. So again, welcome and special shout outs to all of you who are watching Creative Live for the first time. In addition to Facebook, we'll also be looking for your questions and comments on Twitter, and we are using the hashtag AspreyLive. You can see there how to spell Dave's last name if you're not sure. So that's ASPREY, live all together. Once again, for those of you who might be new to Creative Live, welcome. The way that Creative Live works is that we try to reach as many people as possible all over the world for free during our live events. Knowledge is power, and we believe that here that we should spread that knowledge around the world for free. For those of you who so choose, who want to be able to refer back to all of this information that is hard to take in all at once, or if you're not able to join us for all 3 days straight, you can purchase anytime access to this workshop, and that is $149 for the course. That's for all 3 days. During the live event, we offer it for a pre-purchase price of $99. All of those videos are then available on the course page once the course is finished, and we turn those videos around as quickly as possible so that you can start rewatching the parts that you may have missed. So let's take a look at that course page for